Note: before leaving for the USA, Swamiji used to change his name very often. In earlier years, he signed as Narendra or Narab, then for some time as Vivekananda or Satchidananda. But for the convenience of the readers, these volumes use the more familiar name of Vivekananda. Chronology. I. Translated from Bengali. Allahabad. January 5, 1890. My dear Fakir, Sri Yajanshwar Bhattacharya. A word for you. Remember always, I may not see you again. Be moral. Be brave. Be a heart-whole man. Strictly moral, brave unto desperation. Don't bother your head with religious theories. Cowards only sin, brave men never, no, not even in mind. Try to love anybody and everybody. Be a man and try to make those immediately under your care, namely Ram, Krishnamaya and Hindu, brave, moral, and sympathizing. No religion for you, my children, but morality and bravery. No cowardice, no sin, no crime, no weakness, the rest will come of itself. And don't take Ram with you ever or ever allow him to visit a theater or any enervating entertainment whatever. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. My dear Ram, Krishnamaya and Hindu. Bear in mind, my children, that only cowards and those who are weak commit sin and tell lies. The brave are always moral. Try to be moral, try to be brave, try to be sympathizing. Yours, Vivekananda. Chronology. 2. Bombay. September 20, 1892. Dear Panditji Maharaj, Pandit Shankar Lal of Khetri. Your letter has reached me duly. I do not know why I should be undeservingly praised. None is good, save one, that is, God, as the Lord Jesus hath said. The rest are only tools in his hands. Gloria in excelsis, glory unto God in the highest, and unto men that deserve, but not to such an undeserving one like me. Here the servant is not worthy of the hire, and a fakir, especially, has no right to any praise whatsoever, for would you praise your servant for simply doing his duty? My unbounded gratitude to Pandit Sundar Lalji, and to my professor, with whom he read the Mahabhashya on Panini, for this kind remembrance of me. Now I would tell you something else. The Hindu mind was ever deductive and never synthetic or inductive. In all our philosophies, we always find hair-splitting arguments, taking for granted some general proposition, but the proposition itself may be as childish as possible. Nobody ever asked or searched the truth of these general propositions. Therefore independent thought we have almost none to speak of, and hence the dearth of those sciences which are the results of observation and generalization. And why was it thus? From two causes: the tremendous heat of the climate forcing us to love rest and contemplation better than activity, and the Brahmins as priests never undertaking journeys or voyages to distant lands. There were voyagers and people who traveled far, but they were almost always traders, i.e. people from whom priestcraft and their own sole love for gain had taken away all capacity for intellectual development. So their observations, instead of adding to the store of human knowledge, rather degenerated it, for their observations were bad and their accounts exaggerated and tortured into fantastical shapes, until they passed all recognition. So you see, we must travel, we must go to foreign parts. We must see how the engine of society works in other countries, and keep free and open communication with what is going on in the minds of other nations, if we really want to be a nation again. And over and above all, we must cease to tyrannize. To what a ludicrous state are we brought? If a Bangi comes to anybody as a Bangi, he would be shunned as the plague, but no sooner does he get a cupful of water poured upon his head with some mutterings of prayers by a padri, and get a coat on his back, no matter how threadbare, and come into the room of the most orthodox Hindu, I don't see the man who then dare refuse him a chair and a hearty shake of the hands. Irony can go no further. And come and see what they, the padris, are doing here in the Dakshin, south. They are converting the lower classes by lakhs, and in Travancore, the most priest-ridden country in India where every bit of land is owned by the Brahmins, nearly 1/4 has become Christian. And I cannot blame them. What part have they in David and what in Jesse? When, O Lords, shall man be brother to man? Yours, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: 3. Oriental Hotel, Yokohama, July 10, 1893. Dear Alasinga, Balaji, Gigi, Banking Corporation, and all my Madras friends. Excuse my not keeping you constantly informed of my movements. One is so busy every day, and especially myself who am quite new to the life of possessing things and taking care of them. That consumes so much of my energy. It is really an awful botheration. From Bombay we reached Colombo. Our steamer remained in port for nearly the whole day, and we took the opportunity of getting off to have a look at the town. We drove through the streets, and the only thing I remember was a temple in which was a very gigantic murti, image, of the Lord Buddha in a reclining posture, entering nirvana. The next station was Penang, which is only a strip of land along the sea in the body of the Malaya Peninsula. The Malayas are all Mohammedans and in old days were noted pirates and quite a dread to merchantmen. But now the Leviathan guns of modern turreted battleships have forced the Malayas to look about for more peaceful pursuits. On our way from Penang to Singapore, we had glimpses of Sumatra with its high mountains, and the captain pointed out to me several places as the favorite haunts of pirates in days gone by. Singapore is the capital of the Straits Settlements. It has a fine botanical garden with the most splendid collection of palms. The beautiful fan-like palm, called the traveler's palm, grows here in abundance, and the breadfruit tree everywhere. The celebrated mangosteen is as plentiful here as mangoes in Madras, but mango is nonpareil. The people here are not half so dark as the people of Madras, although so near the line. Singapore possesses a fine museum too. Hong Kong next. You feel that you have reached China, the Chinese element predominates so much. All labor, all trade seems to be in their hands. And Hong Kong is real China. As soon as the steamer casts anchor, you are besieged with hundreds of Chinese boats to carry you to the land. These boats with two helms are rather peculiar. The boatman lives in the boat with his family. Almost always, the wife is at the helms, managing one with her hands and the other with one of her feet. And in 90% of cases, you find a baby tied to her back, with the hands and feet of the little chin left free. It is a quaint sight to see the little John Chinaman dangling very quietly from his mother's back, whilst she is now setting with might and main, now pushing heavy loads, or jumping with wonderful agility from boat to boat. And there is such a rush of boats and steam launches coming in and going out. Baby John is every moment put into the risk of having his little head pulverized, pigtail and all, but he does not care a fig. This busy life seems to have no charm for him, and he is quite content to learn the anatomy of a bit of rice cake given to him from time to time by the madly busy mother. The Chinese child is quite a philosopher and calmly goes to work at an age when your Indian boy can hardly crawl on all fours. He has learnt the philosophy of necessity too well. Their extreme poverty is one of the causes why the Chinese and the Indians have remained in a state of mummified civilization. To an ordinary Hindu or Chinese, everyday necessity is too hideous to allow him to think of anything else. Hong Kong is a very beautiful town. It is built on the slopes of hills and on the tops too, which are much cooler than the city. There is an almost perpendicular tramway going to the top of the hill, dragged by wire rope and steam power. We remained 3 days at Hong Kong and went to see Canton, which is 80 miles up a river. The river is broad enough to allow the biggest steamers to pass through. A number of Chinese steamers ply between Hong Kong and Canton. We took passage on one of these in the evening and reached Canton early in the morning. What a scene of bustle and life! What an immense number of boats almost covering the waters! And not only those that are carrying on the trade, but hundreds of others which serve as houses to live in. And quite a lot of them so nice and big. In fact, they are big houses 2 or 3 stories high, with verandas running round and streets between, and all floating. We landed on a strip of ground given by the Chinese government to foreigners to live in. Around us on both sides of the river for miles and miles is the big city, a wilderness of human beings, pushing, struggling, surging, roaring. But with all its population, all its activity, it is the dirtiest town I saw, not in the sense in which a town is called dirty in India, for as to that not a speck of filth is allowed by the Chinese to go waste, but because of the Chinaman, who has, it seems, taken a vow never to bathe. Every house is a shop, people living only on the top floor. The streets are very very narrow, so that you almost touch the shops on both sides as you pass. At every 10 paces you find meat stalls, and there are shops which sell cats and dogs' meat. Of course, only the poorest classes of Chin men eat dog or cat. The Chinese ladies can never be seen. They have got as strict as Anana as the Hindus of northern India, only the women of the laboring classes can be seen. Even amongst these, one sees now and then a woman with feet smaller than those of your youngest child, and of course they cannot be said to walk, but hobble. I went to see several Chinese temples. The biggest in Canton is dedicated to the memory of the first Buddhistic emperor and the 500 first disciples of Buddhism. The central figure is of course Buddha, and next beneath him is seated the emperor, and ranging on both sides are the statues of the disciples, all beautifully carved out of wood. From Canton I returned back to Hong Kong, and from thence to Japan. The first port we touched was Nagasaki. We landed for a few hours and drove through the town. What a contrast! The Japanese are one of the cleanliest peoples on earth. Everything is neat and tidy. Their streets are nearly all broad, straight, and regularly paved. Their little houses are cage-like, and their pine-covered evergreen little hills form the background of almost every town and village. The short-statured, fair-skinned, quaintly dressed Japs, their movements, attitudes, gestures, everything is picturesque. Japan is the land of the picturesque. Almost every house has a garden at the back, very nicely laid out according to Japanese fashion with small shrubs, grass plots, small artificial waters, and small stone bridges. From Nagasaki to Kobe. Here I gave up the steamer and took the land route to Yokohama, with a view to see the interior of Japan. I have seen 3 big cities in the interior: Osaka, a great manufacturing town, Kyoto, the former capital, and Tokyo, the present capital. Tokyo is nearly twice the size of Calcutta with nearly double the population. No foreigner is allowed to travel in the interior without a passport. The Japanese seem now to have fully awakened themselves to the necessity of the present times. They have now a thoroughly organized army equipped with guns which one of their own officers has invented and which is said to be second to none. Then, they are continually increasing their navy. I have seen a tunnel nearly a mile long, bored by a Japanese engineer. The match factories are simply a sight to see, and they are bent upon making everything they want in their own country. There is a Japanese line of steamers plying between China and Japan, which shortly intends running between Bombay and Yokohama. I saw quite a lot of temples. In every temple there are some Sanskrit mantras written in old Bengali characters. Only a few of the priests know Sanskrit. But they are an intelligent sect. The modern rage for progress has penetrated even the priesthood. I cannot write what I have in my mind about the Japs in one short letter. Only I want that numbers of our young men should pay a visit to Japan and China every year. Especially to the Japanese, India is still the dreamland of everything high and good. And you, what are you? Talking twaddle all your lives, vain talkers, what are you? Come, see these people, and then go and hide your faces in shame. A race of dotards, you lose your caste if you come out. Sitting down these hundreds of years with an ever-increasing load of crystal-leased superstition on your heads, for hundreds of years spending all your energy upon discussing the touchableness or untouchableness of this food or that, with all humanity crushed out of you by the continuous social tyranny of ages, what are you? And what are you doing now? Promenading the seashores with books in your hands, repeating undigested stray bits of European brainwork, and the whole soul bent upon getting a 30-rupee clerkship, or at best becoming a lawyer, the height of young India's ambition, and every student with a whole brood of hungry children cackling at his heels and asking for bread. Is there not water enough in the sea to drown you, books, gowns, university diplomas, and all? Come, be men. Kick out the priests who are always against progress, because they would never mend, their hearts would never become big. They are the offspring of centuries of superstition and tyranny. Root out priestcraft first. Come, be men. Come out of your narrow holes and have a look abroad. See how nations are on the march. Do you love man? Do you love your country? Then come, let us struggle for higher and better things. Look not back, no, not even if you see the dearest and nearest cry. Look not back, but forward. India wants the sacrifice of at least 1,000 or her young men, mind, and not brutes. The English government has been the instrument, brought over here by the Lord, to break your crystal lizard civilization, and Madras supplied the first men who helped in giving the English a footing. How many men, unselfish, thoroughgoing men, is Madras ready now to supply, to struggle unto life and death to bring about a new state of things, sympathy for the poor, and bread to their hungry mouths, enlightenment to the people at large, and struggle unto death to make men of them who have been brought to the level of beasts, by the tyranny of your forefathers. Yours etc. Vivekananda. P.S. Calm and silent and steady work, and no newspaper humbug, no name making, you must always remember. V. Chronology. Addressee. 4. Breezy Meadows. Metcalfe, Mass. August 20, 1893. Dear Alasinga. Received your letter yesterday. Perhaps you have by this time got my letter from Japan. From Japan I reached Vancouver. The way was by the Northern Pacific. It was very cold and I suffered much for want of warm clothing. However, I reached Vancouver anyhow, and thence went through Canada to Chicago. I remained about 12 days in Chicago. And almost every day I used to go to the fair. It is a tremendous affair. One must take at least 10 days to go through it. The lady to whom Vardarao introduced me and her husband belonged to the highest Chicago society, and they were so very kind to me. I took my departure from Chicago and came to Boston. Mr. Lalubhai was with me up to Boston. He was very kind to me. The expense I am bound to run into here is awful. You remember, you gave me £170 in notes and £9 in cash. It has come down to £130 in all. On an average it costs me £1 every day, a cigar costs 8 annas of our money. The Americans are so rich that they spend money like water, and by forced legislation keep up the price of everything so high that no other nation on earth can approach it. Every common coolie earns 9 or 10 rupees a day and spends as much. All those rosy ideas we had before starting have melted, and I have now to fight against impossibilities. 100 times I had a mind to go out of the country and go back to India. But I am determined, and I have a call from above. I see no way, but his eyes see. And I must stick to my guns, life or death. Just now I am living as the guest of an old lady in a village near Boston. I accidentally made her acquaintance in the railway train, and she invited me to come over and live with her. I have an advantage in living with her, in saving for some time my expenditure of £1 per day, and she has the advantage of inviting her friends over here and showing them a curio from India. And all this must be borne. Starvation, cold, hooting in the streets on account of my quaint dress, these are what I have to fight against. But, my dear boy, no great things were ever done without great labor. Know, then, that this is the land of Christians, and any other influence than that is almost zero. Nor do I care a bit for the enmity of any ists in the world. I am here amongst the children of the Son of Mary, and the Lord Jesus will help me. They like much the broad views of Hinduism and my love for the Prophet of Nazareth. I tell them that I preach nothing against the Great One of Galilee. I only ask the Christians to take in the great ones of Ind along with the Lord Jesus, and they appreciate it. Winter is approaching and I shall have to get all sorts of warm clothing, and we require more warm clothing than the natives. Look sharp, my boy, take courage. We are destined by the Lord to do great things in India. Have faith. We will do. We, the poor and the despised, who really feel, and not those. In Chicago, the other day, a funny thing happened. The Raja of Kapurthala was here, and he was being lionized by some portion of Chicago society. I once met the Raja in the fairgrounds, but he was too big to speak with a poor fakir. There was an eccentric Maratha Brahmin selling nail-made pictures in the fair, dressed in a dhoti. This fellow told the reporters all sorts of things against the Raja, that he was a man of low caste, that those Rajas were nothing but slaves, and that they generally led immoral lives, etc., etc. And these truthful editors, for which America is famous, wanted to give to the boy's stories some weight, and so the next day they wrote huge columns in their papers about the description of a man of wisdom from India, meaning me, extolling me to the skies, and putting all sorts of words in my mouth, which I never even dreamt of, and ascribing to me all those remarks made by the Maratha Brahmin about the Raja of Kapurthala. And it was such a good brushing that Chicago society gave up the Raja in hot haste. These newspaper editors made capital out of me to give my countrymen a brushing. That shows, however, that in this country intellect carries more weight than all the pomp of money and title. Yesterday Mrs. Johnson, the lady superintendent of the women's prison, was here. They don't call it prison but reformatory here. It is the grandest thing I have seen in America. How the inmates are benevolently treated, how they are reformed and sent back as useful members of society, how grand, how beautiful, you must see to believe. And, oh, how my heart ached to think of what we think of the poor, the low, in India. They have no chance, no escape, no way to climb up. The poor, the low, the sinner in India have no friends, no help, they cannot rise, try however they may. They sink lower and lower every day, they feel the blows showered upon them by a cruel society, and they do not know whence the blow comes. They have forgotten that they too are men. And the result is slavery. Thoughtful people within the last few years have seen it, but unfortunately laid it at the door of the Hindu religion, and to them, the only way of bettering is by crushing this grandest religion of the world. Hear me, my friend, I have discovered the secret through the grace of the Lord. Religion is not in fault. On the other hand, your religion teaches you that every being is only your own self multiplied. But it was the want of practical application, the want of sympathy, the want of heart. The Lord once more came to you as Buddha and taught you how to feel, how to sympathize with the poor, the miserable, the sinner, but you heard him not. Your priests invented the horrible story that the Lord was here for deluding demons with false doctrines. True indeed, but we are the demons, not those that believed. And just as the Jews denied the Lord Jesus and are since that day wandering over the world as homeless beggars, tyrannized over by everybody, so you are bond slaves to any nation that thinks it worthwhile to rule over you. Ah, tyrants! You do not know that the obverse is tyranny, and the reverse slavery. The slave and the tyrant are synonymous. Balaji and Gigi may remember one evening at Pondicherry we were discussing the matter of sea voyage with a pundit, and I shall always remember his brutal gestures and his kadapi na, never. They do not know that India is a very small part of the world, and the whole world looks down with contempt upon the 300 millions of earthworms crawling upon the fair soil of India and trying to oppress each other. This state of things must be removed, not by destroying religion but by following the great teachings of the Hindu faith, and joining with it the wonderful sympathy of that logical development of Hinduism-Buddhism. 100,000 men and women, fired with the zeal of holiness, fortified with eternal faith in the Lord, and nerved to lion's courage by their sympathy for the poor and the fallen and the downtrodden, will go over the length and breadth of the land, preaching the gospel of salvation, the gospel of help, the gospel of social raising up, the gospel of equality. No religion on earth preaches the dignity of humanity in such a lofty strain as Hinduism, and no religion on earth treads upon the necks of the poor and the low in such a fashion as Hinduism. The Lord has shown me that religion is not in fault, but it is the Pharisees and Sadducees in Hinduism, hypocrites, who invent all sorts of engines of tyranny in the shape of doctrines of Paramarthika and Vyavaharika. Despair not, remember the Lord says in the Gita, to work you have the right, but not to the result. Gird up your loins, my boy. I am called by the Lord for this. I have been dragged through a whole life full of crosses and tortures, I have seen the nearest and dearest die, almost of starvation, I have been ridiculed, distrusted, and have suffered for my sympathy for the very men who scoff and scorn. Well, my boy, this is the school of misery, which is also the school for great souls and prophets for the cultivation of sympathy, of patience, and, above all, of an indomitable iron will which quakes not even if the universe be pulverized at our feet. I pity them. It is not their fault. They are children, veritable children, though they be great and high in society. Their eyes see nothing beyond their little horizon of a few yards, the routine work, eating, drinking, earning, and begetting, following each other in mathematical precision. They know nothing beyond happy little souls. Their sleep is never disturbed, their nice little brown studies of lives never rudely shocked by the wail of woe, of misery, of degradation and poverty, that has filled the Indian atmosphere, the result of centuries of oppression. They little dream of the ages of tyranny, mental, moral, and physical, that has reduced the image of God to a mere beast of burden, the emblem of the Divine Mother, to a slave to bear children, and life itself, a curse. But there are others who see, feel, and shed tears of blood in their hearts, who think that there is a remedy for it, and who are ready to apply this remedy at any cost, even to the giving up of life. And of such is the kingdom of heaven. Is it not then natural, my friends, that they have no time to look down from their heights to the vagaries of these contemptible little insects, ready every moment to spit their little venoms? Trust not to the so-called rich, they are more dead than alive. The hope lies in you, in the meek, the lowly, but the faithful. Have faith in the Lord, no policy, it is nothing. Feel for the miserable and look up for help, it shall come. I have traveled 12 years with this load in my heart and this idea in my head. I have gone from door to door of the so-called rich and great. With a bleeding heart I have crossed half the world to this strange land, seeking for help. The Lord is great. I know He will help me. I may perish of cold or hunger in this land, but I bequeath to you, young men, this sympathy, this struggle for the poor, the ignorant, the oppressed. Go now this minute to the temple of Parthasarthi, Sri Krishna as Sarthi, charioteer of Parth or Arjuna, and before him who was friend to the poor and lowly cowherds of Gokula, who never shrank to embrace the pariah Guhaka, who accepted the invitation of a prostitute in preference to that of the nobles and saved her in his incarnation as Buddha. Down on your faces before him, and make a great sacrifice, the sacrifice of a whole life for them, for whom he comes from time to time. Whom he loves above all, the poor, the lowly, the oppressed. Vow, then, to devote your whole lives to the cause of the redemption of these 300 millions, going down and down every day. It is not the work of a day, and the path is full of the most deadly thorns. But Parthasarthi is ready to be our Sarthi, we know that. And in his name and with eternal faith in him, set fire to the mountain of misery that has been heaped upon India for ages, and it shall be burned down. Come then, look it in the face, brethren, it is a grand task, and we are so low. But we are the sons of light and children of God. Glory unto the Lord, we will succeed. Hundreds will fall in the struggle, hundreds will be ready to take it up. I may die here unsuccessful, another will take up the task. You know the disease, you know the remedy, only have faith. Do not look up to the so-called rich and great, do not care for the heartless intellectual writers, and their cold-blooded newspaper articles. Faith, sympathy, fiery faith and fiery sympathy. Life is nothing, death is nothing, hunger nothing, cold nothing. Glory unto the Lord, march on, the Lord is our general. Do not look back to see who falls, forward onward. Thus and thus we shall go on, brethren. One falls, and another takes up the work. From this village I am going to Boston tomorrow. I am going to speak at a big ladies' club here, which is helping Ramabai. I must first go and buy some clothing in Boston. If I am to live longer here, my quaint dress will not do. People gather by hundreds in the streets to see me. So what I want is to dress myself in a long black coat, and keep a red robe and turban to wear when I lecture. This is what the ladies advise me to do, and they are the rulers here, and I must have their sympathy. Before you get this letter my money would come down to somewhat about £70 of £60. So try your best to send some money. It is necessary to remain here for some time to have any influence here. I could not see the phonograph for Mr. Bhattacharya as I got his letter here. If I go to Chicago again, I will look for them. I do not know whether I shall go back to Chicago or not. My friends there write me to represent India. And the gentleman, to whom Vardarao introduced me, is one of the directors of the fair, but then I refused as I would have to spend any little stock of money in remaining more than a month in Chicago. In America, there are no classes in the railway except in Canada. So I have to travel first class, as that is the only class, but I do not venture in the Pullmans. They are very comfortable, you sleep, eat, drink, even bathe in them, just as if you were in a hotel, but they are too expensive. It is very hard work getting into society and making yourself heard. Now nobody is in the towns, they are all away in summer places. They will all come back in winter. Therefore I must wait. After such a struggle, I am not going to give up easily. Only try your best to help me as much as you can, and even if you cannot, I must try to the end. And even if I die of cold or disease or hunger here, you take up the task. Holiness, sincerity, and faith. I have left instructions with cooks to forward any letter or money to me wherever I am. Rome was not built in a day. If you can keep me here for 6 months at least, I hope everything will come right. In the meantime I am trying my best to find any plank I can float upon. And if I find out any means to support myself, I shall wire to you immediately. First I will try in America, and if I fail, try in England. If I fail, go back to India and wait for further commands from high. Ramdas's father has gone to England. He is in a hurry to gone home. He is a very good man at heart, only the bonny roughness on the surface. It would take more than 20 days for the letter to reach. Even now it is so cold in New England that every day we have fires night and morning. Canada is still colder. I never saw snow on such low hills as there. Gradually I can make my way, but that means a longer residence in this horribly expensive country. Just now the raising of the rupee in India has created a panic in this country, and lots of mills have been stopped. So I cannot hope for anything just now, but I must wait. Just now I have been to the tailor and ordered some winter clothings, and that would cost at least 300 rupees and up. And still it would not be good clothes, only decent. Ladies here are very particular about a man's dress, and they are the power in this country. They never fail the missionaries. They are helping our Ramabai every year. If you fail in keeping me here, send some money to get me out of the country. In the meantime, if anything turns out in my favor, I will write or wire. A word costs 4 rupees in cable. Yours, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: V. Chicago. November 2nd, 1893. Dear Alasinga, I am so sorry that a moment's weakness on my part should cause you so much trouble. I was out of pocket at that time. Since then the Lord sent me friends. At a village near Boston I made the acquaintance of Dr. Wright, professor of Greek in the Harvard University. He sympathized with me very much and urged upon me the necessity of going to the Parliament of Religions, which he thought would give me an introduction to the nation. As I was not acquainted with anybody, the professor undertook to arrange everything for me, and eventually I came back to Chicago. Here I, together with the Oriental and Occidental delegates to the Parliament of Religions, were all lodged in the house of a gentleman. On the morning of the opening of the Parliament, we all assembled in a building called the Art Palace, where one huge and other smaller temporary halls were erected for the sittings of the Parliament. Men from all nations were there. From India were Mazumdar of the Brahmo Samaj, and Nagrukar of Bombay, Mr. Gandhi representing the Jains, and Mr. Chakravarti representing Theosophy with Mrs. Annie Besant. Of these, Mazumdar and I were, of course, old friends, and Chakravarti knew me by name. There was a grand procession, and we were all marshaled onto the platform. Imagine a hall below and a huge gallery above, packed with 6,000 or 7,000 men and women representing the best culture of the country, and on the platform learned men of all the nations of the earth. And I, who never spoke in public in my life, to address this august assemblage. It was opened in great form with music and ceremony and speeches, then the delegates were introduced one by one, and they stepped up and spoke. Of course my heart was fluttering, and my tongue nearly dried up, I was so nervous and could not venture to speak in the morning. Mazumdar made a nice speech, Chakravarti a nicer one, and they were much applauded. They were all prepared and came with ready-made speeches. I was a fool and had none, but bowed down to Devi Sarasvati and stepped up, and Dr. Barrows introduced me. I made a short speech. I addressed the assembly as Sisters and Brothers of America, a deafening applause of 2 minutes followed, and then I proceeded, and when it was finished, I sat down, almost exhausted with emotion. The next day all the papers announced that my speech was the hit of the day, and I became known to the whole of America. Truly has it been said by the great commentator Sridhara, who maketh the dumb a fluent speaker. His name be praised. From that day I became a celebrity, and the day I read my paper on Hinduism, the hall was packed as it had never been before. I quote to you from one of the papers, ladies, ladies, ladies packing every place, filling every corner, they patiently waited and waited while the papers that separated them from Vivekananda were read, etc. You would be astonished if I sent over to you the newspaper cuttings, but you already know that I am a hater of celebrity. Suffice it to say, that whenever I went on the platform, a deafening applause would be raised for me. Nearly all the papers paid high tributes to me, and even the most bigoted had to admit that this man with his handsome face and magnetic presence and wonderful oratory is the most prominent figure in the Parliament, etc., etc. Sufficient for you to know that never before did an Oriental make such an impression on American society. And how to speak of their kindness? I have no more wants now, I am well off, and all the money that I require to visit Europe I shall get from here. A boy called Narasim Hacharya has cropped up in our midst. He has been loafing about the city for the last 3 years. Loafing or no loafing, I like him, but please write to me all about him if you know anything. He knows you. He came in the year of the Paris exhibition to Europe. I am now out of want. Many of the handsomest houses in the city are open to me. All the time I am living as a guest of somebody or other. There is a curiosity in this nation, such as you meet with nowhere else. They want to know everything, and their women they are the most advanced in the world. The average American woman is far more cultivated than the average American man. The men slave all their life for money, and the women snatch every opportunity to improve themselves. And they are a very kind-hearted, frank people. Everybody who has a fad to preach comes here, and I am sorry to say that most of these are not sound. The Americans have their faults too, and what nation has not? But this is my summing up: Asia laid the germs of civilization, Europe developed man, and America is developing the woman and the masses. It is the paradise of the woman and the laborer. Now contrast the American masses and women with ours, and you get the idea at once. The Americans are fast becoming liberal. Judge them not by the specimens of hard-shelled Christians, it is their own phrase, that you see in India. There are those here too, but their number is decreasing rapidly, and this great nation is progressing fast towards that spirituality which is the standard boast of the Hindu. The Hindu must not give up his religion, but must keep religion within its proper limits and give freedom to society to grow. All the reformers in India made the serious mistake of holding religion accountable for all the horrors of priestcraft and degeneration and went forthwith to pull down the indestructible structure, and what was the result? Failure. Beginning from Buddha down to Ram Mohan Roy, everyone made the mistake of holding caste to be a religious institution and tried to pull down religion and caste altogether, and failed. But in spite of all the ravings of the priests, caste is simply a crystallized social institution, which after doing its service is now filling the atmosphere of India with its stench, and it can only be removed by giving back to the people their lost social individuality. Every man born here knows that he is a man. Every man born in India knows that he is a slave of society. Now, freedom is the only condition of growth. Take that off, the result is degeneration. With the introduction of modern competition, see how caste is disappearing fast. No religion is now necessary to kill it. The Brahmana shopkeeper, shoemaker, and wine distiller are common in northern India. And why? Because of competition. No man is prohibited from doing anything he pleases for his livelihood under the present government, and the result is neck-and-neck competition, and thus thousands are seeking and finding the highest level they were born for, instead of vegetating at the bottom. I must remain in this country at least through the winter, and then go to Europe. The Lord will provide everything for me. You need not disturb yourself about it. I cannot express my gratitude for your love. Day by day I am feeling that the Lord is with me, and I am trying to follow His direction. His will be done. We will do great things for the world, and that for the sake of doing good and not for name and fame. Ours not to reason why, ours but to do and die. Be of good cheer and believe that we are selected by the Lord to do great things, and we will do them. Hold yourself in readiness, i.e. be pure and holy, and love for love's sake. Love the poor, the miserable, the downtrodden, and the Lord will bless you. See the Raja of Ramad and others from time to time and urge them to sympathize with the masses of India. Tell them how they are standing on the neck of the poor, and that they are not fit to be called men if they do not try to raise them up. Be fearless, the Lord is with you, and He will yet raise the starving and ignorant millions of India. A railway porter here is better educated than many of your young men and most of your princes. Every American woman has far better education than can be conceived of by the majority of Hindu women. Why cannot we have the same education? We must. Think not that you are poor, money is not power, but goodness, holiness. Come and see how it is so all over the world. Yours with blessings. Vivekananda. P.S. By the by, your uncle's paper was the most curious phenomenon I ever saw. It was like a tradesman's catalogue, and it was not thought fit to be read in the Parliament. So Narasim Hacharya read a few extracts from it in a side hall, and nobody understood a word of it. Do not tell him of it. It is a great art to press the largest amount of thought into the smallest number of words. Even Manilal Dvivdi's paper had to be cut very short. More than 1,000 papers were read, and there was no time to give to such wild perorations. I had a good long time given to me over the ordinary half hour. Because the most popular speakers were always put down last, to hold the audience. And Lord bless them, what sympathy they have, and what patience. They would sit from 10 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, only a recess of half an hour for a meal, and paper after paper read, most of them very trivial, but they would wait and wait to hear their favorites. Dharmapala of Ceylon was one of the favorites, but unfortunately he was not a good speaker. He had only quotations from Max Muller and Rhys Davids to give them. He is a very sweet man, and we became very intimate during the Parliament. A Christian lady from Pune, Miss Sarabji, and the Jain representative, Mr. Gandhi, are going to remain longer in the country and make lecture tours. I hope they will succeed. Lecturing is a very profitable occupation in this country and sometimes pays well. Mr. Ingersoll gets $500 to $600 a lecture. He is the most celebrated lecturer in this country. Do not publish this letter. After reading, send it to the Maharaja of Khetri. I have sent him my photograph in America. V. Chronology. Addressee. 6. Translated from Bengali. C/O George W. Hale Esq. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. December 28, 1893. Dear Haripada, Haripada Mitra. It is very strange that news of my Chicago lectures has appeared in the Indian papers. For whatever I do, I try my best to avoid publicity. Many things strike me here. It may be fairly said that there is no poverty in this country. I have never seen women elsewhere as cultured and educated as they are here. Well-educated men there are in our country, but you will scarcely find anywhere women like those here. It is indeed true, that the goddess herself lives in the houses of virtuous men as Lakshmi. I have seen thousands of women here whose hearts are as pure and stainless as snow. Oh, how free they are! It is they who control social and civic duties. Schools and colleges are full of women, and in our country women cannot be safely allowed to walk in the streets. Their kindness to me is immeasurable. Since I came here, I have been welcomed by them to their houses. They are providing me with food, arranging for my lectures, taking me to market, and doing everything for my comfort and convenience. I shall never be able to repay in the least the deep debt of gratitude I owe to them. Do you know who is the real Shakti worshipper? It is he who knows that God is the omnipresent force in the universe and sees in women the manifestation of that force. Many men here look upon their women in this light. Manu, again, has said that God's bless those families where women are happy and well treated. Here men treat their women as well as can be desired, and hence they are so prosperous, so learned, so free, and so energetic. But why is it that we are slavish, miserable, and dead? The answer is obvious. And how pure and chaste are they here? Few women are married before 20 or 25, and they are as free as the birds in the air. They go to market, school, and college, earn money, and do all kinds of work. Those who are well-to-do devote themselves to doing good to the poor. And what are we doing? We are very regular in marrying our girls at 11 years of age lest they should become corrupt and immoral. What does our Manu enjoin? Daughters should be supported and educated with as much care and attention as the sons. As sons should be married after observing Brahmacharya up to the 30th year, so daughters also must observe Brahmacharya and be educated by their parents. But what are we actually doing? Can you better the condition of your women? Then there will be hope for your well-being. Otherwise you will remain as backward as you are now. If anybody is born of a low caste in our country, he is gone forever, there is no hope for him. Why? What a tyranny it is. There are possibilities, opportunities, and hope for every individual in this country. Today he is poor, tomorrow he may become rich and learned and respected. Here everyone is anxious to help the poor. In India there is a howling cry that we are very poor, but how many charitable associations are there for the well-being of the poor? How many people really weep for the sorrows and sufferings of the millions of poor in India? Are we men? What are we doing for their livelihood, for their improvement? We do not touch them, we avoid their company. Are we men? Those thousands of Brahmanas, what are they doing for the low, downtrodden masses of India? Don't touch, is the only phrase that plays upon their lips. How mean and degraded has our eternal religion become at their hands? Wherein does our religion lie now? In Dantidushayism alone, and nowhere else. I came to this country not to satisfy my curiosity, nor for name or fame, but to see if I could find any means for the support of the poor in India. If God helps me, you will know gradually what those means are. As regards spirituality, the Americans are far inferior to us, but their society is far superior to ours. We will teach them our spirituality and assimilate what is best in their society. With love and best wishes. Yours. Vivekananda. Chronology. 7. C/O George W. Hale Esq. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. January 24, 1894. Dear friends, his disciples in Madras. Your letters have reached me. I am surprised that so much about me has reached you. The criticism you mention of the interior is not to be taken as the attitude of the American people. That paper is almost unknown here, and belongs to what they call a blue-nose Presbyterian paper, very bigoted. Still, all the blue noses are not ungentlemanly. The American people, and many of the clergy, are very hospitable to me. That paper wanted a little notoriety by attacking a man who was being lionized by society. That trick is well known here, and they do not think anything of it. Of course, our Indian missionaries may try to make capital out of it. If they do, tell them, Mark, Jew, a judgment has come upon you. Their old building is tottering to its foundation and must come down in spite of their hysterical shrieks. I pity them if their means of living fine lives in India is cut down by the influx of Oriental religions here. But not one of their leading clergy is ever against me. Well, when I am in the pond, I must bathe thoroughly. I send you a newspaper cutting of the short sketch of our religion which I read before them. Most of my speeches are extempore. I hope to put them in book form before I leave the country. I do not require any help from India, I have plenty here. Employ the money you have in printing and publishing this short speech, and translating it into the vernaculars, throw it broadcast, that will keep us before the national mind. In the meantime, do not forget our plan of a central college, and the starting from it to all directions in India. Work hard. About the women of America, I cannot express my gratitude for their kindness. Lord bless them. In this country, women are the life of every movement, and represent all the culture of the nation, for men are too busy to educate themselves. I have received Kitty's letters. With the question whether caste shall go or come, I have nothing to do. My idea is to bring to the door of the meanest, the poorest, the noble ideas that the human race has developed both in and out of India, and let them think for themselves. Whether there should be caste or not, whether women should be perfectly free or not, does not concern me. Liberty of thought and action is the only condition of life, of growth, and well-being. Where it does not exist, the man, the race, the nation must go down. Caste or no caste, creed or no creed, any man, or class, or caste, or nation, or institution which bars the power of free thought and action of an individual, even so long as that power does not injure others, is devilish and must go down. My whole ambition in life is to set in motion a machinery which will bring noble ideas to the door of everybody, and then let men and women settle their own fate. Let them know what our forefathers as well as other nations have thought on the most momentous questions of life. Let them see specially what others are doing now, and then decide. We are to put the chemicals together, the crystallization will be done by nature according to her laws. Work hard, be steady, and have faith in the Lord. Set to work, I am coming sooner or later. Keep the motto before you: elevation of the masses without injuring their religion. Remember that the nation lives in the cottage. But, alas, nobody ever did anything for them. Our modern reformers are very busy about widow remarriage. Of course, I am a sympathizer in every reform, but the fate of a nation does not depend upon the number of husbands their widows get, but upon the condition of the masses. Can you raise them? Can you give them back their lost individuality without making them lose their innate spiritual nature? Can you become an Occidental of Occidentals in your spirit of equality, freedom, work, and energy, and at the same time a Hindu to the very backbone in religious culture and instincts? This is to be done and we will do it. You are all born to do it. Have faith in yourselves, great convictions are the mothers of great deeds. Onward forever. Sympathy for the poor, the downtrodden, even unto death, this is our motto. Onward, brave lads. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. Do not publish this letter, but there is no harm in preaching the idea of elevating the masses by means of a central college, and bringing education as well as religion to the door of the poor by means of missionaries trained in this college. Try to interest everybody. I send you a few newspaper cuttings only from the very best and highest. The one by Dr. Thomas is very valuable as written by one of the, if not the leading clergymen of America. The interior with all its fanaticism and thirst for notoriety was bound to say that I was the public favorite. I cut a few lines from that magazine also. V. Chronology. Addressee. 8. New York. April 9, 1894. Dear Alasinga. I got your last letter a few days ago. You see, I am so very busy here, and have to write so many letters every day, that you cannot expect frequent communications from me. But I try my best to keep you in touch with whatever is going on here. I will write to Chicago for one of the books on the Parliament of Religions to be sent over to you. But by this time you have got 2 of my short speeches. Secretary Sahib writes me that I must come back to India, because that is my field. No doubt of that. But my brother, we are to light a torch which will shed a luster over all India. So let us not be in a hurry, everything will come by the grace of the Lord. I have lectured in many of the big towns of America, and have got enough to pay my passage back after paying the awful expenses here. I have made a good many friends here, some of them very influential. Of course, the orthodox clergymen are against me, and seeing that it is not easy to grapple with me, they try to hinder, abuse, and vilify me in every way, and Mazumdar has come to their help. He must have gone mad with jealousy. He has told them that I was a big fraud, and a rogue. And again in Calcutta he is telling them that I am leading a most sinful life in America, specially unchanged est. Lord bless him. My brother, no good thing can be done without obstruction. It is only those who persevere to the end that succeed. I believe that the Satya Yuga, golden age, will come when there will be one caste, one Veda, and peace and harmony. This idea of Satya Yuga is what would revivify India. Believe it? One thing is to be done if you can do it. Can you convene a big meeting in Madras, getting Ramad or any such big fellow as the president, and pass a resolution of your entire satisfaction at my representation of Hinduism here, and send it to the Chicago Herald, Inter-Ocean, and the New York Sun, and the Commercial Advertiser of Detroit, Michigan. Chicago is in Illinois. New York Sun requires no particulars. Detroit is in the state of Michigan. Send copies to Dr. Barrows, Chairman of the Parliament of Religions, Chicago. I have forgotten his number, but the street is Indiana Avenue. One copy to Mrs. J. J. Bagley of Detroit, Washington Ave. Try to make this meeting as big as possible. Get hold of all the big bugs who must join it for their religion and country. Try to get a letter from the Mysore Maharaja and the Diwan approving the meeting and its purpose, so of Khetri, in fact, as big and noisy a crowd as you can. The resolution would be of such a nature that the Hindu community of Madras, who sent me over, expressing its entire satisfaction in my work here, etc. Now try if it is possible. This is not much work. Get also letters of sympathy from all parts you can and print them and send copies to the American papers as quickly as you can. That will go a long way, my brethren. The BS fellows here are trying to talk all sorts of nonsense. We must stop their mouths as fast as we can. Up, boys, and put yourselves to the task. If you can do that, I am sure we will be able to do much in future. Old Hinduism forever. Down with all liars and rogues. Up, up, my boys, we are sure to win. As to publishing my letters, Such parts as ought to be published may be published for our friends till I come. When once we begin to work, we shall have a tremendous boom, but I do not want to talk without working. I do not know, but G.C. Ghosh and Mr. Mitra of Calcutta can get up all the sympathizers of my late Gurudeva to do the same in Calcutta. If they can, so much the better. Ask them, if they can, to pass the same resolutions in Calcutta. There are thousands in Calcutta who sympathize with our movement. However, I have more faith in you than in them. Nothing more to write. Convey my greetings to all our friends for whom I am always praying. Yours with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 9. USA. May 20, 1894. My dear Sharad, Saradananda. I am in receipt of your letter and am glad to learn that Shashi, Ramakrishnananda, is all right. Now I tell you a curious fact. Whenever any one of you is sick, let him himself or any one of you visualize him in your mind, and mentally say and strongly imagine that he is all right. That will cure him quickly. You can do it even without his knowledge, and even with thousands of miles between you. Remember it and do not be ill anymore. You have received the money by this time. If you all like, you can give to Gopal Rs 300/ from the amount I sent for the math. I have no more to send now. I have to look after Madras now. I cannot understand why Sanyal is so miserable on account of his daughter's marriage. After all, he is going to drag his daughters through the dirty samsara world, which he himself wants to escape. I can have but one opinion of that condemnation. I hate the very name of marriage, in regard to a boy or a girl. Do you mean to say that I have to help in putting someone into bondage, you fool? If my brother Mahin marries, I will throw him off. I am very decided about that. Yours in love. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. X. Chicago. May 28, 1894. Dear Alas Inga. I could not reply to your note earlier, because I was whirling to and fro from New York to Boston, and also I awaited Narasimha's letter. I do not know when I am going back to India. It is better to leave everything in the hands of him who is at my back directing me. Try to work without me, as if I never existed. Do not wait for anybody or anything. Do whatever you can. Build your hope on none. Before writing about myself, I will tell you about Narasimha. He has proved a complete failure. However, he wrote to me for help in the last stage, and I will try to help him as much as is in my power. Meanwhile, you tell his people to send money as soon as they can for him to go over. He is in distress. Of course, I will see that he does not starve. I have done a good deal of lecturing here. The expenses here are terrible, money has to fly, although I have been almost always taken care of everywhere by the nicest and the highest families. I do not know whether I shall go away this summer or not. Most probably not. In the meantime, try to organize and push on our plans. Believe you can do everything. Know that the Lord is with us, and so, onward, brave souls. I have had enough appreciation in my own country. Appreciation or no appreciation, sleep not, slacken not. You must remember that not a bit even of our plans has been as yet carried out. Act on the educated young men, bring them together, and organize them. Great things can be done by great sacrifices only. No selfishness, no name, no fame, yours or mine, nor my master's even. Work, work the idea, the plan, my boys, my brave, noble, good souls, to the will put your shoulders. Stop not to look back for name or fame or any such nonsense. Throw self overboard and work. Remember, the grass when made into a rope by being joined together can even chain a mad elephant. The Lord's blessings on you all. His power be in you all, as I believe it is already. Wake up, stop not until the goal is reached, say the Vedas. Up, up, the long night is passing, the day is approaching, the wave has risen, nothing will be able to resist its tidal fury. The Spirit, my boys, the Spirit, the love, my children, the love, the faith, the belief, and fear not. The greatest sin is fear. My blessings on all. Tell all the noble souls in Madras who have helped our cause that I send them my eternal love and gratitude, but I beg of them not to slacken. Throw the idea broadcast. Do not be proud, do not insist upon anything dogmatic, do not go against anything. Ours is to put chemicals together, the Lord knows how and when the crystal will form. Above all, be not inflated with my success or yours. Great works are to be done. What is this small success in comparison with what is to come? Believe, believe, the decree has gone forth, the fiat of the Lord has gone forth. India must rise, the masses and the poor are to be made happy. Rejoice that you are the chosen instruments in His hands. The flood of spirituality has risen. I see it is rolling over the land, resistless, boundless, all-absorbing. Every man to the fore, every good will be added to its forces, every hand will smooth its way, and glory be unto the Lord. I do not require any help. Try to get up a fund, buy some magic lanterns, maps, globes, etc., and some chemicals. Get every evening a crowd of the poor and low, even the pariahs, and lecture to them about religion first, and then teach them through the magic lantern and other things, astronomy, geography, etc., in the dialect of the people. Train up a band of fiery young men. Put your fire in them and gradually increase the organization, letting it widen and widen its circle. Do the best you can, do not wait to cross the river when the water has all run down. Printing magazines, papers, etc., are good, no doubt, but actual work, my boys, even if infinitesimal, is better than eternal scribbling and talking. Call a meeting at Bhattacharya's. Get a little money and buy those things I have just now stated, hire a hut, and go to work. Magazines are secondary, but this is primary. You must have a hold on the masses. Do not be afraid of a small beginning, great things come afterwards. Be courageous. Do not try to lead your brethren, but serve them. The brutal mania for leading has sunk many a great ship in the waters of life. Take care especially of that, i.e., be unselfish even unto death, and work. I could not write all I was going to say, but the Lord will give you all understanding, my brave boys. At it, my boys. Glory unto the Lord. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 11. USA. July 11, 1894. Dear Alasinga. You must never write to me anywhere else but 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. Your last letter has traveled the whole country to come to me, and this was only because I am so well known. Some of the resolutions are to be sent to Dr. Barrows with a letter thanking him for his kindness to me and asking him to publish the letter in some American newspapers, as that would be the best refutation of the false charges of the missionaries that I do not represent anybody. Learn business, my boy. We will do great things yet. Last year I only sowed the seeds, this year I mean to reap. In the meanwhile, keep up as much enthusiasm as possible in India. Let Kitty go his own way. He will come out all right in time. I have taken his responsibility. He has a perfect right to his own opinion. Make him write for the paper, that will keep him in good temper. My blessings on him. Start the journal and I will send you articles from time to time. You must send a paper and a letter to Professor J. H. Wright of Harvard University, Boston, thanking him as having been the first man who stood as my friend and asking him to publish it in the papers, thus giving the lie to the missionaries. In the Detroit lecture I got $900, i.e. 2,700 rupees. In other lectures, I earned in one, $2,500, i.e. 7,500 rupees in 1 hour, but got only $200. I was cheated by a roguish lecture bureau. I have given them up. I spent a good deal here, only about $3,000 remains. I shall have to print much matter next year. I am going regularly to work. The sheer power of the will do everything. You must organize a society which should regularly meet, and write to me about it as often as you can. In fact, get up as much enthusiasm as you can. Only, beware of falsehood. Go to work, my boys, the fire will come to you. The faculty of organization is entirely absent in our nature, but this has to be infused. The great secret is absence of jealousy. Be always ready to concede to the opinions of your brethren, and try always to conciliate. That is the whole secret. Fight on bravely. Life is short. Give it up to a great cause. Why do you not write anything about Narasimha? He is almost starving. I gave him something. Then he went over to somewhere, I do not know where, and does not write. Akshya is a good boy. I like him very much. No use quarreling with the Theosophists. Do not go and tell them all I write to you. Theosophists are our pioneers, do you know? Now Judge is a Hindu and Colonel a Buddhist, and Judge is the ablest man here. Now tell the Hindu Theosophists to support Judge. Even if you can write Judge a letter, thanking him as a co-religionist and for his labors in presenting Hinduism before Americans, that will do his heart much good. We must not join any sect, but we must sympathize and work with each. Work, conquer all by your love. Try to expand. Remember the only sign of life is motion and growth. You must send the past resolution to Dr. J. H. Barrows, Dr. Paul Karras, Senator Palmer, Mrs. J. J. Bagley. It must come officially. I write this because I do not think you know the ways of foreign nations. Keep on steadily. So far we have done wonderful things. Onward, brave souls, we will gain. Organize and found societies and go to work, that is the only way. At this time of the year there is not much lecturing to be done here, so I will devote myself to my pen and write. I shall be hard at work all the time, and then, when the cold weather comes and people return to their homes, I shall begin lecturing again and at the same time organize societies. My love and blessings to you all. I never forget anybody, though I do not write often. Then again, I am now, continuously traveling, and letters have to be redirected from one place to another. Work hard. Be holy and pure and the fire will come. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 12. Annisquam. August 20th, 1894. Dear Sister, Isabel McKinley. Your very kind letter duly reached me at Annisquam. I am with the Bagleys once more. They are kind as usual. Professor Wright was not here. But he came day before yesterday and we have very nice time together. Mr. Bradley of Evanston, whom you have met at Evanston, was here. His sister-in-law had me sit for a picture several days and had painted me. I had some very fine boating and one evening overturned the boat and had a good drenching clothes and all. I had very nice time at Greenacre. They were all so earnest and kind people. Fanny Hartley and Mrs. Mills have by this time gone back home I suppose. From here I think I will go back to New York. Or I may go to Boston to Mrs. Old Bull. Perhaps you have heard of Mr. Old Bull, the great violinist of this country. She is his widow. She is a very spiritual lady. She lives in Cambridge and has a fine big parlor made of woodwork brought all the way from India. She wants me to come over to her any time and use her parlor to lecture. Boston of course is the great field for everything, but the Boston people as quickly take hold of anything as give it up, while the New Yorkers are slow, but when they get hold of anything they do it with a mortal grip. I have kept pretty good health all the time and hope to do in the future. I had no occasion yet to draw on my reserve, yet I am rolling on pretty fair. And I have given up all money-making schemes and will be quite satisfied with a bite and a shed and work on. I believe you are enjoying your summer retreat. Kindly convey my best regards and love to Miss Howe and Mr. Frank Howe. Perhaps I did not tell you in my last how I slept and lived and preached under the trees and for a few days at least found myself once more in the atmosphere of heaven. Most probably I will make New York my center for the next winter, and as soon as I fix on that, I will write to you. I am not yet settled in my ideas of remaining in this country any more. I cannot settle anything of that sort. I must bide my time. May the Lord bless you all forever and ever is the constant prayer of your ever affectionate brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 13. USA. August 31, 1894. Dear Alasinga. I just now saw an editorial on me about the circular from Madras in the Boston Transcript. Nothing has reached me yet. They will reach me soon if you have sent them already. So far you have done wonderfully, my boy. Do not mind what I write in some moments of nervousness. One gets nervous sometimes alone in a country 15,000 miles from home, having to fight every inch of ground with orthodox inimical Christians. You must take those into consideration, my brave boy, and work right along. Perhaps you have heard from Bhattacharya that I received a beautiful letter from Gigi. His address was scrawled in such a fashion as to become perfectly illegible to me. So I could not reply to him direct. But I have done all that he desired. I have sent over my photograph and written to the Raja of Mysore. Now I have sent a phonograph to Khetri Raja. Now send always Indian newspapers about me to me over here. I want to read them in the papers themselves, do you know? Now lastly, you must write to me all about Mr. Charuchandra who has been so kind to me. Give him my heartfelt thanks, but, between you and me, I unfortunately do not remember him. Would you give me particulars? The Theosophists here now like me, but they are 650 in all. There are the Christian Scientists. All of them like me. They are about 1 million. I work with both, but join none, and will with the Lord's grace with them both after the true fashion, for they are after all mumbling half-realized truth. Narasimha, perhaps, by the time this reaches you, will get the money etc. I have received a letter from Cat, but it requires a book to answer all his queries. So I send him my blessings through you and ask you to remind him that we agree to differ and see the harmony of contrary points. So it does not matter what he believes in, he must act. Give my love to Balaji, Gigi, Kitty, Doctor, and to all our friends and all the great and patriotic souls, who were brave and noble enough to sink their differences for their country's cause. With a magazine or journal or organ you become the secretary thereof. You calculate the cost of starting the magazine and the work, how much the least is necessary to start it, and then write to me giving name and address of the society, and I will send you money myself, and not only that, I will get others in America to subscribe annually to it liberally. So ask them of Calcutta to do the same. Give me Dharmapala's address. He is a great and good man. He will work wonderfully with us. Now organize a little society. You will have to take charge of the whole movement, not as a leader, but as a servant. Do you know, the least show of leading destroys everything by rousing jealousy? Accede to everything. Only try to retain all of my friends together. Do you see? And work slowly up. Let Gigi and others, who have no immediate necessity for earning something, do as they are doing, i.e. casting the idea broadcast. Gigi is doing well at Mysore. That is the way. Mysore will be in time a great stronghold. I am now going to write my mems in a book and next winter will go about this country organizing societies here. This is a great field of work, and everything done here prepares England. So far you have done very well indeed, my brave boy. All strength shall be given to you. I have now 9,000 rupees with me, part of which I will send over to you for the organization, and I will get many people to send money to you in Madras yearly, half-yearly, or monthly. You now start a society and a journal and the necessary apparatus. This must be a secret amongst only a few, but at the same time try to collect funds from Mysore and elsewhere to build a temple in Madras which should have a library and some rooms for the office and the preachers who should be sannyasins, and for virajas, men of renunciation, who may chance to come. Thus we shall progress inch by inch. This is a great field for my work, and everything done here prepares the way for my coming work in England. You know the greatest difficulty with me is to keep or even to touch money. It is disgusting and debasing. So you must organize a society to take charge of the practical and pecuniary part of it. I have friends here who take care of all my monetary concerns. Do you see? It will be a wonderful relief to me to get rid of horrid money affairs. So the sooner you organize yourselves and you be ready as secretary and treasurer to enter into direct communication with my friends and sympathizers here, the better for you and me. Do that quickly, and write to me. Give the society a non-sectarian name. Do you write to my brethren at the Math to organize in a similar fashion? Great things are in store for you, alas Inga. Or if you think proper, you get some of the big folks to be named as office bearers of the society, while you work in the real sense. Their name will be a great thing. If your duties are too severe and do not let you have any time, let Gigi do the business part, and by I hope to make you independent of your college work so that you may, without starving yourself and family, devote your whole soul to the work. So work, my boys, work. The rough part of the work has been smooth-handed and rounded, now it will roll on better and better every year. And if you can simply keep it going well until I come to India, the work will progress by leaps and bounds. Rejoice that you have done so much. When you feel gloomy, think what has been done within the last year. How, rising from nothing, we have the eyes of the world fixed upon us now. Not only India, but the world outside, is expecting great things of us. Missionaries or foolish officials, none will be able to resist truth and love and sincerity. Are you sincere? Unselfish even unto death? And loving? Then fear not, not even death. Onward, my lads. The whole world requires light. It is expectant. India alone has that light, not in magic, mummery, and charlatanism, but in the teaching of the glories of the spirit of real religion, of the highest spiritual truth. That is why the Lord has preserved the race through all its vicissitudes unto the present day. Now the time has come. Have faith that you are all, my brave lads, born to do great things. Let not the barks of puppies frighten you, no, not even the thunderbolts of heaven, but stand up and work. Ever yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 18. USA. September 29, 1894. Dear alas Inga. You all have done well, my brave unselfish children. I am so proud of you. Hope and do not despair. After such a start, if you despair you are a fool. Our field is India, and the value of foreign appreciation is in rousing India up. That is all. We must have a strong base from which to spread. Do not for a moment quail. Everything will come all right. It is will that moves the world. You need not be sorry, my son, on account of the young men becoming Christians. What else can they be under the existing social bondages, especially in Madras? Liberty is the first condition of growth. Your ancestors gave every liberty to the soul, and religion grew. They put the body under every bondage, and society did not grow. The opposite is the case in the West, every liberty to society, none to religion. Now are falling off the shackles from the feet of Eastern society as from those of Western religion. Each again will have its type, the religious or introspective in India, the scientific or outseeing in the West. The West wants every bit of spirituality through social improvement. The East wants every bit of social power through spirituality. Thus it was that the modern reformers saw no way to reform but by first crushing out the religion of India. They tried, and they failed. Why? Because few of them ever studied their own religion, and not one ever underwent the training necessary to understand the mother of all religions. I claim that no destruction of religion is necessary to improve the Hindu society, and that this state of society exists not on account of religion, but because religion has not been applied to society as it should have been. This I am ready to prove from our old books, every word of it. This is what I teach, and this is what we must struggle all our lives to carry out. But it will take time, a long time to study. Have patience and work. Save yourself by yourself. Yours etc. Vivekananda. P.S. The present Hindu society is organized only for spiritual men, and hopelessly crushes out everybody else. Why? Where shall they go who want to enjoy the world a little with its frivolities? Just as our religion takes in all, so should our society. This is to be worked out by first understanding the true principles of our religion and then applying them to society. This is the slow but sure work to be done. V. Chronology. 19. Washington. October 23, 1894. Dear Viamia Chand Limdi. I am going on very well in this country. By this time I have become one of their own teachers. They all like me and my teachings. I travel all over the country from one place to another, as was my habit in India, preaching and teaching. Thousands and thousands have listened to me and taken my ideas in a very kindly spirit. It is the most expensive country, but the Lord provides for me everywhere I go. With my love to you and all my friends there, Limdi, Rajputana. Yours. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XX. Washington. C/OMRST Totten. 1708 W.I. Street. 26th. October, 1894. Dear Sister, Isabel McKinley. Excuse my long silence, but I have been regularly writing to Mother Church. I am sure you are all enjoying this nice cool weather. I am enjoying Baltimore and Washington very much. I will go hence to Philadelphia. I thought Miss Mary was in Philadelphia, and so I wanted her address. But as she is in some other place near Philadelphia, I do not want to give her the trouble to come up to see me, as Mother Church says. The lady with whom I am staying is Mrs. Totten, a niece of Miss Howe. I will be her guest more than a week yet, so you may write to me to her care. I intend going over to England this winter somewhere in January or February. A lady from London with whom one of my friends is staying has sent an invitation to me to go over as her guest, and from India they are urging me every day to come back. How did you like Batu in the cartoon? Do not show it to anybody. It is too bad of our people to caricature Batu that way. I long ever so much to hear from you, but take a little more care to make your letter just a bit more distinct. Do not be angry for the suggestion. Your ever-loving brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXI. Washington. October 27, 1894. Blessed and beloved, alas Inga Parimal. By this time you must have received my other letters. You must excuse me for certain harshness of tone sometimes, and you know full well how I love you. You have asked me often to send over to you all about my movements in this country and all my lecture reports. I am doing exactly here what I used to do in India. Always depending on the Lord and making no plans ahead. Moreover, you must remember that I have to work incessantly in this country, and that I have no time to put together my thoughts in the form of a book, so much so, that this constant rush has worn my nerves, and I am feeling it. I cannot express my obligation to you, Gigi, and all my friends in Madras, for the most unselfish and heroic work you did for me. But it was not at all meant to blazon me, but to make you conscious of your own strength. I am not an organizer, my nature tends towards scholarship and meditation. I think I have worked enough, now I want rest and to teach a little to those that have come to me from my Guru Deva, Venerable Guru. You have known now what you can do, For it is really you, young men of Madras, that have done all. I am only the figurehead. I am a tyagi, detached, monk. I only want one thing. I do not believe in a god or religion which cannot wipe the widow's tears or bring a piece of bread to the orphan's mouth. However sublime be the theories, however well spun may be the philosophy, I do not call it religion so long as it is confined to books and dogmas. The eye is in the forehead and not in the back. Move onward and carry into practice that which you are very proud to call your religion, and God bless you. Look not at me, look to yourselves. I am happy to have been the occasion of rousing an enthusiasm. Take advantage of it, float along with it, and everything will come right. Love never fails, my son, today or tomorrow or ages after, truth will conquer. Love shall win the victory. Do you love your fellow man? Where should you go to seek for God? Are not all the poor, the miserable, the weak, gods? Why not worship them first? Why go to dig a well on the shores of the Ganga? Believe in the omnipotent power of love. Who cares for these tinsel puffs of name? I never keep watch of what the newspapers are saying. Have you love? You are omnipotent. Are you perfectly unselfish? If so, you are irresistible. It is character that pays everywhere. It is the Lord who protects his children in the depths of the sea. Your country requires heroes, be heroes. God bless you. Everybody wants me to come over to India. They think we shall be able to do more if I come over. They are mistaken, my friend. The present enthusiasm is only a little patriotism, it means nothing. If it is true and genuine, you will find in a short time hundreds of heroes coming forward and carrying on the work. Therefore know that you have really done all, and go on. Look not for me. Akshay Kumar Ghosh is in London. He sent a beautiful invitation from London to come to Miss Muller's. And I hope I am going in January or February next. Bhattacharya writes me to come over. Here is a grand field. What have I to do with this ism or that ism? I am the servant of the Lord, and where on earth is there a better field than here for propagating all high ideas? Here, where if one man is against me, 100 hands are ready to help me, here, where man feels for man, weeps for his fellow men and women are goddesses. Even idiots may stand up to hear themselves praised, and cowards assume the attitude of the brave when everything is sure to turn out well, but the true hero works in silence. How many Buddhas die before one finds expression? My son, I believe in God, and I believe in man. I believe in helping the miserable. I believe in going even to hell to save others. Talk of the Westerners. They have given me food, shelter, friendship, protection, even the most orthodox Christians. What do our people do when any of their priests go to India? You do not touch them even, they are mlechchas. No man, no nation, my son, can hate others and live. India's doom was sealed the very day they invented the word mlechcha and stopped from communion with others. Take care how you foster that idea. It is good to talk glibly about the Vedanta, but how hard to carry out even its least precepts. Ever yours with blessings. Vivekananda. P.S. Take care of these two things: love of power and jealousy. Cultivate always faith in yourself. Me 5/epistles, first series /rightward arrow. Chronology. Addressee. 17. USA. September 27, 1894. Dear Alasinga. One thing I find in the books of my speeches and sayings published in Calcutta. Some of them are printed in such a way as to savor of political views, whereas I am no politician or political agitator. I care only for the spirit. When that is right, everything will be righted by itself. So you must warn the Calcutta people that no political significance be ever attached falsely to any of my writings or sayings. What nonsense! I heard that Rev. Kalicharan Banerjee in a lecture to Christian missionaries said that I was a political delegate. If it was said publicly, then publicly ask the Baba for me to write to any of the Calcutta papers and prove it, or else take back his foolish assertion. This is their trick. I have said a few harsh words in honest criticism of Christian governments in general, but that does not mean that I care for, or have any connection with politics or that sort of thing. Those who think it very grand to print extracts from those lectures and want to prove that I am a political preacher, to them I say, save me from my friends. Tell my friends that a uniform silence is all my answer to my detractors. If I give them tit for tat, it would bring us down to a level with them. Tell them that truth will take care of itself, and that they are not to fight anybody for me. They have much to learn yet, and they are only children. They are still full of foolish golden dreams, mere boys. This nonsense of public life and newspaper blaswanning has disgusted me thoroughly. I long to go back to the Himalayan quiet. Ever yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 18. USA. September 29, 1894. Dear Alasinga. You all have done well, my brave unselfish children. I am so proud of you. Hope and do not despair. After such a start, if you despair you are a fool. Our field is India, and the value of foreign appreciation is in rousing India up. That is all. We must have a strong base from which to spread. Do not for a moment quail. Everything will come all right. It is will that moves the world. You need not be sorry, my son, on account of the young men becoming Christians. What else can they be under the existing social bondages, especially in Madras? Liberty is the first condition of growth. Your ancestors gave every liberty to the soul, and religion grew. They put the body under every bondage, and society did not grow. The opposite is the case in the West, every liberty to society, none to religion. Now are falling off the shackles from the feet of Eastern society as from those of Western religion. Each again will have its type, the religious or introspective in India, the scientific or outseeing in the West. The West wants every bit of spirituality through social improvement. The East wants every bit of social power through spirituality. Thus it was that the modern reformers saw no way to reform but by first crushing out the religion of India. They tried, and they failed. Why? Because few of them ever studied their own religion, and not one ever underwent the training necessary to understand the mother of all religions. I claim that no destruction of religion is necessary to improve the Hindu society, and that this state of society exists not on account of religion, but because religion has not been applied to society as it should have been. This I am ready to prove from our old books, every word of it. This is what I teach, and this is what we must struggle all our lives to carry out. But it will take time, a long time to study. Have patience and work. Save yourself by yourself. Yours etc. Vivekananda. P.S. The present Hindu society is organized only for spiritual men, and hopelessly crushes out everybody else. Why? Where shall they go who want to enjoy the world a little with its frivolities? Just as our religion takes in all, so should our society. This is to be worked out by first understanding the true principles of our religion and then applying them to society. This is the slow but sure work to be done. V. Chronology. 19. Washington. October 23, 1894. Dear Viamia Chand Limdi. I am going on very well in this country. By this time I have become one of their own teachers. They all like me and my teachings. I travel all over the country from one place to another, as was my habit in India, preaching and teaching. Thousands and thousands have listened to me and taken my ideas in a very kindly spirit. It is the most expensive country, but the Lord provides for me everywhere I go. With my love to you and all my friends there, Limdi, Rajputana. Yours. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XX. Washington. C/OMRST Totten. 1708 WI Street. 26th October, 1894. Dear Sister, Isabel McKinley. Excuse my long silence, but I have been regularly writing to Mother Church. I am sure you are all enjoying this nice cool weather. I am enjoying Baltimore and Washington very much. I will go hence to Philadelphia. I thought Miss Mary was in Philadelphia, and so I wanted her address. But as she is in some other place near Philadelphia, I do not want to give her the trouble to come up to see me, as Mother Church says. The lady with whom I am staying is Mrs. Totten, a niece of Miss Howe. I will be her guest more than a week yet, so you may write to me to her care. I intend going over to England this winter somewhere in January or February. A lady from London with whom one of my friends is staying has sent an invitation to me to go over as her guest, and from India they are urging me every day to come back. How did you like Batu in the cartoon? Do not show it to anybody. It is too bad of our people to caricature Batu that way. I long ever so much to hear from you, but take a little more care to make your letter just a bit more distinct. Do not be angry for the suggestion. Your ever-loving brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: XXI. Washington. October 27, 1894. Blessed and beloved, alas Inga Perumal. By this time you must have received my other letters. You must excuse me for certain harshness of tone sometimes, and you know full well how I love you. You have asked me often to send over to you all about my movements in this country and all my lecture reports. I am doing exactly here what I used to do in India. Always depending on the Lord and making no plans ahead. Moreover, you must remember that I have to work incessantly in this country, and that I have no time to put together my thoughts in the form of a book, so much so, that this constant rush has worn my nerves, and I am feeling it. I cannot express my obligation to you, Gigi, and all my friends in Madras, for the most unselfish and heroic work you did for me. But it was not at all meant to blazon me, but to make you conscious of your own strength. I am not an organizer, my nature tends towards scholarship and meditation. I think I have worked enough, now I want rest and to teach a little to those that have come to me from my Gurudeva, Venerable Guru. You have known now what you can do, for it is really you, young men of Madras, that have done all, I am only the figurehead. I am a Tyagi, detached, monk. I only want one thing. I do not believe in a god or religion which cannot wipe the widow's tears or bring a piece of bread to the orphan's mouth. However sublime be the theories, however well spun may be the philosophy, I do not call it religion so long as it is confined to books and dogmas. The eye is in the forehead and not in the back. Move onward and carry into practice that which you are very proud to call your religion, and God bless you. Look not at me, look to yourselves. I am happy to have been the occasion of rousing an enthusiasm. Take advantage of it, float along with it, and everything will come right. Love never fails, my son, today or tomorrow or ages after, truth will conquer. Love shall win the victory. Do you love your fellow men? Where should you go to seek for God? Are not all the poor, the miserable, the weak, gods? Why not worship them first? Why go to dig a well on the shores of the Ganga? Believe in the omnipotent power of love. Who cares for these tinsel puffs of name? I never keep watch of what the newspapers are saying. Have you love? You are omnipotent. Are you perfectly unselfish? If so, you are irresistible. It is character that pays everywhere. It is the Lord who protects his children in the depths of the sea. Your country requires heroes, be heroes. God bless you. Everybody wants me to come over to India. They think we shall be able to do more if I come over. They are mistaken, my friend. The present enthusiasm is only a little patriotism, it means nothing. If it is true and genuine, you will find in a short time hundreds of heroes coming forward and carrying on the work. Therefore know that you have really done all, and go on. Look not for me. Akshay Kumar Ghosh is in London. He sent a beautiful invitation from London to come to Miss Muller's. And I hope I am going in January or February next. Bhattacharya writes me to come over. Here is a grand field. What have I to do with this ism or that ism? I am the servant of the Lord, and where on earth is there a better field than here for propagating all high ideas? Here, where if one man is against me, 100 hands are ready to help me, here, where man feels for man, weeps for his fellow men and women are goddesses. Even idiots may stand up to hear themselves praised, and cowards assume the attitude of the brave when everything is sure to turn out well, but the true hero works in silence. How many Buddhas die before one finds expression? My son, I believe in God, and I believe in man. I believe in helping the miserable. I believe in going even to hell to save others. Talk of the Westerners. They have given me food, shelter, friendship, protection, even the most orthodox Christians. What do our people do when any of their priests go to India? You do not touch them even, they are mlechchas. No man, no nation, my son, can hate others and live. India's doom was sealed the very day they invented the word mlechcha and stopped from communion with others. Take care how you foster that idea. It is good to talk glibly about the Vedanta, but how hard to carry out even its least precepts. Ever yours with blessings. Vivekananda. P.S. Take care of these two things: love of power and jealousy. Cultivate always faith in yourself. Chronology. Addressee. XXII. USA. November 30th, 1894. Dear Alasinga, I am glad to learn that the phonograph and the letter have reached you safely. You need not send any more newspaper cuttings. I have been deluged with them. Enough of that. Now go to work for the organization. I have started one already in New York and the vice president will soon write to you. Keep correspondence with them. Soon I hope to get up a few in other places. We must organize our forces not to make a sect, not on religious matters, but on the secular business part of it. A stirring propaganda must be launched out. Put your heads together and organize. What nonsense about the miracle of Ramankrishna? Miracles I do not know nor understand. Had Ramankrishna nothing to do in the world but turning wine into the Gupta's medicine? Lord save me from such Calcutta people. What materials to work with. If they can write a real life of Sri Ramankrishna with the idea of showing what he came to do and teach, let them do it, otherwise let them not distort his life and sayings. These people want to know God who see in Sri Ramankrishna nothing but jugglery. Now let Kitty translate his love, his knowledge, his teachings, his eclecticism, etc. This is the theme. The life of Sri Ramankrishna was an extraordinary searchlight under whose illumination one is able to really understand the whole scope of Hindu religion. He was the object lesson of all the theoretical knowledge given in the Shastras, scriptures. He showed by his life what the rishis and avatars really wanted to teach. The books were theories, he was the realization. This man had in 51 years lived the 5,000 years of national spiritual life and so raised himself to be an object lesson for future generations. The Vedas can only be explained and the Shastras reconciled by his theory Kaphavastha, or stages that we must not only tolerate others, but positively embrace them, and that truth is the basis of all religions. Now on these lines a most impressive and beautiful life can be written. Well, everything in good time. Avoid all irregular indecent expressions about sex etc. Because other nations think it the height of indecency to mention such things, and his life in English is going to be read by the whole world. I read a Bengali life sent over. It is full of such words. So take care. Carefully avoid such words and expressions. The Calcutta friends have not a cent worth of ability, but they have their assertions of individuality. They are too high to listen to advice. I do not know what to do with these wonderful gentlemen. I have not got much hope in that quarter. His will be done. I am simply ashamed of the Bengali book. The writer perhaps thought he was a frank recorder of truth and keeping the very language of Paramahansa. But he does not remember that Ramakrishna would never use that language before ladies. And this man expects his work to be read by men and women alike. Lord, save me from fools. They, again, have their own freaks, they all knew him. Bosh and rot. Beggars taking upon themselves the air of kings. Fools thinking they are all wise. Puny slaves thinking that they are masters. That is their condition. I do not know what to do. Lord save me. I have all hope in Madras. Push on with your work, do not be governed by the Calcutta people. Keep them in good humor in the hope that some one of them may turn good. But push on with your work independently. Many come to sit at dinner when it is cooked. Take care and work on. Yours ever with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXIII. USA. November 30, 1894. Dear Kidi. As to the wonderful stories published about Sri Ramakrishna, I advise you to keep clear of them and the fools who write them. They are true, but the fools will make a mess of the whole thing, I am sure. He had a whole world of knowledge to teach, why insist upon unnecessary things as miracles really are? They do not prove anything. Matter does not prove spirit. What connection is there between the existence of God, soul, or immortality, and the working of miracles? Preach Sri Ramakrishna. Pass the cup that has satisfied your thirst. Preach Bhakti. Do not disturb your head with metaphysical nonsense, and do not disturb others by your bigotry. Yours ever with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXIV. USA. December 26, 1894. Blessed and beloved, alas Inga Perumal. In reference to me every now and then attacks are made in missionary papers, so I hear, but I never care to see them. If you send any of those made in India, I should throw them into the waste paper basket. A little agitation was necessary for our work. We have had enough. Pay no more attention to what people say about me, whether good or bad. You go on with your work and remember that never one meets with evil who tries to do good. Gita, 640. Every day the people here are appreciating me. And between you and me, I am more of an influence here than you dream of. Everything must proceed slowly. I have written to you before, and I write again, that I shall not pay heed to any criticism or praise in the newspapers. They are consigned to the fire. Do you do the same? Pay no attention whatsoever to newspaper nonsense or criticism. Be sincere and do your duty. Everything will come all right. Truth must triumph. Missionary misrepresentations should be beneath our notice. Perfect silence is the best refutation to them, and I wish you to maintain the same. Make Mr. Subramanya Iyer the president of your society. He is one of the sincerest and noblest men I know, and in him intellect and emotion are beautifully blended. Push on in your work, without counting much on me, work on your own account. As for me, I do not know when I shall go back, I am working here and in India as well. With my love to you all. Yours ever with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXV. 541 Dearborn Avenue. Chicago, 1894. Dear Alas Inga. Your letter just to hand. I was mistaken in asking you to publish the scraps I sent you. It was one of my awful mistakes. It shows a moment's weakness. Money can be raised in this country by lecturing for 2 or 3 years. But I have tried a little, and although there is much public appreciation of my work, it is thoroughly ungenial and demoralizing to me. I have read what you say about the Indian papers and their criticisms, which are natural. Jealousy is the central vice of every enslaved race. And it is jealousy and want of combination which cause and perpetuate slavery. You cannot feel the truth of this remark until you come out of India. The secret of Westerners' success is this power of combination, the basis of which is mutual trust and appreciation. The weaker and more cowardly a nation is, so much the more is the sin visible. But, my son, you ought not to expect anything from a slavish race. The case is almost desperate, no doubt, but let me put the case before you all. Can you put life into this dead mass, dead to almost all moral aspiration, dead to all future possibilities, and always ready to spring upon those that would try to do good to them? Can you take the position of a physician who tries to pour medicine down the throat of a kicking and refractory child? An American or a European always supports his countrymen in a foreign country. Let me remind you again, thou hast the right to work but not to the fruits thereof. Stand firm like a rock. Truth always triumphs. Let the children of Sri Ramakrishna be true to themselves and everything will be all right. We may not live to see the outcome, but as sure as we live, it will come sooner or later. What India wants is a new electric fire to stir up a fresh vigor in the national veins. This was ever, and always will be, slow work. Be content to work, and, above all, be true to yourself. Be pure, staunch, and sincere to the very backbone, and everything will be all right. If you have marked anything in the disciples of Sri Ramakrishna, it is this: they are sincere to the backbone. My task will be done, and I shall be quite content to die, if I can bring up and launch 100 such men over India. He, the Lord, knows best. Let ignorant men talk nonsense. We neither seek aid nor avoid it, we are the servants of the Most High. The petty attempts of small men should be beneath our notice. Onward. Upon ages of struggle a character is built. Be not discouraged. One word of truth can never be lost, for ages it may be hidden under rubbish, but it will show itself sooner or later. Truth is indestructible, virtue is indestructible, purity is indestructible. Give me a genuine man, I do not want masses of converts. My son, hold fast. Do not care for anybody to help you. Is not the Lord infinitely greater than all human help? Be holy, trust in the Lord, depend on Him always, and you are on the right track, nothing can prevail against you. Let us pray. Lead, kindly light. A beam will come through the dark, and a hand will be stretched forth to lead us. I always pray for you, you must pray for me. Let each one of us pray day and night for the downtrodden millions in India who are held fast by poverty, priestcraft, and tyranny. Pray day and night for them. I care more to preach religion to them than to the high and the rich. I am no metaphysician, no philosopher, nay, no saint. But I am poor, I love the poor. I see what they call the poor of this country, and how many there are who feel for them. What an immense difference in India! Who feels there for the 200 millions of men and women sunken forever in poverty and ignorance? Where is the way out? Who feels for them? They cannot find light or education. Who will bring the light to them? Who will travel from door to door bringing education to them? Let these people be your God. Think of them, work for them, pray for them incessantly. The Lord will show you the way. Him I call a Mahatman, great soul, whose heart bleeds for the poor, otherwise he is a Duratman, wicked soul. Let us unite our wills in continued prayer for their good. We may die unknown, unpitied, unbewailed, without accomplishing anything, but not one thought will be lost. It will take effect, sooner or later. My heart is too full to express my feeling, you know it, you can imagine it. So long as the millions live in hunger and ignorance, I hold every man a traitor who, having been educated at their expense, pays not the least heed to them. I call those men who strut about in their finery, having got all their money by grinding the poor, wretches, so long as they do not do anything for those 200 millions who are now no better than hungry savages. We are poor, my brothers, We are nobodies, but such have been always the instruments of the Most High. The Lord bless you all. With all love. Vivekananda. Chronology. XXVI. USA. 1894. Dear Dharmapala, I have forgotten your address in Calcutta, so I direct this to the math. I heard about your speeches in Calcutta and how wonderful was the effect produced by them. A certain retired missionary here wrote me a letter addressing me as brother and then hastily went to publish my short answer and make a show. But you know what people here think of such gentlemen. Moreover, the same missionary went privately to some of my friends to ask them not to befriend me. Of course he met with universal contempt. I am quite astonished at this man's behavior, a preacher of religion to take to such underhand dealings. Unfortunately too much of that in every country and in every religion. Last winter I traveled a good deal in this country, although the weather was very severe. I thought it would be dreadful, but I did not find it so after all. You remember Col. Neginson, President of the Free Religious Society. He makes very kind inquiries about you. I met Dr. Carpenter of Oxford, England, the other day. He delivered an address on the ethics of Buddhism at Plymouth. It was very sympathetic and scholarly. He made inquiries about you and your paper. Hope, your noble work will succeed. You are a worthy servant of him who came Bahujana Hitiya Bahujana Sukhaya, for the good of the many, for the happiness of the many. The Christianity that is preached in India is quite different from what one sees here. You will be astonished to hear, Dharmapala, that I have friends in this country amongst the clergy of the Episcopal and even Presbyterian churches, who are as broad, as liberal, and as sincere as you are in your own religion. The real spiritual man is broad everywhere. His love forces him to be so. Those to whom religion is a trade are forced to become narrow and mischievous by their introduction into religion of the competitive, fighting, and selfish methods of the world. Yours ever in brotherly love. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXVII. USA. 1894. Dear Alasinga. Listen to an old story. A lazy tramp sauntering along the road saw an old man sitting at the door of his house and stopped to inquire of him the whereabouts of a certain place. How far is such and such a village? He asked. The old man remained silent. The man repeated his query several times. Still there was no answer. Disgusted at this, the traveler turned to go away. The old man then stood up and said, "The village of is only a mile from here." "What?" said the tramp, "why did you not speak when I asked you before?" "Because then," said the old man, "you seemed so halting and careless about proceeding, but now you are starting off in good earnest, and you have a right to an answer. Will you remember this story, my son? Go to work, the rest will come. Whosoever not trusting in anything else but me, rests on me, I supply him with everything he needs." Gita, 9:22. This is no dream. The work should be in the line of preaching and serving, at the present time. Choose a place of meeting where you can assemble every week, holding a service and reading the Upanishads with the commentaries, and so slowly go on learning and working. Everything will come to you if you put your shoulders to the wheel. Now, go to work. GG's nature is of the emotional type, you have a level head, so work together, plunge in, this is only the beginning. Every nation must save itself. We must not depend upon funds from America for the revival of Hinduism, for that is a delusion. To have a center is a great thing. Try to secure such a place in a large town like Madras, and go on radiating a living force in all directions. Begin slowly. Start with a few lay missionaries, gradually others will come who will devote their whole lives to the work. Do not try to be a ruler. He is the best ruler who can serve well. Be true unto death. The work we want, we do not seek wealth, name, or fame. Be brave. Endeavor to interest the people of Madras in collecting funds for the purpose, and then make a beginning. Be perfectly unselfish and you will be sure to succeed. Without losing the independence in work, show all regards to your superiors. Work in harmony. My children must be ready to jump into fire, if needed, to accomplish their work. Now work, work, work. We will stop and compare notes later on. Have patience, perseverance, and purity. I am writing no book on Hinduism just now. I am simply jotting down my thoughts. I do not know if I shall publish them. What is in books? The world is too full of foolish things already. If you could start a magazine on Vedantic lines, it would further our object. Be positive, do not criticize others. Give your message, teach what you have to teach, and there stop. The Lord knows the rest. Do not send me any more newspapers, as I do not notice the missionary criticisms on myself, and here the public estimation of me is better for that reason. If you are really my children, you will fear nothing, stop at nothing. You will be like lions. We must rouse India and the whole world. No cowardice. I will take no nay. Do you understand? Be true unto death. The secret of this is Guru Bhakti, faith in the Guru unto death. Have you that? I believe with all my heart that you have, and you know that I have confidence in you, so go to work. You must succeed. My prayers and benedictions follow every step you take. Work in harmony. Be patient with everybody. Everyone has my love. I am watching you. Onward. Onward. This is just the beginning. My little work here makes a big echo in India, do you know? So I shall not return there in a hurry. My intention is to do something permanent here, and with that object I am working day by day. I am every day gaining the confidence of the American people. Expand your hearts and hopes, as wide as the world. Study Sanskrit, especially the 3 Bhashyas, commentaries, on the Vedanta. Be ready, for I have many plans for the future. Try to be a magnetic speaker. Electrify the people. Everything will come to you if you have faith. So tell Kitty, in fact, tell all my children there. In time they will do great things at which the world will wonder. Take heart and work. Show me something you have done. Show me a temple, a press, a paper, a home for me. Where shall I come to if you cannot make a home for me in Madras? Electrify people. Raise funds and preach. Be true to your mission. Thus far you promise well, so go on and do better and better still. Do not fight with people, do not antagonize anyone. Why should we mind if Jack and John become Christians? Let them follow whatever religion suits them. Why should you mix in controversies? Bear with the various opinions of everybody. Patience, purity, and perseverance will prevail. Yours, etc. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXVIII. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. January 3, 1895. Dear MRS. Bull. I lectured at Brooklyn last Sunday. Mrs. Higgins gave a little reception the evening I arrived, and some of the prominent members of the Ethical Society, including Dr. Jane Janes, were there. Some of them thought that such Oriental religious subjects will not interest the Brooklyn public. But the lecture, through the blessings of the Lord, proved a tremendous success. About 800 of the elite of Brooklyn were present, and the very gentlemen who thought it would not prove a success are trying for organizing a series in Brooklyn. The New York course for me is nearly ready, but I do not wish to fix the dates until Miss Thursby comes to New York. As such, Miss Phillips, who is a friend of Miss Thursby's and who is arranging the New York course for me, will act with Miss Thursby in case she wants to get up something in New York. I owe much to the Hale family, and I thought to give them a little surprise by dropping in on New Year's Day. I am trying to get a new gown here. The old gown is here, but it is so shrunken by constant washings that it is unfit to wear in public. I am almost confident of finding the exact thing in Chicago. I hope your father is all right by this time. With my love to Miss Farmer, Mr. and Mrs. Gibbons and the rest of the Holy Family, I am ever yours. Affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. I saw Miss Coring at Brooklyn. She was as kind as ever. Give her my love if you write her soon. Chronology. XXIX. Chicago. January 11, 1895. Dear Gigi, Gigi Narasim Hacharier. Your letter just to hand. The Parliament of Religions was organized with the intention of proving the superiority of the Christian religion over other forms of faith, but the philosophic religion of Hinduism was able to maintain its position notwithstanding. Dr. Barrows and the men of that ilk are very orthodox, and I do not look to them for help. The Lord has sent me many friends in this country, and they are always on the increase. The Lord bless those who have tried to injure me. I have been running all the time between Boston and New York, two great centers of this country, of which Boston may be called the brain and New York, the purse. In both, my success is more than ordinary. I am indifferent to the newspaper reports, and you must not expect me to send any of them to you. A little boom was necessary to begin work. We have had more than enough of that. I have written to Mani Iyer, and I have given you my directions already. Now show me what you can do. No foolish talk now, but actual work. The Hindus must back their talk with real work. If they cannot, they do not deserve anything, that is all. America is not going to give you money for your fads. And why should they? As for me, I want to teach the truth. I do not care whether here or elsewhere. In future, do not pay any heed to what people say either for or against you or me. Work on, be lions, and the Lord will bless you. I shall work incessantly until I die, and even after death I shall work for the good of the world. Truth is infinitely more weighty than untruth, so is goodness. If you possess these, they will make their way by sheer gravity. I have no connection with the Theosophists. And Judge will help me pooh. Thousands of the best men do care for me, you know this, and have faith in the Lord. I am slowly exercising an influence in this land greater than all the newspaper blaswanning of me can do. The orthodox feel it, but they cannot help it. It is the force of character, of purity, and of truth of personality. So long as I have these things, you can feel easy, no one will be able to injure a hair of my head. If they try, they will fail, saith the Lord. Enough of books and theories. It is the life that is the highest and the only way to stir the hearts of people. It carries the personal magnetism. The Lord is giving me a deeper and deeper insight every day. Work, work, work. Truce to foolish talk, talk of the Lord. Life is too short to be spent in talking about frauds and cranks. You must always remember that every nation must save itself, so must every man. Do not look to others for help. Through hard work here, I shall be able now and then to send you a little money for your work, but that is all. If you have to look forward to that, better stop work. Know also that this is a grand field for my ideas, and that I do not care whether they are Hindus or Mohammedans or Christians, but those that love the Lord will always command my service. I like to work on calmly and silently, and the Lord is always with me. Follow me, if you will, by being intensely sincere, perfectly unselfish, and, above all, by being perfectly pure. My blessings go with you. In this short life there is no time for the exchange of compliments. We can compare notes and compliment each other to our heart's content after the battle is finished. Now, do not talk, work, work, work. I do not see anything permanent you have done in India. I do not see any center you have made. I do not see any temple or hall you have erected. I do not see anybody joining hands with you. There is too much talk, talk, talk. We are great, we are great. Nonsense. We are imbeciles, that is what we are. This hankering after name and fame and all other humbugs, what are they to me? What do I care about them? I should like to see hundreds coming to the Lord. Where are they? I want them, I want to see them. You must seek them out. You only give me name and fame. Have done with name and fame, to work, my brave men, to work. You have not caught my fire yet, you do not understand me. You run in the old ruts of sloth and enjoyments. Down with all sloth, down with all enjoyments here or hereafter. Plunge into the fire and bring the people towards the Lord. That you may catch my fire, that you may be intensely sincere, that you may die the hero's death on the field of battle is the constant prayer of Vivekananda. P.S. Tell Alasinga, Kitty, Dr. Balaji, and all the others not to pin their faith on what Tom, Dick, and Harry say for or against us, but to concentrate all their energy on work. Chronology. Addressee. XXX. USA. January 12, 1895. Dear Alasinga, I am sorry you still continue to send me pamphlets and newspapers, which I have written you several times not to do. I have no time to peruse them and take notice of them. Please send them no more. I do not care a fig for what the missionaries or the theosophists say about me. Let them do as they please. The very taking notice of them will be to give them importance. Besides, you know, the missionaries only abuse and never argue. Now know once and for all that I do not care for name or fame, or any humbug of that type. I want to preach my ideas for the good of the world. You have done a great work, but so far as it goes, it has only given me name and fame. My life is more precious than spending it in getting the admiration of the world. I have no time for such foolery. What work have you done in the way of advancing the ideas and organizing in India? None, none, none. An organization that will teach the Hindus mutual help and appreciation is absolutely necessary. 5,000 people attended that meeting that was held in Calcutta, and hundreds did the same in other places, to express an appreciation of my work here. Well and good. But if you asked them each to give an anna, would they do it? The whole national character is one of childish dependence. They are all ready to enjoy food if it is brought to their mouth, and even some want it pushed down. You do not deserve to live if you cannot help yourselves. I have given up at present my plan for the education of the masses. It will come by degrees. What I now want is a band of fiery missionaries. We must have a college in Madras to teach comparative religions, Sanskrit, the different schools of Vedanta, and some European languages. We must have a press, and papers printed in English and in the vernaculars. When this is done, then I shall know that you have accomplished something. Let the nation show that they are ready to do. If you cannot do anything of the kind in India, then let me alone. I have a message to give, let me give it to the people who appreciate it and who will work it out. What care I who takes it? He who doth the will of my Father, is my own. My name should not be made prominent, it is my ideas that I want to see realized. The disciples of all the prophets have always inextricably mixed up the ideas of the Master with the person, and at last killed the ideas for the person. The disciples of Sri Ramakrishna must guard against doing the same thing. Work for the idea, not the person. The Lord bless you. Yours ever with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXXI. Brooklyn. January 20, 1895. Written to Mrs. Oldbull, whom Swamiji called Dhiramata, the steady mother, on the occasion of the loss of her father. I had a premonition of your father's giving up the old body, and it is not my custom to write to anyone when a wave of would-be inharmonious Maya strikes him. But these are the great turning points in life, and I know that you are unmoved. The surface of the sea rises and sinks alternately, but to the observant soul, the child of light, each sinking reveals more and more of the depth and of the beds of pearls and coral at the bottom. Coming and going is all pure delusion. The soul never comes nor goes. Where is the place to which it shall go when all space is in the soul? When shall be the time for entering and departing when all time is in the soul? The earth moves, causing the illusion of the movement of the sun, but the sun does not move. So Prakriti, or Maya, or nature, is moving, changing, unfolding veil after veil, turning over leaf after leaf of this grand book while the witnessing soul drinks in knowledge, unmoved, unchanged. All souls that ever have been, are, or shall be, are all in the present tense, and to use a material simile, are all standing at one geometrical point. Because the idea of space does occur in the soul, therefore all that were ours, are ours, and will be ours, are always with us, were always with us, and will be always with us. We are in them. They are in us. Take these cells. Though each separate, they are all nevertheless inseparably joined at AB. There they are one. Each is an individual, yet all are one at the axis AB. None can escape from that axis, and however broken or torn the circumference, yet by standing at the axis, we may enter any one of the chambers. This axis is the Lord. There we are one with Him, all in all, and all in God. The cloud moves across the face of the moon, creating the illusion that the moon is moving. So nature, body, matter moves on, creating the illusion that the soul is moving. Thus we find at last that instinct, or inspiration, which men of every race, whether high or low, have had to feel, viz. The presence of the departed about them, is true intellectually also. Each soul is a star, and all stars are set in that infinite azure, that eternal sky, the Lord. There is the root, the reality, the real individuality of each and all. Religion began with the search after some of these stars that had passed beyond our horizon, and ended in finding them all in God, and ourselves in the same place. The whole secret is, then, that your Father has given up the old garment He was wearing and is standing where He was through all eternity. Will He manifest another such garment in this or any other world? I sincerely pray that He may not, until He does so in full consciousness. I pray that none may be dragged anywhither by the unseen power of His own past actions. I pray that all may be free, that is to say, may know that they are free. And if they are to dream again, let us pray that their dreams be all of peace and bliss. Yours etc. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXXII. 54 West 33rd Street NY. February 1, 1895. Dear Sister, Miss Mary Hale. I just received your beautiful note. Well, sometimes it is a good discipline to be forced to work for work's sake, even to the length of not being allowed to enjoy the fruits of one's labor. I am very glad of your criticisms and am not sorry at all. The other day at Miss Thursby's I had an excited argument with a Presbyterian gentleman, who, as usual, got very hot, angry, and abusive. However, I was afterwards severely reprimanded by Mrs. Bull for this, as such things hinder my work. So, it seems, is your opinion. I am glad you write about it just now, because I have been giving a good deal of thought to it. In the first place, I am not at all sorry for these things perhaps that may disgust you it may. I know full well how good it is for one's worldly prospects to be sweet. I do everything to be sweet, but when it comes to a horrible compromise with the truth within, then I stop. I do not believe in humility. I believe in Samadarshitva, same state of mind with regard to all. The duty of the ordinary man is to obey the commands of his God, society, but the children of light never do so. This is an eternal law. One accommodates himself to surroundings and social opinion and gets all good things from society, the giver of all good to such. The other stands alone and draws society up towards him. The accommodating man finds a path of roses, the non-accommodating, one of thorns. But the worshippers of Vox Populi go to annihilation in a moment, the children of truth live forever. I will compare truth to a corrosive substance of infinite power. It burns its way in wherever it falls in soft substance at once, hard granite slowly, but it must. What is writ is writ. I am so sorry, sister, that I cannot make myself sweet and accommodating to every black falsehood. But I cannot. I have suffered for it all my life. But I cannot. I have essayed and essayed. But I cannot. At last I have given it up. The Lord is great. He will not allow me to become a hypocrite. Now let what is in come out. I have not found a way that will please all, and I cannot but be what I am, true to my own self. Youth and beauty vanish, life and wealth vanish, name and fame vanish, even the mountains crumble into dust. Friendship and love vanish. Truth alone abides. God of truth, be thou alone my guide. I am too old to change now into milk and honey. Allow me to remain as I am. Without fear, without shopkeeping, caring neither for friend nor foe, do thou hold on to truth, sannyasin, and from this moment give up this world and the next and all that are to come, their enjoyments and their vanities. Truth, be thou alone my guide. I have no desire for wealth or name or fame or enjoyments, sister, they are dust unto me. I wanted to help my brethren. I have not the tact to earn money, bless the Lord. What reason is there for me to conform to the vagaries of the world around me and not obey the voice of truth within? The mind is still weak, sister, it sometimes mechanically clutches at earthly help. But I am not afraid. Fear is the greatest sin my religion teaches. The last fight with the Presbyterian priest and the long fight afterwards with Mrs. Bull showed me in a clear light what Manu says to the sannyasin: live alone, walk alone. All friendship, all love, is only limitation. There never was a friendship, especially of women, which was not exacting. O great sages! You were right. One cannot serve the God of truth who leans upon somebody. Be still, my soul. Be alone. And the Lord is with you. Life is nothing. Death is a delusion. All this is not, God alone is. Fear not, my soul. Be alone. Sister, the way is long, the time is short, evening is approaching. I have to go home soon. I have no time to give my manners a finish. I cannot find time to deliver my message. You are good, you are so kind, I will do anything for you, and do not be angry, I see you all are mere children. Dream no more. Oh, dream no more, my soul. In one word, I have a message to give. I have no time to be sweet to the world, and every attempt at sweetness makes me a hypocrite. I will die 1,000 deaths rather than lead a jellyfish existence and yield to every requirement of this foolish world, no matter whether it be my own country or a foreign country. You are mistaken, utterly mistaken, if you think I have a work. As Mrs. Bull thinks, I have no work under or beyond the sun. I have a message, and I will give it after my own fashion. I will neither Hindus my message, nor Christianize it, nor make it any ise in the world. I will only my ise it, and that is all. Liberty, mukti, is all my religion, and everything that tries to curb it, I will avoid by fight or flight. Pooh! I try to pacify the priests. Sister, do not take this amiss. But you are babies, and babies must submit to be taught. You have not yet drunk of that fountain which makes reason unreason, mortal immortal, this world a zero, and of man a god. Come out if you can of this network of foolishness they call this world. Then I will call you indeed brave and free. If you cannot, cheer those that dare dash this false god, society, to the ground and trample on its unmitigated hypocrisy. If you cannot cheer them, pray, be silent, but do not try to drag them down again into the mire with such false nonsense as compromise and becoming nice and sweet. I hate this world, this dream, this horrible nightmare with its churches and chicaneries, its books and blackguardisms, its fair faces and false hearts, its howling righteousness on the surface and utter hollowness beneath, and, above all, its sanctified shopkeeping. What? Measure any soul according to what the bond slaves of the world say? Pooh! Sister, you do not know the sannyasin. He stands on the heads of the Vedas. Say the Vedas, because he is free from churches and sects and religions and prophets and books and all of that ilk. Missionary or no missionary, let them howl and attack me with all they can, I take them as Bhartrihari says, go thou thy ways, sannyasin. Some will say, who is this madman? Others, who is this Chandala? Others will know thee to be a sage. Be glad at the prattle of the worldlings. But when they attack, know that, the elephant passing through the marketplace is always beset by curs, but he cares not. He goes straight on his own way. So it is always, when a great soul appears there will be numbers to bark after him. Tulsidasa. I am living with Landsberg at 54 West 33rd Street. He is a brave and noble soul, Lord bless him. Sometimes I go to the Guernseys to sleep. Lord bless you all ever and may he lead you quickly out of this big humbug, the world. May you never be enchanted by this old witch, the world. May Shankara help you. May Uma open the door of truth for you and take away all your delusions. Yours with love and blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXXIII. 19W, 38 St. New York, 1895. Dear Alasinga. Meddle not with so-called social reform, for there cannot be any reform without spiritual reform first. Who told you that I want social reform? Not I preach. The Lord say neither good nor bad about the superstitions and diets. Do not lose heart, do not lose faith in your Guru, do not lose faith in God. So long as you possess these three, nothing can harm you, my child. I am growing stronger every day. Work on, my brave boys. Ever yours with blessings. Chronology. Addressee. Thursiv. 54 West, 33 New York. February 25, 1895. Dear Sister 1. I am sorry you had an attack of illness. I will give you an absent treatment, though your confession takes half the strength out of my mind. That you have rolled put of it is all right. All's well that ends well. The books have arrived in good condition and many thanks for them. Your ever affectionate brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXXV. USA. March 6, 1895. Dear Alasinga. Do not for a moment think the Yankees are practical in religion. In that the Hindu alone is practical, the Yankee in money making, so that as soon as I depart, the whole thing will disappear. Therefore I want to have a solid ground under my feet before I depart. Every work should be made thorough. You need not insist upon preaching Sri Ramakrishna. Propagate his ideas first, though I know the world always wants the man first, then the idea. Do not figure out big plans at first, but begin slowly, feel your ground, and proceed up and up. Work on, my brave boys. We shall see the light someday. Harmony and peace. Let things slowly grow. Rome was not built in a day. The Maharaja of Mysore is dead, one of our greatest hopes. Well, the Lord is great. He will send others to help the cause. Send some kashazanas, small sitting mats, if you can. Yours ever with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 30. 54W, 33 New York. March 27, 1895. Dear Sister, Isabel McKinley. Your kind note gave me pleasure inexpressible. I was also able to read it through very easily. I have at last hit upon the orange and have got a coat, but could not as yet get any in summer material. If you get any, kindly inform me. I will have it made here in New York. Your wonderful Dearborn Ave misfit tailor is too much even for a monk. Sister Locke writes me a long letter and perhaps wondering at my delay in reply. She is apt to be carried away by enthusiasm, so I am waiting, and again I do not know what to answer. Kindly tell her from me that it is impossible for me to fix any place just now. Mrs. Peake, though noble, grand, and very spiritual, is as much clever in worldly matter as I, yet I am getting cleverer every day. Mrs. Peake has been offered, by someone whom she knows only hazily in Washington, a place for summer. Who knows that she will not be played upon? This is a wonderful country for cheating, and 99.9% have some motive in the background to take advantage of others. If anyone just but closes his eyes for a moment, he is gone. Sister Josephine is fiery. Mrs. Peake is a simple good woman. I have been so well handled by the people here that I look round me for hours before I take a step. Everything will come to right. Ask Sister Josephine to have a little patience. You are every day finding kindergarten better than running an old man's home, I am sure. You saw Mrs. Bull, and I am sure you were quite surprised to find her so tame and gentle. Do you see Mrs. Adams now and then? Mrs. Bull has been greatly benefited by her lessons. I also took a few, but no use, the ever-increasing load in front does not allow me to bend forward as Mrs. Adams wants it. If I try to bend forward in walking, the center of gravity comes to the surface of the stomach, and so I go cutting front somersaults. No millionaire coming? Not even a few hundred thousands. Sorry, very sorry. I am trying my best, what I can do. My classes are full of women. You of course cannot marry a woman. Well, have patience. I will keep my eyes open and never let go an opportunity. If you do not get one, it would not be owing to any laziness, at least on my part. Life goes on the same old ruts. Sometimes I get disgusted with eternal lecturings and talkings, want to be silent for days and days. Hoping you the best dreams, for that is the only way to be happy. I remain ever your loving brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXXVII. USA. April 4, 1895. Dear Alasinga. Your letter just to hand. You need not be afraid of anybody's attempting to hurt me. So long as the Lord protects me, I shall be impregnable. Your ideas of America are very hazy. This is a huge country, the majority do not care much about religion. Christianity holds its ground as a mere patriotism, and nothing more. Now my son, do not lose courage. Send me the Vedanta Sutras and the Bhashyas, commentaries, of all the sections. I am in his hands. What is the use of going back to India? India cannot further my ideas. This country takes kindly to my ideas. I will go back when I get the command. In the meanwhile, do you all gently and patiently work. If anybody attacks me, simply ignore his existence. My idea is for you to start a society where people could be taught the Vedas and the Vedanta, with the commentaries. Work on this line at present. Know that every time you feel weak, you not only hurt yourself but also the cause. Infinite faith and strength are the only conditions of success. Be cheerful. Hold on to your own ideal. Above all, never attempt to guide or rule others, or, as the Yankees say, boss others. Be the servant of all. Ever yours with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. 38th. USA. May 2, 1895. Dear S. So you have made up your mind to renounce the world. I have sympathy with your desire. There is nothing so high as renunciation of self. But you must not forget that to forego your own favorite desire for the welfare of those that depend upon you is no small sacrifice. Follow the spotless life and teachings of Sri Ramakrishna and look after the comforts of your family. You do your own duty, and leave the rest to him. Love makes no distinction between man and man, between an Aryan and a Mleccha, between a Brahmana and a Pariah, nor even between a man and a woman. Love makes the whole universe as one's own home. True progress is slow but sure. Work among those young men who can devote heart and soul to this one duty, the duty of raising the masses of India. Awake them, unite them, and inspire them with the spirit of renunciation. It depends wholly on the young people of India. Cultivate the virtue of obedience, but you must not sacrifice your own faith. No centralization is possible unless there is obedience to superiors. No great work can be done without the centralization of individual forces. The Calcutta math is the main center. The members of all other branches must act in unity and conformity with the rules of that center. Give up jealousy and conceit. Learn to work unitedly for others. This is the great need of our country. Yours with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. 38th. USA. May 2nd, 1895. Dear S. So you have made up your mind to renounce the world. I have sympathy with your desire. There is nothing so high as renunciation of self. But you must not forget that to forego your own favorite desire for the welfare of those that depend upon you is no small sacrifice. Follow the spotless life and teachings of Sri Ramakrishna and look after the comforts of your family. You do your own duty, and leave the rest to him. Love makes no distinction between man and man, between an Aryan and a Mlechha, between a Brahmana and a Pariah, nor even between a man and a woman. Love makes the whole universe as one's own home. True progress is slow but sure. Work among those young men who can devote heart and soul to this one duty, the duty of raising the masses of India. Awake them, unite them, and inspire them with the spirit of renunciation. It depends wholly on the young people of India. Cultivate the virtue of obedience, but you must not sacrifice your own faith. No centralization is possible unless there is obedience to superiors. No great work can be done without the centralization of individual forces. The Calcutta math is the main center. The members of all other branches must act in unity and conformity with the rules of that center. Give up jealousy and conceit. Learn to work unitedly for others. This is the great need of our country. Yours with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. 38th. USA. May 2nd, 1895. Dear S. So you have made up your mind to renounce the world. I have sympathy with your desire. There is nothing so high as renunciation of self. But you must not forget that to forego your own favorite desire for the welfare of those that depend upon you is no small sacrifice. Follow the spotless life and teachings of Sri Ramakrishna and look after the comforts of your family. You do your own duty, and leave the rest to him. Love makes no distinction between man and man, between an Aryan and a Mlechha, between a Brahmana and a Pariah, nor even between a man and a woman. Love makes the whole universe as one's own home. True progress is slow but sure. Work among those young men who can devote heart and soul to this one duty, the duty of raising the masses of India. Awake them, unite them, and inspire them with the spirit of renunciation. It depends wholly on the young people of India. Cultivate the virtue of obedience, but you must not sacrifice your own faith. No centralization is possible unless there is obedience to superiors. No great work can be done without the centralization of individual forces. The Calcutta math is the main center. The members of all other branches must act in unity and conformity with the rules of that center. Give up jealousy and conceit. Learn to work unitedly for others. This is the great need of our country. Yours with blessings. Vivekananda. Miracles. The Memphis Commercial, January 15, 1894. Asked by the reporter for his impressions of America, he said, "I have a good impression of this country, especially of the American women. I have especially remarked on the absence of poverty in America." The conversation afterward turned to the subject of religions. Swami Vivekananda expressed the opinion that the world's parliament of religions had been beneficial in that it had done much toward broadening ideas. "What," asked the reporter, is the generally accepted view held by those of your faith as to the fate after death of one holding the Christian religion. We believe that if he is a good man he will be saved. Even an atheist, if he is a good man, we believe must be saved. That is our religion. We believe all religions are good, only those who hold them must not quarrel. Swami Vivekananda was questioned concerning the truthfulness of the marvelous stories of the performance of wonderful feats of conjuring, levitation, suspended animation, and the like in India. Vivekananda said, "We do not believe in miracles at all, but that apparently strange things may be accomplished under the operation of natural laws. There is a vast amount of literature in India on these subjects, and the people there have made a study of these things. Thought reading and the foretelling of events are successfully practiced by the Hatha yogis. As to levitation, I have never seen anyone overcome gravitation and rise by will into the air, but I have seen many who were trying to do so. They read books published on the subject and spend years trying to accomplish the feat. Some of them in their efforts nearly starve themselves and become so thin that if one presses his finger upon their stomachs he can actually feel the spine. Some of these Hatha yogis live to a great age." The subject of suspended animation was broached, and the Hindu monk told the commercial reporter that he himself had known a man who went into a sealed cave, which was then closed up with a trapdoor, and remained there for many years without food. There was a decided stir of interest among those who heard this assertion. Vivekananda entertained not the slightest doubt of the genuineness of this case. He says that in the case of suspended animation, growth is for the time arrested. He says the case of the man in India who was buried with a crop of barley raised over his grave and who was finally taken out still alive is perfectly well authenticated. He thinks the studies which enabled persons to accomplish that feat were suggested by the hibernating animals. Vivekananda said that he had never seen the feat which some writers have claimed has been accomplished in India, of throwing a rope into the air and the thrower climbing up the rope and disappearing out of sight in the distant heights. A lady present when the reporter was interviewing the monk said someone had asked her if he, Vivekananda, could perform wonderful tricks, and if he had been buried alive as a part of his installation in the Brotherhood. The answer to both questions was a positive negative. "What have those things to do with religion?" he asked. "Do they make a man purer? The Satan of your Bible is powerful, but differs from God in not being pure." Speaking of the sect of Hatha Yoga, Vivekananda said there was one thing, whether a coincidence or not, connected with the initiation of their disciples, which was suggestive of the one passage in the life of Christ. They make their disciples live alone for just 40 days. An Indian yogi in London. The Westminster Gazette, October 23, 1895. Indian philosophy has in recent years had a deep and growing fascination for many minds, though up to the present time its exponents in this country have been entirely Western in their thought and training, with the result that very little is really known of the deeper mysteries of the Vedanta wisdom, and that little only by a select few. Not many have the courage or the intuition to seek in heavy translations, made greatly in the interests of philologists, for that sublime knowledge which they really reveal to an able exponent brought up in all the traditions of the East. It was therefore with interest and not without some curiosity, writes a correspondent, that I proceeded to interview an exponent entirely novel to Western people in the person of the Swami Vivekananda, an actual Indian yogi, who has boldly undertaken to visit the Western world to expound the traditional teaching which has been handed down by ascetics and yogis through many ages, and who in pursuance of this object, delivered a lecture last night in the Prince's Hall. The Swami Vivekananda is a striking figure with his turban, or mitre-shaped black cloth cap, and his calm but kindly features. On my inquiring as to the significance, if any, of his name, the Swami said, "Of the name by which I am now known, Swami Vivekananda, the first word is descriptive of a sannyasin, or one who formally renounces the world, and the second is the title I assumed as is customary with all sannyasins on my renunciation of the world. It signifies, literally, the bliss of discrimination." "And what induced you to forsake the ordinary course of the world, Swami?" I asked. I had a deep interest in religion and philosophy from my childhood, he replied, and our books teach renunciation as the highest ideal to which man can aspire. It only needed the meeting with the great teacher Ramakrishna Paramahansa to kindle in me the final determination to follow the path he himself had trod, as in him I found my highest ideal realized. Then did he found a sect, which you now represent? No, replied the Swami quickly. No, his whole life was spent in breaking down the barriers of sectarianism and dogma. He formed no sect. Quite the reverse. He advocated and strove to establish absolute freedom of thought. He was a great yogi. Then you are connected with no society or sect in this country. Neither Theosophical nor Christian Scientist, nor any other. None whatever, said the Swami in clear and impressive tones. His face lights up like that of a child, it is so simple, straightforward, and honest. My teaching is my own interpretation of our ancient books, in the light which my master shed upon them. I claim no supernatural authority. Whatever in my teaching may appeal to the highest intelligence and be accepted by thinking men, the adoption of that will be my reward. All religions, he continued, have for their object the teaching either of devotion, knowledge, or yoga, in a concrete form. Now, the philosophy of Vedanta is the abstract science which embraces all these methods, and this it is that I teach, leaving each one to apply it to his own concrete form. I refer each individual to his own experiences, and where reference is made to books, the latter are procurable, and may be studied by each one for himself. Above all, I teach no authority proceeding from hidden beings speaking through visible agents, any more than I claim learning from hidden books or manuscripts. I am the exponent of no occult societies, nor do I believe that good can come of such bodies. Truth stands on its own authority, and truth can bear the light of day. Then you do not propose to form any society? Swami, I suggested. None, no society whatever. I teach only the self hidden in the heart of every individual and common to all. A handful of strong men knowing that self and living in its light would revolutionize the world, even today, as has been the case by single strong men before each in his day. Have you just arrived from India? I inquired, for the Swami is suggestive of Eastern sons. No, he replied, I represented the Hindu religion at the Parliament of Religions held at Chicago in 1893. Since then I have been traveling and lecturing in the United States. The American people have proved most interested audiences and sympathetic friends, and my work there has so taken root that I must shortly return to that country. And what is your attitude towards the Western religions, Swami? I propound a philosophy which can serve as a basis to every possible religious system in the world, and my attitude towards all of them is one of extreme sympathy. My teaching is antagonistic to none. I direct my attention to the individual, to make him strong, to teach him that he himself is divine, and I call upon men to make themselves conscious of this divinity within. That is really the ideal, conscious or unconscious, of every religion. And what shape will your activities take in this country? My hope is to imbue individuals with the teachings to which I have referred, and to encourage them to express these to others in their own way, let them modify them as they will. I do not teach them as dogmas. Truth at length must inevitably prevail. The actual machinery through which I work is in the hands of one or two friends. On October 22, they have arranged for me to deliver an address to a British audience at Prince's Hall, Piccadilly, at 8:30 p.m. The event is being advertised. The subject will be on the key of my philosophy, self-knowledge. Afterwards I am prepared to follow any course that opens, to attend meetings in people's drawing rooms or elsewhere, to answer letters, or discuss personally. In a mercenary age I may venture to remark that none of my activities are undertaken for a pecuniary reward. I then took my leave from one of the most original of men that I have had the honor of meeting. India and England. India, London, 1896. During the London season, Swami Vivekananda has been teaching and lecturing to considerable numbers of people who have been attracted by his doctrine and philosophy. Most English people fancy that England has the practical monopoly of missionary enterprise, almost unbroken save for a small effort on the part of France. I therefore sought the Swami in his temporary home in South Belgravia to inquire what message India could possibly send to England, apart from the remonstrances she has too often had to make on the subject of home charges, judicial and executive functions combined in one person, the settlement of expenses connected with Sudanese and other expeditions. It is no new thing, said the Swami composedly, that India should send forth missionaries. She used to do so under the Emperor Asoka, in the days when the Buddhist faith was young, when she had something to teach the surrounding nation. Well, might one ask why she ever ceased doing so, and why she has now begun again? She ceased because she grew selfish, forgot the principle that nations and individuals alike subsist and prosper by a system of give and take. Her mission to the world has always been the same. It is spiritual. The realm of introspective thought has been hers through all the ages. Abstract science, metaphysics, logic, are her special domain. In reality, my mission to England is an outcome of England's to India. It has been hers to conquer, to govern, to use her knowledge of physical science to her advantage and ours. In trying to sum up India's contribution to the world, I am reminded of a Sanskrit and an English idiom. When you say a man dies, your phrase is, he gave up the ghost, whereas we say, he gave up the body. Similarly, you more than imply that the body is the chief part of man by saying it possesses a soul. Whereas we say a man is a soul and possesses a body. These are but small ripples on the surface, yet they show the current of your national thought. I should like to remind you how Schopenhauer predicted that the influence of Indian philosophy upon Europe would be as momentous when it became well known as was the revival of Greek and Latin learning at the close of the Dark Ages. Oriental research is making great progress, a new world of ideas is opening to the seeker after truth. And is India finally to conquer her conquerors? Yes, in the world of ideas. England has the sword, the material world, as our Mohammedan conquerors had before her. Yet Akbar the Great became practically a Hindu. Educated Mohammedans, the Sufis, are hardly to be distinguished from the Hindus. They do not eat beef, and in other ways conform to our usages. Their thought has become permeated by ours. So, that is the fate you foresee for the lordly Sahib? Just at this moment he seems to be a long way off it? No, it is not so remote as you imply. In the world of religious ideas, the Hindu and the Englishman have much in common, and there is proof of the same thing among other religious communities. Where the English ruler or civil servant has had any knowledge of India's literature, especially her philosophy, there exists the ground of a common sympathy, a territory constantly widening. It is not too much to say that only ignorance is the cause of that exclusive, sometimes even contemptuous attitude assumed by some. Yes, it is the measure of folly. Will you say why you went to America rather than to England on your mission? That was a mere accident, a result of the World's Parliament of Religions being held in Chicago at the time of the World's Fair, instead of in London, as it ought to have been. The Raja of Mysore and some other friends sent me to America as the Hindu representative. I stayed there 3 years, with the exception of last summer and this summer, when I came to lecture in London. The Americans are a great people, with a future before them. I admire them very much, and found many kind friends among them. They are less prejudiced than the English, more ready to weigh and examine a new idea, to value it in spite of its newness. They are most hospitable too. Far less time is lost in showing one's credentials, as it were. You travel in America, as I did, from city to city, always lecturing among friends. I saw Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, Des Moines, Memphis, and numbers of other places. And leaving disciples in each of them. Yes, disciples, but not organizations. That is no part of my work. Of these there are enough in all conscience. Organizations need men to manage them, they must seek power, money, influence. Often they struggle for domination, and even fight. Could the gist of this mission of yours be summed up in a few words? Is it comparative religion you want to preach? It is really the philosophy of religion, the kernel of all its outward forms. All forms of religion have an essential and a non-essential part. If we strip from them the latter, there remains the real basis of all religion, which all forms of religion possess in common. Unity is behind them all. We may call it God, Allah, Jehovah, the Spirit, love. It is the same unity that animates all life, from its lowest form to its noblest manifestation in man. It is on this unity that we need to lay stress, whereas in the West, and indeed everywhere, it is on the non-essential that men are apt to lay stress. They will fight and kill each other for these forms, to make their fellows conform. Seeing that the essential is love of God and love of man, this is curious, to say the least. I suppose a Hindu could never persecute. He never yet has done so. He is the most tolerant of all the races of men. Considering how profoundly religious he is, one might have thought that he would persecute those who believe in no God. The Jains regard such belief as sheer delusion, yet no Jain has ever been persecuted. In India the Mohammedans were the first who ever took the sword. What progress does the doctrine of essential unity make in England? Here we have 1,000 sections. They must gradually disappear as liberty and knowledge increase. They are founded on the non-essential, which by the nature of things cannot survive. The sects have served their purpose, which was that of an exclusive brotherhood on lines comprehended by those within it. Gradually we reach the idea of universal brotherhood by flinging down the walls of partition which separate such aggregations of individuals. In England the work proceeds slowly, possibly because the time is not yet ripe for it, but all the same, it makes progress. Let me call your attention to the similar work that England is engaged upon in India. Modern caste distinction is a barrier to India's progress. It narrows, restricts, separates. It will crumble before the advance of ideas. Yet some Englishmen, and they are not the least sympathetic to India nor the most ignorant of her history, regard caste as in the main beneficent. One may easily be too much Europeanized. You yourself condemn many of our ideals as materialistic. True. No reasonable person aims at assimilating India to England. The body is made by the thought that lies behind it. The body politic is thus the expression of national thought, and in India, of thousands of years of thought. To Europeanists India is therefore an impossible and foolish task. The elements of progress were always actively present in India. As soon as a peaceful government was there, these have always shown themselves. From the time of the Upanishads down to the present day, nearly all our great teachers have wanted to break through the barriers of caste, i.e. caste in its degenerate state, not the original system. What little good you see in the present caste clings to it from the original caste, which was the most glorious social institution. Buddha tried to re-establish caste in its original form. At every period of India's awakening, there have always been great efforts made to break down caste. But it must always be we who build up a new India as an effect and continuation of her past, assimilating helpful foreign ideas wherever they may be found. Never can it be they. Growth must proceed from within. All that England can do is to help India to work out her own salvation. All progress at the dictation of another, whose hand is at India's throat, is valueless in my opinion. The highest work can only degenerate when slave labor produces it. Have you given any attention to the Indian National Congress movement? I cannot claim to have given much, my work is in another part of the field. But I regard the movement as significant, and heartily wish it success. A nation is being made out of India's different races. I sometimes think they are no less various than the different peoples of Europe. In the past, Europe has struggled for Indian trade, a trade which has played a tremendous part in the civilization of the world. Its acquisition might almost be called a turning point in the history of humanity. We see the Dutch, Portuguese, French, and English contending for it in succession. The discovery of America may be traced to the indemnification the Venetians sought in the far distant West for the loss they suffered in the East. Where will it end? It will certainly end in the working out of India's homogeneity, in her acquiring what we may call democratic ideas. Intelligence must not remain the monopoly of the cultured few, it will be disseminated from higher to lower classes. Education is coming, and compulsory education will follow. The immense power of our people for work must be utilized. India's potentialities are great and will be called forth. Has any nation ever been great without being a great military power? Yes, said the Swami without a moment's hesitation, China has. Amongst other countries, I have traveled in China and Japan. Today, China is like a disorganized mob, but in the heyday of her greatness she possessed the most admirable organization any nation has yet known. Many of the devices and methods we term modern were practiced by the Chinese for hundreds and even thousands of years. Take competitive examination as an illustration. Why did she become disorganized? Because she could not produce men equal to the system. You have the saying that men cannot be made virtuous by an act of parliament. The Chinese experienced it before you. And that is why religion is of deeper importance than politics, since it goes to the root, and deals with the essential of conduct. Is India conscious of the awakening that you allude to? Perfectly conscious. The world perhaps sees it chiefly in the Congress movement and in the field of social reform, but the awakening is quite as real in religion, though it works more silently. The West and East have such different ideals of life. Ours seems to be the perfecting of the social state. Whilst we are busy seeing to these matters, Orientals are meditating on abstractions. Here has Parliament been discussing the payment of the Indian Army in the Sudan. All the respectable section of the conservative press has made a loud outcry against the unjust decision of the government, whereas you probably think the whole affair not worth attention. But you are quite wrong, said the Swami, taking the paper and running his eyes over extracts from the conservative journals. My sympathies in this matter are naturally with my country. Yet it reminds one of the old Sanskrit proverb, you have sold the elephant, why quarrel over the goad? India always pays. The quarrels of politicians are very curious. It will take ages to bring religion into politics. One ought to make the effort very soon all the same. Yes, it is worth one's while to plant an idea in the heart of this great London, surely the greatest governing machine that has ever been set in motion. I often watch it working, the power and perfection with which the minutest vein is reached, its wonderful system of circulation and distribution. It helps one to realize how great is the empire and how great its task. And with all the rest, it distributes thought. It would be worth a man's while to place some ideas in the heart of this great machine, so that they might circulate to the remotest part. The Swami is a man of distinguished appearance. Tall, broad, with fine features enhanced by his picturesque Eastern dress, his personality is very striking. By birth, he is a Bengali, and by education, a graduate of the Calcutta University. His gifts as an orator are high. He can speak for an hour and a half without a note or the slightest pause for a word. C.S.B. Indian Missionaries Mission to England. The Echo, London, 1896. I presume that in his own country the Swami would live under a tree, or at most in the precincts of a temple, his head shaved, dressed in the costume of his country. But these things are not done in London, so that I found the Swami located much like other people, and, save that he wears a long coat of a dark orange shade, dressed like other mortals likewise. He laughingly related that his dress, especially when he wears a turban, does not commend itself to the London street Arab, whose observations are scarcely worth repeating. I began by asking the Indian yogi to spell his name very slowly. Do you think that nowadays people are laying much stress on the non-essential? I think so among the backward nations, and among the less cultured portion of the civilized people of the West. Your question implies that among the cultured and the wealthy, matters are on a different footing. So they are. The wealthy are either immersed in the enjoyment of health or grubbing for more. They, and a large section of the busy people, say of religion that it is rot, stuff, nonsense, and they honestly think so. The only religion that is fashionable is patriotism and Mrs. Grundy. People merely go to church when they are marrying or burying somebody. Will your message take them oftener to church? I scarcely think it will. Since I have nothing whatever to do with ritual or dogma, my mission is to show that religion is everything and in everything. And what can we say of the system here in England? Everything goes to show that socialism or some form of rule by the people, call it what you will, is coming on the boards. The people will certainly want the satisfaction of their material needs, less work, no oppression, no war, more food. What guarantee have we that this or any civilization will last, unless it is based on religion, on the goodness of man? Depend on it, religion goes to the root of the matter. If it is right, all is right. It must be difficult to get the essential, the metaphysical, part of religion into the minds of the people. It is remote from their thoughts and manner of life. In all religions we travel from a lesser to a higher truth, never from error to truth. There is a oneness behind all creation, but minds are very various. That which exists is one, sages call it variously. What I mean is that one progresses from a smaller to a greater truth. The worst religions are only bad readings of the froth. One gets to understand bit by bit. Even devil worship is but a perverted reading of the ever-true and immutable Brahman. Other phases have more or less of the truth in them. No form of religion possesses it entirely. May one ask if you originated this religion you have come to preach to England? Certainly not. I am a pupil of a great Indian sage, Ramakrishna Paramahansa. He was not what one might call a very learned man, as some of our sages are, but a very holy one, deeply imbued with the spirit of the Vedanta philosophy. When I say philosophy, I hardly know whether I ought not to say religion, for it is really both. You must read Professor Max Muller's account of my master in a recent number of the 19th century. Ramakrishna was born in the Hooghly district in 1836 and died in 1886. He produced a deep effect on the life of Keshav Chandra Sen and others. By discipline of the body and subduing of the mind he obtained a wonderful insight into the spiritual world. His face was distinguished by a childlike tenderness, profound humility, and remarkable sweetness of expression. No one could look upon it unmoved. Then your teaching is derived from the Vedas. Yes, Vedanta means the end of the Vedas, the third section or Upanishads, containing the ripened ideas which we find more as germs in the earlier portion. The most ancient portion of the Vedas is the Samhita, which is in very archaic Sanskrit, only to be understood by the aid of a very old dictionary, the Nirukta of Yaska. I fear that we English have rather the idea that India has much to learn from us. The average man is pretty ignorant as to what may be learned from India. That is so, but the world of scholars know well how much is to be learned and how important the lesson. You would not find Max Muller, Monier Williams, Sir William Hunter, or German Oriental scholars making light of Indian abstract science. The Swami gives his lecture at 39 Victoria Street. All are made welcome, and as in ancient apostolic times, the new teaching is without money and without price. The Indian missionary is a man of exceptionally fine physique, his command of English can only be described as perfect. C.S.B. With the Swami Vivekananda at Madura. The Hindu, Madras, February, 1897. Q. The theory that the universe is false seems to be understood in the following senses: a. The sense in which the duration of perishing forms and names is infinitesimally small with reference to eternity; b. The sense in which the period between any two pralayas, involution of the universe, is infinitesimally small with reference to eternity; c. The sense in which the universe is ultimately false though it has an apparent reality at present, depending upon one sort of consciousness, in the same way as the idea of silver superimposed on a shell or that of a serpent on a rope, is true for the time being, and, in effect, is dependent upon a particular condition of mind. D. The the sense in which the universe is a phantom, just like the son of a barren woman or like the horns of a hare. In which of these senses is the theory understood in the Advaita philosophy? A. There are many classes of Advaitists and each has understood the theory in one or the other sense. Shankara taught the theory in the sense, C, and it is his teaching that the universe, as it appears, is real for all purposes for everyone in his present consciousness, but it vanishes when the consciousness assumes a higher form. You see the trunk of a tree standing before you, and you mistake it for a ghost. The idea of a ghost is for the time being real, for it works on your mind and produces the same result upon it as if it were a ghost. As soon as you discover it to be a stump, the idea of the ghost disappears. The idea of a stump and that of the ghost cannot coexist, and when one is present, the other is absent. Q. Is not the sense, D, also adopted in some of the writings of Shankara? A. No. Some other men who, by mistake, carried Shankara's notion to an extreme have adopted the sense, D, in their writing. The senses, A, and, B, are peculiar to the writings of some other classes of Advaita philosophers but never received Shankara's sanction. Q. What is the cause of the apparent reality? A. What is the cause of your mistaking a stump for a ghost? The universe is the same, in fact, but it is your mind that creates various conditions for it. Q. What is the true meaning of the statement that the Vedas are beginningless and eternal? Does it refer to the Vedic utterances or the statements contained in the Vedas? If it refers to the truth involved in such statements, are not the sciences, such as logic, geometry, chemistry, etc., equally beginningless and eternal, for they contain an everlasting truth? A. There was a time when the Vedas themselves were considered eternal in the sense in which the divine truths contained therein were changeless and permanent and were only revealed to man. At a subsequent time, it appears that the utterance of the Vedic hymns with the knowledge of its meaning was important, and it was held that the hymns themselves must have had a divine origin. At a still later period the meaning of the hymns showed that many of them could not be of divine origin, because they inculcated upon mankind performance of various unholy acts, such as torturing animals, and we can also find many ridiculous stories in the Vedas. The correct meaning of the statement the Vedas are beginningless and eternal is that the law or truth revealed by them to man is permanent and changeless. Logic, geometry, chemistry, etc., reveal also a law or truth which is permanent and changeless, and in that sense they are also beginningless and eternal. But no truth or law is absent from the Vedas, and I ask any one of you to point out to me any truth which is not treated of in them. Q. What is the notion of mukti, according to the Advaita philosophy, or in other words, is it a conscious state? Is there any difference between the mukti of the Advaitism and the Buddhistic nirvana? A. There is a consciousness in mukti, which we call superconsciousness. It differs from your present consciousness. It is illogical to say that there is no consciousness in mukti. The consciousness is of three sorts: the dull, mediocre, and intense, as is the case of light. When vibration is intense, the brilliancy is so very powerful as to dazzle the sight itself and in effect is as ineffectual as the dullest of lights. The Buddhistic nirvana must have the same degree of consciousness whatever the Buddhists may say. Our definition of mukti is affirmative in its nature, while the Buddhistic nirvana has a negative definition. Q. Why should the unconditioned Brahman choose to assume a condition for the purpose of manifestation of the world's creation? A. The question itself is most illogical. Brahman is abhang manasagakaram, meaning that which is incapable of being grasped by word and mind. Whatever lies beyond the region of space, time, and causation cannot be conceived by the human mind, and the function of logic and inquiry lies only within the region of space, time, and causation. While that is so, it is a vain attempt to question about what lies beyond the possibilities of human conception. Q. Here and there attempts are made to import into the Puranas hidden ideas which are said to have been allegorically represented. Sometimes it is said that the Puranas need not contain any historical truth, but are mere representations of the highest ideals illustrated with fictitious characters. Take for instance, Vishnu Purana, Ramayana, or Bharata. Do they contain historical veracity, or are they mere allegorical representations of metaphysical truths, or are they representations of the highest ideals for the conduct of humanity, or are they mere epic poems such as those of Homer? A. Some historical truth is the nucleus of every Purana. The object of the Puranas is to teach mankind the sublime truth in various forms, and even if they do not contain any historical truth, they form a great authority for us in respect of the highest truth which they inculcate. Take the Ramayana, for illustration, and for viewing it as an authority on building character, it is not even necessary that one like Rama should have ever lived. The sublimity of the law propounded by Ramayana or Bharata does not depend upon the truth of any personality like Rama or Krishna, and one can even hold that such personages never lived, and at the same time take those writings as high authorities in respect of the grand ideas which they place before mankind. Our philosophy does not depend upon any personality for its truth. Thus Krishna did not teach anything new or original to the world, nor does Ramayana profess anything which is not contained in the scriptures. It is to be noted that Christianity cannot stand without Christ, Mohammedanism without Mohammed, and Buddhism without Buddha, but Hinduism stands independent of any man, and for the purpose of estimating the philosophical truth contained in any Purana, we need not consider the question whether the personages treated of therein were really material men or were fictitious characters. The object of the Puranas was the education of mankind, and the sages who constructed them contrived to find some historical personages and to superimpose upon them all the best or worst qualities just as they wanted to, and laid down the rules of morals for the conduct of mankind. Is it necessary that a demon with 10 heads, Dasyamukha, should have actually lived as stated in the Ramayana? It is the representation of some truth which deserves to be studied, apart from the question whether Dasyamukha was a real or fictitious character. You can now depict Krishna in a still more attractive manner, and the description depends upon the sublimity of your ideal, but there stands the grand philosophy contained in the Puranas. Q. Is it possible for a man, if he were an adept, to remember the events connected with his past incarnations? The physiological brain, which he owned in his previous incarnation, and in which the impressions of his experience were stored, is no longer present. In this birth he is endowed with a new physiological brain, and while that is so, how is it possible for the present brain to get at the impressions received by another apparatus which is not existence at present? Swami, what do you mean by an adept? Correspondent, one that has developed the hidden powers of his nature. Swami, I cannot understand how the hidden powers can be developed. I know what you mean, but I should always desire that the expressions used are precise and accurate. You may say that the powers hidden are uncovered. It is possible for those that have uncovered the hidden powers of their nature to remember the incidents connected with their past incarnations, for their present brain had its bija, seed, in the Sukshma man after death. Q. Does the spirit of Hinduism permit the proselytism of strangers into it? And can a Brahmin listen to the exposition of philosophy made by a Chandala? A. Proselytism is tolerated by Hinduism. Any man, whether he be a Shudra or Chandala, can expound philosophy even to a Brahmin. The truth can be learned from the lowest individual, no matter to what caste or creed he belongs. Here the Swami quoted Sanskrit verses of high authority in support of his position. The discourse ended, as the time appointed in the program for his visiting the temple had already arrived. He accordingly took leave of the gentlemen present and proceeded to visit the temple. The abroad and the problems at home. The Hindu, Madras, February, 1897. Our representative met the Swami Vivekananda in the train at the Chingalpet station and travelled with him to Madras. The following is the report of the interview. What made you go to America, Swamiji? Rather a serious question to answer in brief. I can only answer it partly now. Because I travelled all over India, I wanted to go over to other countries. I went to America by the Far East. What did you see in Japan, And is there any chance of India following in the progressive steps of Japan? None whatever, until all the 300 millions of India combine together as a whole nation. The world has never seen such a patriotic and artistic race as the Japanese, and one special feature about them is this, that while in Europe and elsewhere art generally goes with dirt, Japanese art is art plus absolute cleanliness. I would wish that every one of our young men could visit Japan once at least in his lifetime. It is very easy to go there. The Japanese think that everything Hindu is great and believe that India is a holy land. Japanese Buddhism is entirely different from what you see in Ceylon. It is the same as Vedanta. It is positive and theistic Buddhism, not the negative atheistic Buddhism of Ceylon. What is the key to Japan's sudden greatness? The faith of the Japanese in themselves, and their love for their country. When you have men who are ready to sacrifice their everything for their country, sincere to the backbone, when such men arise, India will become great in every respect. It is the men that make the country. What is there in the country? If you catch the social morality and the political morality of the Japanese, you will be as great as they are. The Japanese are ready to sacrifice everything for their country, and they have become a great people. But you are not, you cannot be, you sacrifice everything only for your own families and possessions. Is it your wish that India should become like Japan? Decidedly not. India should continue to be what she is. How could India ever become like Japan, or any nation for the matter of that? In each nation, as in music, there is a main note, a central theme, upon which all others turn. Each nation has a theme, everything else is secondary. India's theme is religion. Social reform and everything else are secondary. Therefore India cannot be like Japan. It is said that when the heart breaks, then the flow of thought comes. India's heart must break, and the flow of spirituality will come out. India is India. We are not like the Japanese, we are Hindus. India's very atmosphere is soothing. I have been working incessantly here, and amidst this work I am getting rest. It is only from spiritual work that we can get rest in India. If your work is material here, you die of diabetes. So much for Japan. What was your first experience of America, Swamiji? From first to last it was very good. With the exception of the missionaries and church women, the Americans are most hospitable, kind-hearted, generous, and good-natured. Who are these church women that you speak of, Swamiji? When a woman tries her best to find a husband, she goes to all the fashionable seaside resorts and tries all sorts of tricks to catch a man. When she fails in her attempts, she becomes, what they call in America, an old maid, and joins the church. Some of them become very churchy. These church women are awful fanatics. They are under the thumb of the priests there. Between them and the priests they make hell of earth and make a mess of religion. With the exception of these, the Americans are a very good people. They loved me, and I love them a great deal. I felt as if I was one of them. What is your idea about the results of the Parliament of Religions? The Parliament of Religions, as it seems to me, was intended for a heathen show before the world, but it turned out that the heathens had the upper hand and made it a Christian show all around. So the Parliament of Religions was a failure from the Christian standpoint, seeing that the Roman Catholics, who were the organizers of that parliament, are, when there is a talk of another parliament at Paris, now steadily opposing it. But the Chicago Parliament was a tremendous success for India and Indian thought. It helped on the tide of Vedanta, which is flooding the world. The American people, of course, minus the fanatical priests and church women, are very glad of the results of the Parliament. What prospects have you, Swamiji, for the spread of your mission in England? There is every prospect. Before many years elapse a vast majority of the English people will be Vedantins. There is a greater prospect of this in England than there is in America. You see, Americans make a fanfaronade of everything, which is not the case with Englishmen. Even Christians cannot understand their New Testament, without understanding the Vedanta. The Vedanta is the rationale of all religions. Without the Vedanta every religion is superstition, with it everything becomes religion. What is the special trait you noticed in the English character? The Englishman goes to practical work as soon as he believes in something. He has tremendous energy for practical work. There is in the whole world no human being superior to the English gentleman or lady. That is really the reason of my faith in them. John Bull is rather a thick-headed gentleman to deal with. You must push and push an idea till it reaches his brain, but once there, it does not get out. In England, there was not one missionary or anybody who said anything against me, not one who tried to make a scandal about me. To my astonishment, many of my friends belong to the Church of England. I learn, these missionaries do not come from the higher classes in England. Caste is as rigorous there as it is here, and the English churchmen belong to the class of gentlemen. They may differ in opinion from you, but that is no bar to their being friends with you. Therefore, I would give a word of advice to my countrymen, which is, not to take notice of the vituperative missionaries, now that I have known that they are. We have sized them, as the Americans say. Non-recognition is the only attitude to assume towards them. Will you kindly enlighten me, Swamiji, on the social reform movements in America and England? Yes. All the social upheavalists, at least the leaders of them, are trying to find that all their communistic or equalizing theories must have a spiritual basis, and that spiritual basis is in the Vedanta only. I have been told by several leaders, who used to attend my lectures, that they required the Vedanta as the basis of the new order of things. What are your views with regard to the Indian masses? Oh, we are awfully poor, and our masses are very ignorant about secular things. Our masses are very good because poverty here is not a crime. Our masses are not violent. Many times I was near being mobbed in America and England, only on account of my dress. But I never heard of such a thing in India as a man being mobbed because of peculiar dress. In every other respect, our masses are much more civilized than the European masses. What will you propose for the improvement of our masses? We have to give them secular education. We have to follow the plan laid down by our ancestors, that is, to bring all the ideals slowly down among the masses. Raise them slowly up, raise them to equality. Impart even secular knowledge through religion. But do you think, Swamiji, it is a task that can be easily accomplished? It will, of course, have gradually to be worked out. But if there are enough self-sacrificing young fellows, who, I hope, will work with me, it can be done tomorrow. It all depends upon the zeal and the self-sacrifice brought to the task. But if the present degraded condition is due to their past karma, Swamiji, how do you think they could get out of it easily, and how do you propose to help them? The Swamiji readily answered, karma is the eternal assertion of human freedom. If we can bring ourselves down by our karma, surely it is in our power to raise ourselves by it. The masses, besides, have not brought themselves down altogether by their own karma. So we should give them better environments to work in. I do not propose any leveling of castes. Caste is a very good thing. Caste is the plan we want to follow. What caste really is, not one in a million understands. There is no country in the world without caste. In India, from caste we reach to the point where there is no caste. Caste is based throughout on that principle. The plan in India is to make everybody a Brahmin, the Brahmin being the ideal of humanity. If you read the history of India, you will find that attempts have always been made to raise the lower classes. Many are the classes that have been raised. Many more will follow till the whole will become Brahmin. That is the plan. We have only to raise them without bringing down anybody. And this has mostly to be done by the Brahmins themselves, because it is the duty of every aristocracy to dig its own grave, and the sooner it does so, the better for all. No time should be lost. Indian caste is better than the caste which prevails in Europe or America. I do not say it is absolutely good. Where would you be if there were no caste? Where would be your learning and other things, if there were no caste? There would be nothing left for the Europeans to study if caste had never existed. The Mohammedans would have smashed everything to pieces. Where do you find the Indian society standing still? It is always on the move. Sometimes, as in the times of foreign invasions, the movement has been slow, at other times quicker. This is what I say to my countrymen. I do not condemn them. I look into their past. I find that under the circumstances no nation could do more glorious work. I tell them that they have done well. I only ask them to do better. What are your views, Swamiji, in regard to the relation of caste to rituals? Caste is continually changing, rituals are continually changing, so are forms. It is the substance, the principle, that does not change. It is in the Vedas that we have to study our religion. With the exception of the Vedas, every book must change. The authority of the Vedas is for all time to come, the authority of every one of our other books is for the time being. For instance, one Smriti is powerful for one age, another for another age. Great prophets are always coming and pointing the way to work. Some prophets worked for the lower classes, others like Madhva gave to women the right to study the Vedas. Caste should not go, but should only be readjusted occasionally. Within the old structure is to be found life enough for the building of 200,000 new ones. It is sheer nonsense to desire the abolition of caste. The new method is evolution of the old. Do not Hindus stand in need of social reform? We do stand in need of social reform. At times great men would evolve new ideas of progress, and kings would give them the sanction of law. Thus social improvements had been in the past made in India, and in modern times to effect such progressive reforms, we will have first to build up such an authoritative power. Kings having gone, the power is the people's. We have, therefore, to wait till the people are educated, till they understand their needs and are ready and able to solve their problems. The tyranny of the minority is the worst tyranny in the world. Therefore, instead of frittering away our energies on ideal reforms, which will never become practical, we had better go to the root of the evil and make a legislative body, that is to say, educate our people, so that they may be able to solve their own problems. Until that is done, all these ideal reforms will remain ideals only. The new order of things is the salvation of the people by the people, and it takes time to make it workable, especially in India, which has always in the past been governed by kings. Do you think Hindu society can successfully adopt European social laws? No, not wholly. I would say, the combination of the Greek mind represented by the external European energy added to the Hindu spirituality would be an ideal society for India. For instance, it is absolutely necessary for you, instead of frittering away your energy and often talking of idle nonsense, to learn from the Englishman the idea of prompt obedience to leaders, the absence of jealousy, the indomitable perseverance and the undying faith in himself. As soon as he selects a leader for a work, the Englishman sticks to him through thick and thin and obeys him. Here in India, everybody wants to become a leader, and there is nobody to obey. Everyone should learn to obey before he can command. There is no end to our jealousies, and the more important the Hindu, the more jealous he is. Until this absence of jealousy and obedience to leaders are learned by the Hindu, there will be no power of organization. We shall have to remain the hopelessly confused mob that we are now, hoping and doing nothing. India has to learn from Europe the conquest of external nature, and Europe has to learn from India the conquest of internal nature. Then there will be neither Hindus nor Europeans, there will be the ideal humanity which has conquered both the natures, the external and the internal. We have developed one phase of humanity, and they another. It is the union of the two that is wanted. The word freedom, which is the watchword of our religion, really means freedom physically, mentally, and spiritually. What relation, Swamiji, does ritual bear to religion? Rituals are the kindergarten of religion. They are absolutely necessary for the world as it is now, only we shall have to give people newer and fresher rituals. A party of thinkers must undertake to do this. Old rituals must be rejected and new ones substituted. Then you advocate the abolition of rituals, don't you? No, my watchword is construction, not destruction. Out of the existing rituals, new ones will have to be evolved. There is infinite power of development in everything, that is my belief. One atom has the power of the whole universe at its back. All along, in the history of the Hindu race, there never was any attempt at destruction, only construction. One sect wanted to destroy, and they were thrown out of India, they were the Buddhists. We have had a host of reformers: Shankara, Ramanuj, Madhva, and Chaitanya. These were great reformers, who always were constructive and built according to the circumstances of their time. This is our peculiar method of work. All the modern reformers take to European destructive reformation, which will never do good to anyone and never did. Only once was a modern reformer mostly constructive, and that one was Rajaram Mohan Ray. The progress of the Hindu race has been towards the realization of the Vedantic ideals. All history of Indian life is the struggle for the realization of the ideal of the Vedanta through good or bad fortune. Whenever there was any reforming sect or religion which rejected the Vedantic ideal, it was smashed into nothing. What is your program of work here? I want to start 2 institutions, one in Madras and one in Calcutta, to carry out my plan, and that plan briefly is to bring the Vedantic ideals into the everyday practical life of the saint or the sinner, of the sage or the ignoramus, of the Brahmin or the pariah. Our representative here put to him a few questions relative to Indian politics, but before the Swami could attempt anything like an answer, the train steamed up to the Egmar platform, and the only hurried remark that fell from the Swami was that he was dead against all political entanglements of Indian and European problems. The interview then terminated. The missionary work of the first Hindu sannyasin to the West. N. His plan of regeneration of India. Madras Times, February, 1897. For the past few weeks, the Hindu public of Madras have been most eagerly expecting the arrival of Swami Vivekananda, the great Hindu monk of worldwide fame. At the present moment his name is on everybody's lips. In the school, in the college, in the high court, on the marina, and in the streets and bazaars of Madras, hundreds of inquisitive spirits may be seen asking when the Swami will be coming. Large numbers of students from the Mufasal, who have come up for the university examinations, are staying here, awaiting the Swami, and increasing their hostelry bills, despite the urgent call of their parents to return home immediately. In a few days the Swami will be in our midst. From the nature of the receptions received elsewhere in this presidency, from the preparations being made here, from the triumphal arches erected at Castle Kernan, where the Prophet is to be lodged at the cost of the Hindu public, and from the interest taken in the movement by the leading Hindu gentlemen of the city, like the Honourable Mr. Justice Subramaniya Iyer, there is no doubt that the Swami will have a grand reception. It was Madras that first recognized the superior merits of the Swami and equipped him for Chicago. Madras will now have again the honor of welcoming the undoubtedly great man who has done so much to raise the prestige of his motherland. 4 years ago, when the Swami arrived here, he was practically an obscure individual. In an unknown bungalow at St. Thome he spent nearly 2 months, all along holding conversations on religious topics and teaching and instructing all comers who cared to listen to him. Even then a few educated young men with a keener eye predicted that there was something in the man, a power, that would lift him above all others, that would preeminently enable him to be the leader of men. These young men, who were then despised as misguided enthusiasts, dreamy revivalists, have now the supreme satisfaction of seeing their Swami, as they love to call him, return to them with a great European and American fame. The mission of the Swami is essentially spiritual. He firmly believes that India, the motherland of spirituality, has a great future before her. He is sanguine that the West will more and more come to appreciate what he regards as the sublime truths of Vedanta. His great motto is help, and not fight; assimilation, and not destruction; harmony and peace, and not dissension. Whatever difference of opinion followers of other creeds may have with him, Few will venture to deny that the Swami has done yeoman's service to his country in opening the eyes of the Western world to the good in the Hindu. He will always be remembered as the first Hindu sannyasin who dared to cross the sea to carry to the West the message of what he believes in as a religious peace. A representative of our paper interviewed the Swami Vivekananda, with a view to eliciting from him an account of the success of his mission in the West. The Swami very courteously received our representative and motioned him to a chair by his side. The Swami was dressed in yellow robes, was calm, serene, and dignified, and appeared inclined to answer any questions that might be put to him. We have given the Swami's words as taken down in shorthand by our representative. "May I know a few particulars about your early life?" asked our representative. The Swami said, "Even while I was a student at Calcutta, I was of a religious temperament. I was critical even at that time of my life, mere words would not satisfy me. Subsequently I met Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, with whom I lived for a long time and under whom I studied. After the death of my father I gave myself up to traveling in India and started a little monastery in Calcutta. During my travels, I came to Madras, where I received help from the Maharaja of Mysore and the Raja of Ramad. What made your holiness carry the mission of Hinduism to Western countries?" "I wanted to get experience. My idea as to the keynote of our national downfall is that we do not mix with other nations, that is the one and the sole cause. We never had opportunity to compare notes. We were kupamanjikas, frogs in a well. You have done a good deal of traveling in the West. I have visited a good deal of Europe, including Germany and France, but England and America were the chief centers of my work. At first I found myself in a critical position, owing to the hostile attitude assumed against the people of this country by those who went there from India. I believe the Indian nation is by far the most moral and religious nation in the whole world, and it would be a blasphemy to compare the Hindus with any other nation. At first, many fell foul of me, manufactured huge lies against me by saying that I was a fraud, that I had a harem of wives and half a regiment of children. But my experience of these missionaries opened my eyes as to what they are capable of doing in the name of religion. Missionaries were nowhere in England. None came to fight me. Mr. Lund went over to America to abuse me behind my back, but people would not listen to him. I was very popular with them. When I came back to England, I thought this missionary would be at me, but the truth silenced him. In England the social status is stricter than caste is in India. The English church people are all gentlemen born, which many of the missionaries are not. They greatly sympathized with me. I think that about 30 English church clergymen agree entirely with me on all points of religious discussion. I was agreeably surprised to find that the English clergymen, though they differed from me, did not abuse me behind my back and stab me in the dark. There is the benefit of caste and hereditary culture. What has been the measure of your success in the West? A great number of people sympathized with me in America much more than in England. Vituperation by the low-caste missionaries made my cause succeed better. I had no money, the people of India having given me my bare passage money, which was spent in a very short time. I had to live just as here on the charity of individuals. The Americans are a very hospitable people. In America 1/3 of the people are Christians, but the rest have no religion, that is, they do not belong to any of the sects, but amongst them are to be found the most spiritual persons. I think the work in England is sound. If I die tomorrow and cannot send any more sannyasins, still the English work will go on. The Englishman is a very good man. He is taught from his childhood to suppress all his feelings. He is thick-headed, and is not so quick as the Frenchman or the American. He is immensely practical. The American people are too young to understand renunciation. England has enjoyed wealth and luxury for ages. Many people there are ready for renunciation. When I first lectured in England I had a little class of 20 or 30, which was kept going when I left, and when I went back from America I could get an audience of 1,000. In America I could get a much bigger one, as I spent 3 years in America and only 1 year in England. I have 2 sannyasins, one in England and one in America, and I intend sending sannyasins to other countries. English people are tremendous workers. Give them an idea, and you may be sure that that idea is not going to be lost, provided they catch it. People here have given up the Vedas, and all your philosophy is in the kitchen. The religion of India at present is Dantidushayism, that is a religion which the English people will never accept. The thoughts of our forefathers and the wonderful life-giving principles that they discovered, every nation will take. The biggest guns of the English Church told me that I was putting Vedantism into the Bible. The present Hinduism is a degradation. There is no book on philosophy, written today, in which something of our Vedantism is not touched upon. Even the works of Herbert Spencer contain it. The philosophy of the age is Advaitism. Everybody talks of it, only in Europe, they try to be original. They talk of Hindus with contempt, but at the same time swallow the truths given out by the Hindus. Professor Max Muller is a perfect Vedantist, and has done splendid work in Vedantism. He believes in reincarnation. What do you intend doing for the regeneration of India? I consider that the great national sin is the neglect of the masses, and that is one of the causes of our downfall. No amount of politics would be of any avail until the masses in India are once more well educated, well fed, and well cared for. They pay for our education, they build our temples, but in return they get kicks. They are practically our slaves. If we want to regenerate India, we must work for them. I want to start 2 central institutions, at first one at Madras and the other at Calcutta, for training young men as preachers. I have funds for starting the Calcutta one. English people will find funds for my purpose. My faith is in the younger generation, the modern generation. Out of them will come my workers. They will work out the whole problem, like lions. I have formulated the idea and have given my life to it. If I do not achieve success, some better one will come after me to work it out, and I shall be content to struggle. The one problem you have is to give to the masses their rights. You have the greatest religion which the world ever saw, and you feed the masses with stuff and nonsense. You have the perennial fountain flowing, and you give them ditch water. Your Madras graduate would not touch a low-caste man, but is ready to get out of him the money for his education. I want to start at first these 2 institutions for educating missionaries to be both spiritual and secular instructors to our masses. They will spread from center to center, until we have covered the whole of India. The great thing is to have faith in oneself, even before faith in God, but the difficulty seems to be that we are losing faith in ourselves day by day. That is my objection against the reformers. The Orthodox have more faith and more strength in themselves, in spite of their crudeness, but the reformers simply play into the hands of Europeans and pander to their vanity. Our masses are gods as compared with those of other countries. This is the only country where poverty is not a crime. They are mentally and physically handsome, but we hated them till they have lost faith in themselves. They think they are born slaves. Give them their rights, and let them stand on their rights. This is the glory of the American civilization. Compare the Irishman with knees bent, half-starved, with a little stick and bundle of clothes, just arrived from the ship, with what he is, after a few months' stay in America. He walks boldly and bravely. He has come from a country where he was a slave to a country where he is a brother. Believe that the soul is immortal, infinite and all-powerful. My idea of education is personal contact with the teacher, Gurugrihavesa. Without the personal life of a teacher there would be no education. Take your universities. What have they done during the 50 years of their existences? They have not produced one original man. They are merely an examining body. The idea of the sacrifice for the common will is not yet developed in our nation. What do you think of Mrs. Besant and Theosophy? Mrs. Besant is a very good woman. I lectured at her lodge in London. I do not know personally much about her. Her knowledge of our religion is very limited, she picks up scraps here and there, she never had time to study it thoroughly. That she is one of the most sincere of women, her greatest enemy will concede. She is considered the best speaker in England. She is a sannyasini. But I do not believe in Mahatmas and Kuthumas. Let her give up her connection with the Theosophical Society, stand on her own footing, and preach what she thinks right. Speaking of social reforms, the Swami expressed himself about widow marriage thus: I have yet to see a nation whose fate is determined by the number of husbands their widows get. Knowing as he did that several persons were waiting downstairs to have an interview with the Swami, our representative withdrew, thanking the Swami for the kindness with which he had consented to the journalistic torture. The Swami, it may be remarked, is accompanied by Mr. and Mrs. J. H. Severe, Mr. T. G. Harrison, a Buddhist gentleman of Colombo, and Mr. J. J. Goodwin. It appears that Mr. and Mrs. Severe accompany the Swami with a view to settling in the Himalayas, where they intend building a residence for the Western disciples of the Swami, who may have an inclination to reside in India. For 20 years, Mr. and Mrs. Severe had followed no particular religion, finding satisfaction in none of those that were preached, but on listening to a course of lectures by the Swami, they professed to have found a religion that satisfied their heart and intellect. Since then they have accompanied the Swami through Switzerland, Germany, and Italy, and now to India. Mr. Goodwin, a journalist in England, became a disciple of the Swami 14 months ago, when he first met him at New York. He gave up his journalism and devotes himself to attending the Swami and taking down his lectures in shorthand. He is in every sense a true disciple, saying that he hopes to be with the Swami till his death. Reawakening of Hinduism on a national basis. Prabhupada Bharata, September, 1898. In an interview which a representative of Prabhupada Bharata had recently with the Swami Vivekananda, that great teacher was asked, "What do you consider the distinguishing feature of your movement, Swamiji?" "Aggression," said the Swami promptly, "aggression in a religious sense only. Other sects and parties have carried spirituality all over India, but since the days of Buddha we have been the first to break bounds and try to flood the world with missionary zeal. And what do you consider to be the function of your movement as regards India?" "To find the common bases of Hinduism and awaken the national consciousness to them. At present there are 3 parties in India included under the term Hindu: the Orthodox, the reforming sects of the Mohammedan period, and the reforming sects of the present time. Hindus from north to south are only agreed on one point, viz. on not eating beef. Not in a common love for the Vedas. Certainly not. That is just what we want to reawaken. India has not yet assimilated the work of Buddha. She is hypnotized by his voice, not made alive by it. In what way do you see this importance of Buddhism in India today? It is obvious and overwhelming. You see, India never loses anything, only she takes time to turn everything into bone and muscle. Buddha dealt a blow at animal sacrifice from which India has never recovered, and Buddha said, "Kill no cows, and cow killing is an impossibility with us." With which of the 3 parties you name do you identify yourself, Swamiji? With all of them. "We are Orthodox Hindus," said the Swami, "but," he added suddenly with great earnestness and emphasis, "we refuse entirely to identify ourselves with Dantidushayism. That is not Hinduism, it is in none of our books, it is an unorthodox superstition which has interfered with national efficiency all along the line." "Then what you really desire is national efficiency?" "Certainly. Can you adduce any reason why India should lie in the ebb tide of the Aryan nations? Is she inferior in intellect? Is she inferior in dexterity? Can you look at her art, at her mathematics, at her philosophy, and answer yes? All that is needed is that she should dehypnotize herself and wake up from her age-long sleep to take her true rank in the hierarchy of nations. But India has always had her deep inner life. Are you not afraid, Swamiji, that in attempting to make her active you may take from her, her one great treasure?" "Not at all. The history of the past has gone to develop the inner life of India and the activity, i.e. the outer life, of the West. Hitherto these have been divergent. The time has now come for them to unite. Ramakrishna Paramahansa was alive to the depths of being, yet on the outer plane who was more active? This is the secret. Let your life be as deep as the ocean, but let it also be as wide as the sky. It is a curious thing, continued the Swami, that the inner life is often most profoundly developed where the outer conditions are most cramping and limiting. But this is an accidental, not an essential association, and if we set ourselves right here in India, the world will be tightened. For are we not all one? Your last remarks, Swamiji, raise another question. In what sense is Sri Ramakrishna a part of this awakened Hinduism? That is not for me to determine, said the Swami. I have never preached personalities. My own life is guided by the enthusiasm of this great soul, but others will decide for themselves how far they share in this attitude. Inspiration is not filtered out to the world through one channel, however great. Each generation should be inspired afresh. Are we not all God? Thank you. I have only one question more to ask you. You have defined the attitude and function of your movement with regard to your own people. Could you in the same way characterize your methods of action as a whole? Our method, said the Swami, is very easily described. It simply consists in reasserting the national life. Buddha preached renunciation. India heard, and yet in 6 centuries she reached her greatest height. The secret lies there. The national ideals of India are renunciation and service. Intensify her in those channels, and the rest will take cart of itself. The banner of the spiritual cannot be raised too high in this country. In it alone is salvation. On Indian women their past, present and future. Prabhupada Bharata, December, 1898. It was early one Sunday morning, writes our representative, in a beautiful Himalayan valley, that I was at last able to carry out the order of the editor, and call on the Swami Vivekananda, to ascertain something of his views on the position and prospects of Indian women. Let us go for a walk, said the Swami, when I had announced my errand, and we set out at once amongst some of the most lovely scenery in the world. By sunny and shady ways we went, through quiet villages, amongst playing children and across the golden cornfields. Here the tall trees seemed to pierce the blue above, and there a group of peasant girls stooped, sickle in hand, to cut and carry off the plume-tipped stalks of maize straw for the winter stores. Now the road led into an apple orchard, where great heaps of crimson fruit lay under the trees for sorting, and again we were out in the open, facing the snows that rose in August beauty above the white clouds against the sky. At last my companion broke the silence. The Aryan and Semitic ideals of woman, he said, have always been diametrically opposed. Amongst the Semites the presence of woman is considered dangerous to devotion, and she may not perform any religious function, even such as the killing of a bird for food. According to the Aryan, a man cannot perform a religious action without a wife. But Swamiji, said I, startled at an assertion so sweeping and so unexpected, is Hinduism not an Aryan faith? Modern Hinduism, said the Swami quietly, is largely Puranika, that is, post-Buddhistic in origin. Dayananda Sarasvati pointed out that though a wife is absolutely necessary in the sacrifice of the domestic fire, which is a Vedic rite, she may not touch the Shalagrama Shila, or the household idol, because that dates from the later period of the Puranas. And so you consider the inequality of woman amongst us as entirely due to the influence of Buddhism. Where it exists, certainly, said the Swami, but we should not allow the sudden influx of European criticism and our consequent sense of contrast to make us acquiesce too readily in this notion of the inequality of our women. Circumstances have forced upon us, for many centuries, the woman's need of protection. This, and not her inferiority, is the true reading of our customs. Are you then entirely satisfied with the position of women amongst us, Swamiji? By no means, said the Swami, but our right of interference is limited entirely to giving education. Women must be put in a position to solve their own problems in their own way. No one can or ought to do this for them. And our Indian women are as capable of doing it as any in the world. How do you account for the evil influence which you attribute to Buddhism? It came only with the decay of the faith, said the Swami. Every movement triumphs by dint of some unusual characteristic, and when it falls, that point of pride becomes its chief element of weakness. The Lord Buddha, greatest of men, was a marvelous organizer and carried the world by this means. But his religion was the religion of a monastic order. It had, therefore, the evil effect of making the very robe of the monk honored. He also introduced for the first time the community life of religious houses, and thereby necessarily made women inferior to men, since the great abbesses could take no important step without the advice of certain abbots. It ensured its immediate object, the solidarity of the faith. You see, only its far-reaching effects are to be deplored. But sannyasa is recognized in the Vedas. Of course it is, but without making any distinction between men and women. Do you remember how Yajnavalkya was questioned at the court of King Janaka? His principal examiner was Vachaknavi, the maiden orator Brahmavadini, as the word of the day was. Like two shining arrows in the hand of the skilled archer, she says, are my questions. Her sex is not even commented upon. Again, could anything be more complete than the equality of boys and girls in our old forest universities? Read our Sanskrit dramas, read the story of Shakuntala, and see if Tennyson's princess has anything to teach us. You have a wonderful way of revealing the glories of our past, Swamiji. Perhaps, because I have seen both sides of the world, said the Swami gently, and I know that the race that produced Sita, even if it only dreamt of her, has a reverence for woman that is unmatched on the earth. There is many a burden bound with legal tightness on the shoulders of Western women that is utterly unknown to ours. We have our wrongs and our exceptions certainly, but so have they. We must never forget that all over the globe the general effort is to express love and tenderness and uprightness, and that national customs are only the nearest vehicles of this expression. With regard to the domestic virtues, I have no hesitation in saying that our Indian methods have in many ways the advantage over all others. Then have our women any problems at all, Swamiji? Of course, they have many and grave problems, but none that are not to be solved by that magic word education. The true education, however, is not yet conceived of amongst us. And how would you define that? I never define anything, said the Swami, smiling. Still, it may be described as a development of faculty, not an accumulation of words, or as a training of individuals to will rightly and efficiently. So shall we bring to the need of India great fearless women worthy to continue the traditions of Sangamita, Lila, Ahilyabai and Mirabai, women fit to be mothers of heroes, because they are pure and selfless, strong with the strength that comes of touching the feet of God. So you consider that there should be a religious element in education, Swamiji? I look upon religion as the innermost core of education, said the Swami solemnly. Mind, I do not mean my own, or anyone else's opinion about religion. I think the teacher should take the pupil's starting point in this, as in other respects, and enable her to develop along her own line of least resistance. But surely the religious exaltation of Brahmacharya, by taking the highest place from the mother and wife and giving it to those who evade those relations, is a direct blow dealt at woman. You should remember, said the Swami, that if religion exalts Brahmacharya for woman, it does exactly the same for man. Moreover, your question shows a certain confusion in your own mind. Hinduism indicates one duty, only one, for the human soul. It is to seek to realize the permanent amidst the evanescent. No one presumes to point out any one way in which this may be done. Marriage or non-marriage, good or evil, learning or ignorance, any of these is justified, if it leads to the goal. In this respect lies the great contrast between it and Buddhism, for the latter's outstanding direction is to realize the impermanence of the external, which, broadly speaking, can only be done in one way. Do you recall the story of the young yogi in the Mahabharata who prided himself on his psychic powers by burning the bodies of a crow and crane by his intense will, produced by anger? Do you remember that the young saint went into the town and found first a wife nursing her sick husband and then the butcher Dharmavayadha, both of whom had obtained enlightenment in the path of common faithfulness and duty. And so what would you say, Swamiji, to the women of this country? Why, to the women of this country, said the Swami, I would say exactly what I say to the men. Believe in India and in our Indian faith. Be strong and hopeful and unashamed, and remember that with something to take, Hindus have immeasurably more to give than any other people in the world. On the Bounds of Hinduism. Prabhupada Bharata, April, 1899. Having been directed by the editor, writes our representative, to interview Swami Vivekananda on the question of converts to Hinduism, I found an opportunity one evening on the roof of a Gunga houseboat. It was after nightfall, and we had stopped at the embankment of the Ramankrishna Math, and there the Swami came down to speak with me. Time and place were alike delightful. Overhead the stars, and around the rolling Gunga, and on one side stood the dimly lighted building, with its background of palms and lofty shade trees. I want to see you, Swami, I began, on this matter of receiving back into Hinduism those who have been perverted from it. Is it your opinion that they should be received? Certainly, said the Swami, they can and ought to be taken. He sat gravely for a moment, thinking, and then resumed. Besides, he said, we shall otherwise decrease in numbers. When the Mohammedans first came, we are said I think on the authority of Farishta, the oldest Mohammedan historian to have been 600 millions of Hindus. Now we are about 200 millions. And then every man going out of the Hindu pale is not only a man less, but an enemy the more. Again, the vast majority of Hindu perverts to Islam and Christianity are perverts by the sword, or the descendants of these. It would be obviously unfair to subject these to disabilities of any kind. As to the case of born aliens, did you say? Why, born aliens have been converted in the past by crowds, and the process is still going on. In my own opinion, this statement not only applies to aboriginal tribes, to outlying nations, and to almost all our conquerors before the Mohammedan conquest, but also in the Puranas. I hold that they have been aliens thus adopted. Ceremonies of expiation are no doubt suitable in the case of willing converts, returning to their mother church, as it were, but on those who were alienated by conquest as in Kashmir and Nepal or on strangers wishing to join us, no penance should be imposed. But of what caste would these people be, Swamiji? I ventured to ask. They must have some, or they can never be assimilated into the great body of Hindus. Where shall we look for their rightful place? Returning converts, said the Swami quietly, will gain their own castes, of course. And new people will make theirs. You will remember, he added, that this has already been done in the case of Vaishnavism. Converts from different castes and aliens were all able to combine under that flag and form a caste by themselves, and a very respectable one too. From Ramanuj down to Chaitanya of Bengal, all great Vaishnava teachers have done the same. And where should these new people expect to marry? I asked. Amongst themselves, as they do now, said the Swami quietly. Then as to names, I inquired, I suppose aliens and perverts who have adopted non-Hindu names should be named newly. Would you give them caste names, or what? Certainly, said the Swami, thoughtfully, there is a great deal in a name. And on this question he would say no more. But my next inquiry drew blood. Would you leave these newcomers, Swamiji, to choose their own form of religious belief out of many-visaged Hinduism, or would you chalk out a religion for them? Can you ask that? He said. They will choose for themselves. For unless a man chooses for himself, the very spirit of Hinduism is destroyed. The essence of our faith consists simply in this freedom of the Ishta. I thought the utterance a weighty one, for the man before me has spent more years than anyone else living, I fancy, in studying the common bases of Hinduism in a scientific and sympathetic spirit, and the freedom of the Ishta is obviously a principle big enough to accommodate the world. But the talk passed to other matters, and then with a cordial good night this great teacher of religion lifted his lantern and went back into the monastery, while I by the pathless paths of the Ganga, in and out amongst her crafts of many sizes, made the best of my way back to my Calcutta home. On Karma Yoga. Isolation of the soul from all objects, mental and physical, is the goal. When that is attained, the soul will find that it was alone all the time, and it required no one to make it happy. As long as we require someone else to make us happy, we are slaves. When the Purusha finds that it is free, and does not require anything to complete itself, that this nature is quite unnecessary, then freedom, Kaivalya, is attained. Men run after a few dollars and do not think anything of cheating a fellow being to get those dollars, but if they would restrain themselves, in a few years they would develop such characters as would bring them millions of dollars if they wanted them. Then their will would govern the universe. But we are all such fools. What is the use of talking of one's mistakes to the world? They cannot thereby be undone. For what one has done one must suffer, one must try and do better. The world sympathizes only with the strong and the powerful. It is only work that is done as a free will offering to humanity and to nature that does not bring with it any binding attachment. Duty of any kind is not to be slighted. A man who does the lower work is not, for that reason only, a lower man than he who does the higher work. A man should not be judged by the nature of his duties, but by the manner in which he does them. His manner of doing them and his power to do them are indeed the test of a man. A shoemaker who can turn out a strong, nice pair of shoes in the shortest possible time is a better man, according to his profession and his work, than a professor who talks nonsense every day of his life. Every duty is holy, and devotion to duty is the highest form of the worship of God. It is certainly a source of great help in enlightening and emancipating the deluded and ignorance-encumbered souls of the bad as the bound ones. By doing well the duty which is nearest to us, the duty which is in our hands now, we make ourselves stronger, and improving our strength in this manner step by step, we may even reach a state in which it shall be our privilege to do the most coveted and honored duties in life and in society. Nature's justice is uniformly stern and unrelenting. The most practical man would call life neither good nor evil. Every successful man must have behind him somewhere tremendous integrity, tremendous sincerity, and that is the cause of his signal success in life. He may not have been perfectly unselfish, yet he was tending towards it. If he had been perfectly unselfish, his would have been as great a success as that of the Buddha or of the Christ. The degree of unselfishness marks the degree of success everywhere. The great leaders of mankind belong to higher fields than the field of platform work. However we may try, there cannot be any action which is perfectly pure or any which is perfectly impure, taking purity or impurity in the sense of injury or non-injury. We cannot breathe or live without injuring others, and every morsel of food we eat is taken from another's mouth. Our very lives are crowding out some other lives. It may be those of men, or animals, or small fungi, but someone somewhere we have to crowd out. That being the case, it naturally follows that perfection can never be attained by work. We may work through all eternity, but there will be no way out of this intricate maze. We may work on and on and on, but there will be no end. The man who works through freedom and love cares nothing for results. But the slave wants his whipping, the servant wants his pay. So with all life, take for instance the public life. The public speaker wants a little applause or a little hissing and hooting. If you keep him in a corner without it, you kill him, for he requires it. This is working through slavery. To expect something in return, under such conditions, becomes second nature. Next comes the work of the servant, who requires some pay. I give this, and you give me that. Nothing is easier to say, I work for work's sake, but nothing is so difficult to attain. I would go 20 miles on my hands and knees to look on the face of the man who can work for work's sake. There is a motive somewhere. If it is not money, it is power. If it is not power, it is gain. Somehow, somewhere, there is a motive power. You are my friend, and I want to work for you and with you. This is all very well, and every moment I may make protestation of my sincerity. But take care, you must be sure to agree with me. If you do not, I shall no longer take care of you or live for you. This kind of work for a motive brings misery. That work alone brings unattachment and bliss, wherein we work as masters of our own minds. The great lesson to learn is that I am not the standard by which the whole universe is to be judged. Each man is to be judged by his own idea, each race by its own standard and ideal, each custom of each country by its own reasoning and conditions. American customs are the result of the environment in which the Americans live, and Indian customs are the result of the environment in which the Indians are, and so of China, Japan, England, and every other country. We all find ourselves in the position for which we are fit, each ball finds its own hole, and if one has some capacity above another, the world will find that out too, in this universal adjusting that goes on. So it is no use to grumble. There may be a rich man who is wicked, yet there must be in that man certain qualities that made him rich, and if any other man has the same qualities, he will also become rich. What is the use of fighting and complaining? That will not help us to better things. He who grumbles at the little thing that has fallen to his lot to do will grumble at everything. Always grumbling, he will lead a miserable life, and everything will be a failure. But that man who does his duty as he goes, putting his shoulder to the wheel, will see the light, and higher duties will fall to his share. On fanaticism. There are fanatics of various kinds. Some people are wine fanatics and cigar fanatics. Some think that if men gave up smoking cigars, the world would arrive at the millennium. Women are generally amongst these fanatics. There was a young lady here one day, in this class. She was one of a number of ladies in Chicago who have built a house where they take in the working people and give them music and gymnastics. One day this young lady was talking about the evils of the world and said she knew the remedy. I asked, "How do you know?" And she answered, "Have you seen Hull House?" In her opinion, this Hull House is the one panacea for all the evils that flesh is heir to. This will grow upon her. I am sorry for her. There are some fanatics in India who think that if a woman could marry again when her husband died, it would cure all evil. This is fanaticism. When I was a boy I thought that fanaticism was a great element in work, but now, as I grow older, I find out that it is not. There may be a woman who would steal and make no objection to taking someone else's bag and going away with it. But perhaps that woman does not smoke. She becomes a smoke fanatic, and as soon as she finds a man smoking, she strongly disapproves of him, because he smokes a cigar. There may be a man who goes about cheating people, there is no trusting him, no woman is safe with him. But perhaps this scoundrel does not drink wine. If so, he sees nothing good in anyone who drinks wine. All these wicked things that he himself does are of no consideration. This is only natural human selfishness and one-sidedness. You must also remember that the world has God to govern it, and He has not left it to our charity. The Lord God is its governor and maintainer, and in spite of these wine fanatics and cigar fanatics, and all sorts of marriage fanatics, it would go on. If all these persons were to die, it would go on none the worse. Do you not remember in your own history how the Mayflower people came out here, and began to call themselves Puritans? They were very pure and good as far as they went, until they began to persecute other people, and throughout the history of mankind it has been the same. Even those that run away from persecution indulge in persecuting others as soon as a favorable opportunity to do so occurs. In 90 cases out of 100, fanatics must have bad livers, or they are dyspeptics, or are in some way diseased. By degrees even physicians will find out that fanaticism is a kind of disease. I have seen plenty of it. The Lord save me from it. My experience comes to this, that it is rather wise to avoid all sorts of fanatical reforms. This world is slowly going on, let it go slowly. Why are you in a hurry? Sleep well and keep your nerves in good order, eat right food, and have sympathy with the world. Fanatics only make hatred. Do you mean to say that the temperance fanatic loves these poor people who become drunkards? A fanatic is a fanatic simply because he expects to get something for himself in return. As soon as the battle is over, he goes for the spoil. When you come out of the company of fanatics, you may learn how really to love and sympathize. And the more you attain of love and sympathy, the less will be your power to condemn these poor creatures, rather you will sympathize with their faults. It will become possible for you to sympathize with the drunkard and to know that he is also a man like yourself. You will then try to understand the many circumstances that are dragging him down, and feel that if you had been in his place you would perhaps have committed suicide. I remember a woman whose husband was a great drunkard, and she complained to me of his becoming so. I replied, "Madam, if there were 20 millions of wives like yourself, all husbands would become drunkards. I am convinced that a large number of drunkards are manufactured by their wives. My business is to tell the truth and not to flatter anyone. These unruly women from whose minds the words bear and forbear are gone forever, and whose false ideas of independence lead them to think that men should be at their feet, and who begin to howl as soon as men dare to say anything to them which they do not like, such women are becoming the bane of the world, and it is a wonder that they do not drive half the men in it to commit suicide. In this way things should not go on. Life is not so easy as they believe it to be, it is a more serious business. A man must not only have faith but intellectual faith too. To make a man take up everything and believe it, would be to make him a lunatic. I once had a book sent me, which said I must believe everything told in it. It said there was no soul, but that there were gods and goddesses in heaven, and a thread of light going from each of our heads to heaven. How did the writer know all these things? She had been inspired, and wanted me to believe it too, and because I refused, she said, "You must be a very bad man, there is no hope for you." This is fanaticism. Work is worship. The highest man cannot work, for there is no binding element, no attachment, no ignorance in him. A ship is said to have passed over a mountain of magnet ore, and all the bolts and bars were drawn out, and it went to pieces. It is in ignorance that struggle remains, because we are all really atheists. Real theists cannot work. We are atheists more or less. We do not see God or believe in Him. He is God to us, and nothing more. There are moments when we think He is near, but then we fall down again. When you see Him, who struggles for whom? Help the Lord. There is a proverb in our language, "Shall we teach the architect of the universe how to build?" So those are the highest of mankind who do not work. The next time you see these silly phrases about the world and how we must all help God and do this or that for Him, remember this. Do not think such thoughts, they are too selfish. All the work you do is subjective, is done for your own benefit. God has not fallen into a ditch for you and me to help Him out by building a hospital or something of that sort. He allows you to work. He allows you to exercise your muscles in this great gymnasium, not in order to help Him but that you may help yourself. Do you think even an ant will die for want of your help? Most arrant blasphemy. The world does not need you at all. The world goes on, you are like a drop in the ocean. A leaf does not move, the wind does not blow without Him. Blessed are we that we are given the privilege of working for Him, not of helping Him. Cut out this word help from your mind. You cannot help, it is blaspheming. You are here yourself at His pleasure. Do you mean to say, you help Him? You worship. When you give a morsel of food to the dog, you worship the dog as God. God is in that dog. He is the dog. He is all and in all. We are allowed to worship Him. Stand in that reverent attitude to the whole universe, and then will come perfect non-attachment. This should be your duty. This is the proper attitude of work. This is the secret taught by Karma Yoga. Work without motive. At the 42nd meeting of the Ramakrishna Mission held at the premises number 57 Ramkanta Bose Street, Bagh Bazar, Calcutta, on the March 20, 1898, Swami Vivekananda gave an address on work without motive, and spoke to the following effect. When the Gita was first preached, there was then going on a great controversy between two sects. One party considered the Vedic yajnas and animal sacrifices and such like karmas to constitute the whole of religion. The other preached that the killing of numberless horses and cattle cannot be called religion. The people belonging to the latter party were mostly sannyasins and followers of Jnana. They believed that the giving up of all work and the gaining of the knowledge of the self was the only path to moksha by the preaching of his great doctrine of work without motive. The author of the Gita set at rest the disputes of these two antagonistic sects. Many are of opinion that the Gita was not written at the time of the Mahabharata, but was subsequently added to it. This is not correct. The special teachings of the Gita are to be found in every part of the Mahabharata, and if the Gita is to be expunged, as forming no part of it, every other portion of it which embodies the same teachings should be similarly treated. Now, what is the meaning of working without motive? Nowadays many understand it in the sense that one is to work in such a way that neither pleasure nor pain touches his mind. If this be its real meaning, then the animals might be said to work without motive. Some animals devour their own offspring, and they do not feel any pangs at all in doing so. Robbers ruin other people by robbing them of their possessions, but if they feel quite callous to pleasure or pain, then they also would be working without motive. If the meaning of it be such, then one who has a stony heart, the worst of criminals, might be considered to be working without motive. The walls have no feelings of pleasure or pain, neither has a stone, and it cannot be said that they are working without motive. In the above sense the doctrine is a potent instrument in the hands of the wicked. They would go on doing wicked deeds, and would pronounce themselves as working without a motive. If such be the significance of working without a motive, then a fearful doctrine has been put forth by the preaching of the Gita. Certainly this is not the meaning. Furthermore, if we look into the lives of those who were connected with the preaching of the Gita, we should find them living quite a different life. Arjuna killed Bhishma and Drona in battle, but withal, he sacrificed all his self-interest and desires and his lower self millions of times. Gita teaches karma yoga. We should work through yoga, concentration. In such concentration in action, karma yoga, there is no consciousness of the lower ego present. The consciousness that I am doing this and that is never present when one works through yoga. The Western people do not understand this. They say that if there be no consciousness of ego, if this ego is gone, how then can a man work? But when one works with concentration, losing all consciousness of oneself, the work that is done will be infinitely better, and this everyone may have experienced in his own life. We perform many works subconsciously, such as the digestion of food etc., many others consciously, and others again by becoming immersed in samadhi as it were, when there is no consciousness of the smaller ego. If the painter, losing the consciousness of his ego, becomes completely immersed in his painting, he will be able to produce masterpieces. The good cook concentrates his whole self on the food material he handles, he loses all other consciousness for the time being. But they are only able to do perfectly a single work in this way, to which they are habituated. The Gita teaches that all works should be done thus. He who is one with the Lord through yoga performs all his works by becoming immersed in concentration, and does not seek any personal benefit. Such a performance of work brings only good to the world, no evil can come out of it. Those who work thus never do anything for themselves. The result of every work is mixed with good and evil. There is no good work that has not a touch of evil in it. Like smoke round the fire, some evil always clings to work. We should engage in such works as bring the largest amount of good and the smallest measure of evil. Arjuna killed Bhishma and Drona. If this had not been done, Duryodhana could not have been conquered, the force of evil would have triumphed over the force of good, and thus a great calamity would have fallen on the country. The government of the country would have been usurped by a body of proud unrighteous kings, to the great misfortune of the people. Similarly, Sri Krishna killed Kamsa, Jarasandha and others who were tyrants, but not a single one of his deeds was done for himself. Every one of them was for the good of others. We are reading the Gita by candlelight, but numbers of insects are being burned to death. Thus it is seen that some evil clings to work. Those who work without any consciousness of their lower ego are not affected with evil, for they work for the good of the world. To work without motive, to work unattached, brings the highest bliss and freedom. This secret of karma yoga is taught by the Lord Sri Krishna in the Gita. Sadhanas or preparations for higher life. If atavism gains, you go down, if evolution gains, you go on. Therefore, we must not allow atavism to take place. Here, in my own body, is the first work of the study. We are too busy trying to mend the ways of our neighbors, that is the difficulty. We must begin with our own bodies. The heart, the liver, etc., are all atavistic. Bring them back into consciousness, control them, so that they will obey your commands and act up to your wishes. There was a time when we had control of the liver, we could shake the whole skin, as can the cow. I have seen many people bring the control back by sheer hard practice. Once an impress is made, it is there. Bring back all the submerged activities, the vast ocean of action. This is the first part of the great study, and it is absolutely necessary for our social well-being. On the other hand, only the consciousness need not be studied all the time. Then there is the other part of study, not so necessary in our social life, which tends to liberation. Its direct action is to free the soul, to take the torch into the gloom, to clean out what is behind, to shake it up or even defy it, and to make us march onward piercing the gloom. That is the goal, the superconscious. Then when that state is reached, this very man becomes divine, becomes free. And to the mind thus trained to transcend all, gradually this universe will begin to give up its secrets, the book of nature will be read chapter after chapter, till the goal is attained, and we pass from this valley of life and death to that one, where death and life do not exist, and we know the real and become the real. The first thing necessary is a quiet and peaceable life. If I have to go about the world the whole day to make a living, it is hard for me to attain to anything very high in this life. Perhaps in another life I shall be born under more propitious circumstances. But if I am earnest enough, these very circumstances will change even in this birth. Was there anything you did not get which you really wanted? It could not be. For it is the want that creates the body. It is the light that has bored the holes, as it were, in your head, called the eyes. If the light had not existed, you would have had no eyes. It is sound that had made the ears. The object of perception existed first, before you made the organ. In a few 100,000 years or earlier, we may have other organs to perceive electricity and other things. There is no desire for a peaceful mind. Desire will not come unless there is something outside to fulfill it. The outside something just bores a hole in the body, as it were, and tries to get into the mind. So, when the desire will arise to have a peaceful, quiet life, that shall come where everything shall be propitious for the development of the mind, you may take that as my experience. It may come after thousands of lives, but it must come. Hold on to that, the desire. You cannot have the strong desire if its object was not outside for you already. Of course you must understand, there is a difference between desire and desire. The Master said, "My child, if you desire after God, God shall come to you." The disciple did not understand his Master fully. One day both went to bathe in a river, and the Master said, "Plunge in," and the boy did so. In a moment the Master was upon him, holding him down. He would not let the boy come up. When the boy struggled and was exhausted, he let him go. "Yes, my child, how did you feel there? Oh, the desire for a breath of air. Do you have that kind of desire for God?" "No, sir." "Have that kind of desire for God and you shall have God. That, without which we cannot live, must come to us. If it did not come to us, life could not go on. If you want to be a yogi, you must be free and place yourself in circumstances where you are alone and free from all anxiety. He who desires for a comfortable and nice life and at the same time wants to realize the self is like the fool who, wanting to cross the river, caught hold of a crocodile mistaking it for a log of wood. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Unto him everything who does not care for anything. Fortune is like a flirt, she cares not for him who wants her, but she is at the feet of him who does not care for her. Money comes and showers itself upon one who does not care for it, so does fame come in abundance until it is a trouble and a burden. They always come to the master. The slave never gets anything. The master is he who can live in spite of them, whose life does not depend upon the little, foolish things of the world. Live for an ideal, and that one ideal alone. Let it be so great, so strong, that there may be nothing else left in the mind, no place for anything else, no time for anything else. How some people give all their energies, time, brain, body, and everything, to become rich. They have no time for breakfast. Early in the morning they are out and at work. They die in the attempt, 90% of them, and the rest, when they make money, cannot enjoy it. That is grand. I do not say it is bad to try to be rich. It is marvelous, wonderful. Why, what does it show? It shows that one can have the same amount of energy and struggle for freedom as one has for money. We know we have to give up money and all other things when we die, and yet, see the amount of energy we can put forth for them. But we, the same human beings, should we not put forth 1,000-fold more strength and energy to acquire that which never fades, but which remains to us forever? For this is the one great friend, our own good deeds, our own spiritual excellence, that follows us beyond the grave. Everything else is left behind here with the body. That is the one great first step, the real desire for the ideal. Everything comes easy after that. That the Indian mind found out. There, in India, men go to any length to find truth. But here, in the West, the difficulty is that everything is made so easy. It is not truth, but development, that is the great aim. The struggle is the great lesson. Mind you, the great benefit in this life is struggle. It is through that we pass. If there is any road to heaven, it is through hell. Through hell to heaven is always the way. When the soul has wrestled with circumstance and has met death, 1,000 times death on the way, but nothing daunted, has struggled forward again and again and yet again, then the soul comes out as a giant and laughs at the ideal he has been struggling for, because he finds how much greater is he than the ideal. I am the end, my own self, and nothing else, for what is there to compare to me own self? Can a bag of gold be the ideal of my soul? Certainly not. My soul is the highest ideal that I can have. Realizing my own real nature is the one goal of my life. There is nothing that is absolutely evil. The devil has a place here as well as God, else he would not be here. Just as I told you, it is through hell that we pass to heaven. Our mistakes have places here. Go on. Do not look back if you think you have done something that is not right. Now, do you believe you could be what you are today, had you not made those mistakes before? Bless your mistakes, then. They have been angels unawares. Blessed be torture. Blessed be happiness. Do not care what be your lot. Hold on to the ideal. March on. Do not look back upon little mistakes and things. In this battlefield of ours, the dust of mistakes must be raised. Those who are so thin-skinned that they cannot bear the dust, let them get out of the ranks. So, then, this tremendous determination to struggle 100-fold more determination than that which you put forth to gain anything which belongs to this life, is the first great preparation. And then along with it, there must be meditation. Meditation is the one thing. Meditate. The greatest thing is meditation. It is the nearest approach to spiritual life, the mind meditating. It is the one moment in our daily life that we are not at all material, the soul thinking of itself, free from all matter, this marvelous touch of the soul. The body is our enemy, and yet is our friend. Which of you can bear the sight of misery? And which of you cannot do so when you see it only as a painting? Because it is unreal, we do not identify ourselves with it, even though it is only a painting, it cannot bless us, it cannot hurt us. The most terrible misery painted upon a piece of canvas, we may even enjoy, we praise the technique of the artist, we wonder at his marvelous genius, even though the scene he paints is most horrible. That is the secret, that non-attachment. Be the witness. No breathing, no physical training of yoga, nothing is of any use until you reach to the idea, I am the witness. Say, when the tyrant hand is on your neck, I am the witness. I am the witness. Say, I am the spirit. Nothing external can touch me. When evil thoughts arise, repeat that, give that sledgehammer blow on their heads, I am the spirit. I am the witness, the ever-blessed. I have no reason to do, no reason to suffer, I have finished with everything, I am the witness. I am in my picture gallery, this universe is my museum, I am looking at these successive paintings. They are all beautiful. Whether good or evil. I see the marvelous skill, but it is all one. Infinite flames of the great painter. Really speaking, there is naught, neither volition, nor desire. He is all. He, she, the mother, is playing, and we are like dolls, her helpers in this play. Here, she puts one now in the garb of a beggar, another moment in the garb of a king, the next moment in the garb of a saint, and again in the garb of a devil. We are putting on different garbs to help the mother spirit in her play. When the baby is at play, she will not come even if called by her mother. But when she finishes her play, she will rush to her mother, and will have no play. So there come moments in our life, when we feel our play is finished, and we want to rush to the mother. Then all our toil here will be of no value, men, women, and children, wealth, name, and fame, joys and glories of life, punishments and successes will be no more, and the whole life will seem like a show. We shall see only the infinite rhythm going on, endless and purposeless, going we do not know where. Only this much shall we say, our play is done. The cosmos and the self. Everything in nature rises from some fine seed forms, becomes grosser and grosser, exists for a certain time, and again goes back to the original fine form. Our Earth, for instance, has come out of a nebulous form which, becoming colder and colder, turned into this crystallized planet upon which we live, and in the future it will again go to pieces and return to its rudimentary nebulous form. This is happening in the universe, and has been through time immemorial. This is the whole history of man, the whole history of nature, the whole history of life. Every evolution is preceded by an involution. The whole of the tree is present in the seed, its cause. The whole of the human being is present in that one protoplasm. The whole of this universe is present in the cosmic fine universe. Everything is present in its cause, in its fine form. This evolution, or gradual unfolding of grosser and grosser forms, is true, but each case has been preceded by an involution. The whole of this universe must have been involute before it came out, and has unfolded itself in all these various forms to be involved again once more. Take, for instance, the life of a little plant. We find two things that make the plant a unity by itself: its growth and development, its decay and death. These make one unity, the plant life. So, taking that plant life as only one link in the chain of life, we may take the whole series as one life, beginning in the protoplasm and ending in the most perfect man. Man is one link, and the various beasts, the lower animals, and plants are other links. Now go back to the source, the finest particles from which they started, and take the whole series as but one life, and you will find that every evolution here is the evolution of something which existed previously. Where it begins, there it ends. What is the end of this universe? Intelligence, is it not? The last to come in the order of creation, according to the evolutionists, was intelligence. That being so, it must be the cause, the beginning of creation also. At the beginning that intelligence remains involved, and in the end it gets evolved. The sum total of the intelligence displayed in the universe must therefore be the involved universal intelligence unfolding itself, and this universal intelligence is what we call God, from whom we come and to whom we return, as the scriptures say. Call it by any other name, you cannot deny that in the beginning there is that infinite cosmic intelligence. What makes a compound? A compound is that in which the causes have combined and become the effect. So these compound things can be only within the circle of the law of causation. So far as the rules of cause and effect go, so far can we have compounds and combinations. Beyond that it is impossible to talk of combinations, because no law holds good therein. Law holds good only in that universe which we see, feel, hear, imagine, dream, and beyond that we cannot place any idea of law. That is our universe which we sense or imagine, and we sense what is within our direct perception, and we imagine what is in our mind. What is beyond the body is beyond the senses, and what is beyond the mind is beyond the imagination, and therefore is beyond our universe, and therefore beyond the law of causation. The self of man being beyond the law of causation is not a compound, is not the effect of any cause, and therefore is ever free and is the ruler of everything that is within law. Not being a compound, it will never die, because death means going back to the component parts, destruction means going back to the cause. Because it cannot die, it cannot live, for both life and death are modes of manifestation of the same thing. So the soul is beyond life and death. You were never born, and you will never die. Birth and death belong to the body only. The doctrine of monism holds that this universe is all that exists, gross or fine, it is all here, the effect and the cause are both here, the explanation is here. What is known as the particular is simply repetition in a minute form of the universal. We get our idea of the universe from the study of our own souls, and what is true there also holds good in the outside universe. The ideas of heaven and all these various places, even if they be true, are in the universe. They all together make this unity. The first idea, therefore, is that of a whole, a unit, composed of various minute particles, and each one of us is a part, as it were, of this unit. As manifested beings we appear separate, but as a reality we are one. The more we think ourselves separate from this whole, the more miserable we become. So, Advaita is the basis of ethics. Who is a real guru? A real guru is one who is born from time to time as a repository of spiritual force which he transmits to future generations through successive links of guru and shishya, disciple. The current of this spirit force changes its course from time to time, just as a mighty stream of water opens up a new channel and leaves the old one for good. Thus it is seen that old sects of religion grow lifeless in the course of time, and new sects arise with the fire of life in them. Men who are truly wise commit themselves to the mercy of that particular sect through which the current of life flows. Old forms of religion are like the skeletons of once mighty animals, preserved in museums. They should be regarded with the due honor. They cannot satisfy the true cravings of the soul for the highest, just as a dead mango tree cannot satisfy the cravings of a man for luscious mangoes. The one thing necessary is to be stripped of our vanities, the sense that we possess any spiritual wisdom, and to surrender ourselves completely to the guidance of our Guru. The Guru only knows what will lead us towards perfection. We are quite blind to it. We do not know anything. This sort of humility will open the door of our heart for spiritual truths. Truth will never come into our minds so long as there will remain the faintest shadow of ahamkara, egotism. All of you should try to root out this devil from your heart. Complete self-surrender is the only way to spiritual illumination. On art. The secret of Greek art is its imitation of nature even to the minutest details, whereas the secret of Indian art is to represent the ideal. The energy of the Greek painter is spent in perhaps painting a piece of flesh, and he is so successful that a dog is deluded into taking it to be a real bit of meat and so goes to bite it. Now, what glory is there in merely imitating nature? Why not place an actual bit of flesh before the dog? The Indian tendency, on the other hand, to represent the ideal, the supersensual, has become degraded into painting grotesque images. Now, true art can be compared to a lily which springs from the ground, takes its nourishment from the ground, is in touch with the ground, and yet is quite high above it. So art must be in touch with nature, and wherever that touch is gone, art degenerates, yet it must be above nature. Art is representing the beautiful. There must be art in everything. The difference between architecture and building is that the former expresses an idea, while the latter is merely a structure built on economical principles. The value of matter depends solely on its capacities of expressing ideas. The artistic faculty was highly developed in our Lord Sri Ramakrishna, and he used to say that without this faculty none can be truly spiritual. On language. Simplicity is the secret. My ideal of language is my master's language, most colloquial and yet most expressive. It must express the thought which is intended to be conveyed. The attempt to make the Bengali language perfect in so short a time will make it cut and dried. Properly speaking, it has no verbs. Michael Madhusudandud attempted to remedy this in poetry. The greatest poet in Bengal was Kavi Kankana. The best prose in Sanskrit is Patanjali's Mahabhashya. There the language is vigorous. The language of Hitopadesha is not bad, but the language of Kadambari is an example of degradation. The Bengali language must be modeled not after the Sanskrit, but rather after the Pali, which has a strong resemblance to it. In coining or translating technical terms in Bengali, one must, however, use all Sanskrit words for them, and an attempt should be made to coin new words. For this purpose, if a collection is made from a Sanskrit dictionary of all those technical terms, then it'll help greatly the constitution of the Bengali language. The Sannyasin. In explanation of the term sannyasin, the swami in the course of one of his lectures in Boston said, "When a man has fulfilled the duties and obligations of that stage of life in which he is born, and his aspirations lead him to seek a spiritual life and to abandon altogether the worldly pursuits of possession, fame, or power, when, by the growth of insight into the nature of the world, he sees its impermanence, its strife, its misery, and the paltry nature of its prizes, and turns away from all these, then he seeks the true, the eternal love, the refuge. He makes complete renunciation, sannyasa, of all worldly position, property, and name, and wanders forth into the world to live a life of self-sacrifice and to persistently seek spiritual knowledge, striving to excel in love and compassion and to acquire lasting insight. Gaining these pearls of wisdom by years of meditation, discipline, and inquiry, he in his turn becomes a teacher and hands on to disciples, lay or professed, who may seek them from him, all that he can of wisdom and beneficence. A sannyasin cannot belong to any religion, for his is a life of independent thought, which draws from all religions. His is a life of realization, not merely of theory or belief, much less of dogma. The sannyasin and the householder. The men of the world should have no voice in the affairs of the sannyasins. The sannyasin should have nothing to do with the rich, his duty is with the poor. He should treat the poor with loving care and serve them joyfully with all his might. To pay respects to the rich and hang on them for support has been the bane of all the sannyasin communities of our country. A true sannyasin should scrupulously avoid that. Such conduct becomes a public woman rather than one who professes to have renounced the world. How should a man immersed in kamakanchana, lust and greed, become a devotee of one whose central ideal is the renunciation of kamakanchana? Sri Ramakrishna wept and prayed to the Divine Mother to send him such a one to talk with as would not have in him the slightest tinge of kamakanchana, for he would say, "My lips burn when I talk with the worldly minded." He also used to say that he could not even bear the touch of the worldly minded and the impure. That king of sannyasins, Sri Ramakrishna, can never be preached by men of the world. The latter can never be perfectly sincere, for he cannot but have some selfish motives to serve. If Bhagwan, God, incarnates himself as a householder, I can never believe him to be sincere. When a householder takes the position of the leader of a religious sect, he begins to serve his own interests in the name of principle, hiding the former in the garb of the latter, and the result is the sect becomes rotten to the core. All religious movements headed by householders have shared the same fate. Without renunciation, religion can never stand. Here Swamiji was asked, what are we sannyasins to understand by renunciation of kanchana, wealth? He answered as follows. With a view to certain ends we have to adopt certain means. These means vary according to the conditions of time, place, individual, etc., but the end always remains unaltered. In the case of the sannyasin, the end is the liberation of the self and doing good to humanity, and of the ways to attain it, the renunciation of kamakanchana is the most important. Remember, renunciation consists in the total absence of all selfish motives and not in mere abstinence from external contact, such as avoiding to touch one's money kept with another at the same time enjoying all its benefits. Would that be renunciation? For accomplishing the two above-mentioned ends, the begging excursion would be a great help to a sannyasin at a time when the householders strictly obeyed the injunctions of Manu and other lawgivers, by setting apart every day a portion of their meal for ascetic guests. Nowadays things have changed considerably, especially, as in Bengal, where no Madhyukari one system prevails. Here it would be mere waste of energy to try to live on Madhukari, and you would profit nothing by it. The injunction of bhiksha, begging, is a means to serve the above two ends, which will not be served by that way now. It does not, therefore, go against the principle of renunciation under such circumstances if a sannyasin provides for mere necessaries of life and devotes all his energy to the accomplishment of his ends for which he took sannyasa. Attaching too much importance ignorantly to the means brings confusion. The end should never be lost sight of. The evils of Adhikariveda. In one of his question classes the talk drifted onto the Adhikariveda, or the doctrine of special rights and privileges, and Swamiji, in pointing out vehemently the evils that have resulted from it, spoke to the following effect. With all my respects for the rishis of yore, I cannot but denounce their method in instructing the people. They always enjoined upon them to do certain things but took care never to explain to them the reason for it. This method was pernicious to the very core, and instead of enabling men to attain the end, it laid upon their shoulders a mass of meaningless nonsense. Their excuse for keeping the end hidden from view was that the people could not have understood their real meaning even if they had presented it to them, not being worthy recipients. The Adhikariveda is the outcome of pure selfishness. They knew that by this enlightenment on their special subject they would lose their superior position of instructors to the people. Hence their endeavor to support this theory. If you consider a man too weak to receive these lessons, you should try the more to teach and educate him. You should give him the advantage of more teaching, instead of less, to train up his intellect, so as to enable him to comprehend the more subtle problems. These advocates of Adhikariveda ignored the tremendous fact of the infinite possibilities of the human soul. Every man is capable of receiving knowledge if it is imparted in his own language. A teacher who cannot convince others should weep on account of his own inability to teach the people in their own language, instead of cursing them and dooming them to live in ignorance and superstition, setting up the plea that the higher knowledge is not for them. Speak out the truth boldly, without any fear that it will puzzle the weak. Men are selfish, they do not want others to come up to the same level of their knowledge, for fear of losing their own privilege and prestige over others. Their contention is that the knowledge of the highest spiritual truths will bring about confusion in the understanding of the weak-minded men, and so the shloka goes. One should not unsettle the understanding of the ignorant, attached to action, by teaching them. Jnana, the wise man, himself steadily acting, should engage the ignorant in all work. Gita 3:26. I cannot believe in the self-contradictory statement that light brings greater darkness. It is like losing life in the ocean of Satchidananda, in the ocean of absolute existence and immortality. How absurd! Knowledge means freedom from the errors which ignorance leads to. Knowledge paving the way to error. Enlightenment leading to confusion. Is it possible? Men are not bold enough to speak out broad truths, for fear of losing the respect of the people. They try to make a compromise between the real, eternal truths and the nonsensical prejudices of the people, and thus set up the doctrine that lokacharas, customs of the people, and deshacharas, customs of the country, must be adhered to. No compromise. No whitewashing. No covering of corpses beneath flowers. Throw away such texts as, "Yet the customs of the people have to be followed." Nonsense. The result of this sort of compromise is that the grand truths are soon buried under heaps of rubbish, and the latter are eagerly held as real truths. Even the grand truths of the Gita, so boldly preached by Sri Krishna, received the gloss of compromise in the hands of future generations of disciples, and the result is that the grandest scripture of the world is now made to yield many things which lead men astray. This attempt at compromise proceeds from arrant downright cowardice. Be bold. My children should be brave, above all. Not the least compromise on any account. Preach the highest truths broadcast. Do not fear losing your respect or causing unhappy friction. Rest assured that if you serve truth in spite of temptations to forsake it, you will attain a heavenly strength in the face of which men will quail to speak before you things which you do not believe to be true. People will be convinced of what you will say to them if you can strictly serve truth for 14 years continually, without swerving from it. Thus you will confer the greatest blessing on the masses, unshackle their bondages, and uplift the whole nation. On Bhakti Yoga. The dualist thinks you cannot be moral unless you have a god with a rod in his hand, ready to punish you. How is that? Suppose a horse had to give us a lecture on morality, one of those very wretched cab horses who move only with the whip, to which he has become accustomed. He begins to speak about human beings and says that they must be very immoral. Why? Because I know they are not whipped regularly. The fear of the whip only makes one more immoral. You all say there is a God and that he is an omnipresent being. Close your eyes and think what he is. What do you find? Either you are thinking, in bringing the idea of omnipresence in your mind, of the sea, or the blue sky, or an expanse of meadow, or such things as you have seen in your life. If that is so, you do not mean anything by omnipresent God, it has no meaning at all to you. So with every other attribute of God. What idea have we of omnipotence or omniscience? We have none. Religion is realizing, and I shall call you a worshipper of God when you have become able to realize the idea. Before that it is the spelling of words and no more. It is this power of realization that makes religion. No amount of doctrines or philosophies, or ethical books, that you may have stuffed into your brain, will matter much, only what you are and what you have realized. The personal God is the same absolute looked at through the haze of Maya. When we approach him with the five senses, we can see him only as the personal God. The idea is that the self cannot be objectified. How can the knower know itself? But it can cast a shadow, as it were, if that can be called objectification. So the highest form of that shadow, that attempt at objectifying itself, is the personal God. The self is the eternal subject, and we are struggling all the time to objectify that self. And out of that struggle has come this phenomenal universe and what we call matter, and so on. But these are very weak attempts, and the highest objectification of the self possible to us is the personal God. This objectification is an attempt to reveal our own nature. According to the Sankhya, nature is showing all these experiences to the soul, and when it has got real experience it will know its own nature. According to the Advaita Vedantist, the soul is struggling to reveal itself. After long struggle, it finds that the subject must always remain the subject, and then begins non-attachment, and it becomes free. When a man has reached that perfect state, he is of the same nature as the personal God. I and my Father are one. He knows that he is one with Brahman, the Absolute, and projects himself as the personal God does. He plays as even the mightiest of kings may sometimes play with dolls. Some imaginations help to break the bondage of the rest. The whole universe is imagination, but one set of imaginations will cure another set. Those that tell us that there is sin and sorrow and death in the world are terrible. But the other set, thou art holy, there is God, there is no pain, these are good, and help to break the bondage of the others. The highest imagination that can break all the links of the chain is that of the personal God. To go and say, Lord, take care of this thing and give me that, Lord, I give you my little prayer and you give me this thing of daily necessity, Lord, cure my headache, and all that, these are not bhakti. They are the lowest states of religion. They are the lowest form of karma. If a man uses all his mental energy in seeking to satisfy his body and its wants, show me the difference between him and an animal. Bhakti is a higher thing, higher than even desiring heaven. The idea of heaven is of a place of intensified enjoyment. How can that be God? Only the fools rush after sense enjoyments. It is easy to live in the senses. It is easier to run in the old groove, eating and drinking, but what these modern philosophers want to tell you is to take these comfortable ideas and put the stamp of religion on them. Such a doctrine is dangerous. Death lies in the senses. Life on the plane of the spirit is the only life, life on any other plane is mere death, the whole of this life can be only described as a gymnasium. We must go beyond it to enjoy real life. As long as touch-me-notism is your creed and the kitchen pot your deity, you cannot rise spiritually. All the petty differences between religion and religion are mere word struggles, nonsense. Everyone thinks, this is my original idea, and wants to have things his own way. That is how struggles come. In criticizing another, we always foolishly take one especially brilliant point as the whole of our life and compare that with the dark ones in the life of another. Thus we make mistakes in judging individuals. Through fanaticism and bigotry a religion can be propagated very quickly, no doubt, but the preaching of that religion is firm, based on solid ground, which gives everyone liberty to his opinions and thus uplifts him to a higher path, though this process is slow. First deluge the land, India, with spiritual ideas, then other ideas will follow. The gift of spirituality and spiritual knowledge is the highest, for it saves from many and many a birth. The next gift is secular knowledge, as it opens the eyes of human beings towards that spiritual knowledge. The next is the saving of life, and the fourth is the gift of food. Even if the body goes in practicing sadhanas, austerities for realization, let it go, what of that? Realization will come in the fullness of time, by living constantly in the company of sadhus, holy men. A time comes when one understands that to serve a man even by preparing a khailam, earthen pipe, of tobacco is far greater than millions of meditations. He who can properly prepare a khailam of tobacco can also properly meditate. Gods are nothing but highly developed dead men. We can get help from them. Anyone and everyone cannot be an acharya, teacher of mankind, but many may become mukta, liberated. The whole world seems like a dream to the liberated, but the acharya has to take up his stand between the two states. He must have the knowledge that the world is true, or else why should he teach? Again, if he has not realized the world as a dream, then he is no better than an ordinary man, and what could he teach? The guru has to bear the disciple's burden of sin, and that is the reason why diseases and other ailments appear even in the bodies of powerful acharyas. But if he be imperfect, they attack his mind also, and he falls. So it is a difficult thing to be an acharya. It is easier to become a jivan mukta, free in this very life, than to be an acharya. For the former knows the world as a dream and has no concern with it, but an acharya knows it as a dream and yet has to remain in it and work. It is not possible for everyone to be an acharya. He is an acharya through whom the divine power acts. The body in which one becomes an acharya is very different from that of any other man. There is a science for keeping that body in a perfect state. His is the most delicate organism, very susceptible, capable of feeling intense joy and intense suffering. He is abnormal. In every sphere of life we find that it is the person within that triumphs, and that personality is the secret of all success. Nowhere is seen such sublime unfoldment of feeling as in Bhagwan Sri Krishna Chaitanya, the prophet of Nadia. Sri Raman Krishna is a force. You should not think that his doctrine is this or that. But he is a power, living even now in his disciples and working in the world. I saw him growing in his ideas. he is still growing. Sri Ramakrishna was both a Jivanmukta and an Acharya. Ishvara and Brahman. In reply to a question as to the exact position of Ishvara in Vedantic philosophy, the Swami Vivekananda, while in Europe, gave the following definition. Ishvara is the sum total of individuals, yet he is an individual, as the human body is a unit, of which each cell is an individual. Samashti or collected equals God, Vyashti or analyzed equals the Jiva. The existence of Ishvara, therefore, depends on that of Jiva, as the body on the cell, and vice versa. Thus, Jiva and Ishvara are coexistent beings. When one exists, the other must. Also, because, except on our earth, in all the higher spheres, the amount of good being vastly in excess of the amount of evil, the sum total, Ishvara, may be said to be all good. Omnipotence and omniscience are obvious qualities and need no argument to prove from the very fact of totality. Brahman is beyond both these and is not a conditioned state, it is the only unit not composed of many units, the principle which runs through all from a cell to God, without which nothing can exist, and whatever is real is that principle, or Brahman. When I think I am Brahman, I alone exist, so with others. Therefore, each one is the whole of that principle. Ishvara and Brahman. In reply to a question as to the exact position of Ishvara in Vedantic philosophy, the Swami Vivekananda, while in Europe, gave the following definition. Ishvara is the sum total of individuals, yet he is an individual, as the human body is a unit, of which each cell is an individual. Samashti or collected equals God, Vyashti or analyzed equals the Jiva. The existence of Ishvara, therefore, depends on that of Jiva, as the body on the cell, and vice versa. Thus, Jiva and Ishvara are coexistent beings. When one exists, the other must. Also, because, except on our earth, in all the higher spheres, the amount of good being vastly in excess of the amount of evil, the sum total, Ishvara, may be said to be all good. Omnipotence and omniscience are obvious qualities and need no argument to prove from the very fact of totality. Brahman is beyond both these and is not a conditioned state, it is the only unit not composed of many units, the principle which runs through all from a cell to God, without which nothing can exist, and whatever is real is that principle, or Brahman. When I think I am Brahman, I alone exist, so with others. Therefore, each one is the whole of that principle. On Jnana Yoga. All souls are playing, some consciously, some unconsciously. Religion is learning to play consciously. The same law which holds good in our worldly life also holds good in our religious life and in the life of the cosmos. It is one, it is universal. It is not that religion is guided by one law and the world by another. The flesh and the devil are but degrees of difference from God Himself. Theologians, philosophers, and scientists in the West are ransacking everything to get a proof that they live afterwards. What a storm in a teacup! There are much higher things to think of. What silly superstition is this, that you ever die? It requires no priests or spirits or ghosts to tell us that we shall not die. It is the most self-evident of all truths. No man can imagine his own annihilation. The idea of immortality is inherent in man. Wherever there is life, with it there is death. Life is the shadow of death, and death, the shadow of life. The line of demarcation is too fine to determine, too difficult to grasp, and most difficult to hold on to. I do not believe in eternal progress, that we are growing on ever and ever in a straight line. It is too nonsensical to believe. There is no motion in a straight line. A straight line infinitely projected becomes a circle. The force sent out will complete the circle and return to its starting place. There is no progress in a straight line. Every soul moves in a circle, as it were, and will have to complete it, and no soul can go so low but that there will come a time when it will have to go upwards. It may start straight down, but it has to take the upward curve to complete the circuit. We are all projected from a common center, which is God, and will come back after completing the circuit to the center from which we started. Each soul is a circle. The center is where the body is, and the activity is manifested there. You are omnipresent, though you have the consciousness of being concentrated in only one point. That point has taken up particles of matter and formed them into a machine to express itself. That through which it expresses itself is called the body. You are everywhere. When one body or machine fails you, the center moves on and takes up other particles of matter, finer or grosser, and works through them. Here is man. And what is God? God is a circle with circumference nowhere and center everywhere. Every point in that circle is living, conscious, active, and equally working. With our limited souls only one point is conscious, and that point moves forward and backward. The soul is a circle whose circumference is nowhere, limitless, but whose center is in some body. Death is but a change of center. God is a circle whose circumference is nowhere, and whose center is everywhere. When we can get out of the limited center of body, we shall realize God, our true self. A tremendous stream is flowing towards the ocean, carrying little bits of paper and straw hither and thither on it. They may struggle to go back, but in the long run they must flow down to the ocean. So you and I and all nature are like these little straws carried in mad currents towards that ocean of life, perfection, and God. We may struggle to go back, or float against the current and play all sorts of pranks, but in the long run we must go and join this great ocean of life and bliss. Jnana, knowledge, is creedlessness, but that does not mean that it despises creeds. It only means that a stage above and beyond creeds has been gained. The Jnani, true philosopher, strives to destroy nothing but to help all. All rivers roll their waters into the sea and become one. So all creeds should lead to Jnana and become one. Jnana teaches that the world should be renounced but not on that account abandoned. To live in the world and not to be of it is the true test of renunciation. I cannot see how it can be otherwise than that all knowledge is stored up in us from the beginning. If you and I are little waves in the ocean, then that ocean is the background. There is really no difference between matter, mind, and spirit. They are only different phases of experiencing the one. This very world is seen by the five senses as matter, by the very wicked as hell, by the good as heaven, and by the perfect as God. We cannot bring it to sense demonstration that Brahman is the only real thing, but we can point out that this is the only conclusion that one can come to. For instance, there must be this oneness in everything, even in common things. There is the human generalization, for example. We say that all the variety is created by name and form, yet when we want to grasp and separate it, it is nowhere. We can never see name or form or causes standing by themselves. So this phenomenon is Maya, something which depends on the noumenon and apart from it has no existence. Take a wave in the ocean. That wave exists so long as that quantity of water remains in a wave form, but as soon as it goes down and becomes the ocean, the wave ceases to exist. But the whole mass of water does not depend so much on its form. The ocean remains, while the wave form becomes absolute zero. The real is one. It is the mind which makes it appear as many. When we perceive the diversity, the unity has gone, and as soon as we perceive the unity, the diversity has vanished. Just as in everyday life, when you perceive the unity, you do not perceive the diversity. At the beginning you start with unity. It is a curious fact that a Chinaman will not know the difference in appearance between one American and another, and you will not know the difference between different Chin men. It can be shown that it is the mind which makes things knowable. It is only things which have certain peculiarities that bring themselves within the range of the known and knowable. That which has no qualities is unknowable. For instance, there is some external world, X, unknown and unknowable. When I look at it, it is X plus mind. When I want to know the world, my mind contributes 3/4 of it. The internal world is Y plus mind, and the external world X plus mind. All differentiation in either the external or internal world is created by the mind, and that which exists is unknown and unknowable. It is beyond the range of knowledge, and that which is beyond the range of knowledge can have no differentiation. Therefore this X outside is the same as the Y inside, and therefore the real is one. God does not reason. Why should you reason if you know? It is a sign of weakness that we have to go on crawling like worms to get a few facts, and then the whole thing tumbles down again. The Spirit is reflected in mind and in everything. It is the light of the Spirit that makes the mind sentient. Everything is an expression of the Spirit, the minds are so many mirrors. What you call love, fear, hatred, virtue, and vice are all reflections of the Spirit. When the reflector is base, the reflection is bad. The real existence is without manifestation. We cannot conceive it, because we should have to conceive through the mind, which is itself a manifestation. Its glory is that it is inconceivable. We must remember that in life the lowest and highest vibrations of light we do not see, but they are the opposite poles of existence. There are certain things which we do not know now, but which we can know. It is due to our ignorance that we do not know them. There are certain things which we can never know, because they are much higher than the highest vibrations of knowledge. But we are the eternal all the time, although we cannot know it. Knowledge will be impossible there. The very fact of the limitations of the conception is the basis for its existence. For instance, there is nothing so certain in me as myself, and yet I can only conceive of it as a body and mind, as happy or unhappy, as a man or a woman. At the same time, I try to conceive of it as it really is and find that there is no other way of doing it but by dragging it down, yet I am sure of that reality. No one, O beloved, loves the husband for the husband's sake, but because the self is there. It is in and through the self that she loves the husband. No one, O beloved, loves the wife for the wife's sake, but in and through the self. And that reality is the only thing we know, because in and through it we know everything else, and yet we cannot conceive of it. How can we know the knower? If we knew it, it would not be the knower, but the known, it would be objectified. The man of highest realization exclaims, I am the King of kings, there is no king higher than I am the God of gods, there is no God higher than two I alone exist, one without a second. This monistic idea of the Vedanta seems to many, of course, very terrible, but that is on account of superstition. We are the self, eternally at rest and at peace. We must not weep, there is no weeping for the soul. We in our imagination think that God is weeping on his throne out of sympathy. Such a God would not be worth attaining. Why should God weep at all? To weep is a sign of weakness, of bondage. Seek the highest, always the highest, for in the highest is eternal bliss. If I am to hunt, I will hunt the lion. If I am to rob, I will rob the treasury of the king. Seek the highest. Oh, one that cannot be confined or described. One that can be perceived in our heart of hearts. One beyond all compare, beyond limit, unchangeable like the blue sky. Oh, learn the all, Holy One, I seek for nothing else. Where changes of nature cannot reach, thought beyond all thought, unchangeable, immovable, whom all books declare, all sages worship, O, Holy One, seek for nothing else. Beyond compare, infinite oneness. No comparison is possible. Water above, water below, water on the right, water on the left, no wave on that water, no ripple, all silence, all eternal bliss. Such will come to thy heart. Seek for nothing else. Why weepest thou, brother? There is neither death nor disease for thee. Why weepest thou, brother? There is neither misery nor misfortune for thee. Why weepest thou, brother? Neither change nor death was predicated of thee. Thou art existence absolute. I know what God is, I cannot speak him to you. I know not what God is, how can I speak him to you? But seest thou not, my brother, that thou art he, thou art he? Why go seeking God here and there? Seek not, and that is God. Be your own self. Thou art our Father, our Mother, our dear friend. Thou bearest the burden of the world. Help us to bear the burden of our lives. Thou art our friend, our lover, our husband, thou art ourselves. The cause of illusion. The question, what is the cause of Maya, illusion, has been asked for the last 3,000 years, and the only answer is, when the world is able to formulate a logical question, we shall answer it. The question is contradictory. Our position is that the absolute has become this relative only apparently, that the unconditioned has become the conditioned only in Maya. By the very admission of the unconditioned, we admit that the absolute cannot be acted upon by anything else. It is uncaused, which means that nothing outside itself can act upon it. First of all, if it is unconditioned, it cannot have been acted upon by anything else. In the unconditioned there cannot be time, space, or causation. That granted, your question will be, what caused that which cannot be caused by anything to be changed into this? Your question is only possible in the conditioned. But you take it out of the conditioned, and want to ask it in the unconditioned. Only when the unconditioned becomes conditioned, and space, time, and causation come in, can the question be asked. We can only say ignorance makes the illusion. The question is impossible. Nothing can have worked on the absolute. There was no cause. Not that we do not know, or that we are ignorant, but it is above knowledge, and cannot be brought down to the plane of knowledge. We can use the words, I do not know, in two senses. In one way, they mean that we are lower than knowledge, and in the other way, that the thing is above knowledge. The X-rays have become known now. The very causes of these are disputed, but we are sure that we shall know them. Here we can say we do not know about the X-rays. But about the absolute we cannot know. In the case of the X-rays we do not know, although they are within the range of knowledge, only we do not know them yet. But, in the other case, it is so much beyond knowledge that it ceases to be a matter of knowing. By what means can the knower be known? You are always yourself and cannot objectify yourself. This was one of the arguments used by our philosophers to prove immortality. If I try to think I am lying dead, what have I to imagine? That I am standing and looking down at myself, at some dead body. So that I cannot objectify myself. Evolution. Some of the topics which precede and follow are taken from the answers given by the Swami to questions. At afternoon talks with Harvard students on March 22 and 24, 1896. There have also been added notes and selections from unpublished lectures and discourses. In the matter of the projection of Akasha and Prana into manifested form and the return to fine state, there is a good deal of similarity between Indian thought and modern science. The moderns have their evolution, and so have the yogis. But I think that the yogis' explanation of evolution is the better one. The change of one species into another is attained by the infilling of nature. The basic idea is that we are changing from one species to another, and that man is the highest species. Patanjali explains this infilling of nature by the simile of peasants irrigating fields. Our education and progression simply mean taking away the obstacles, and by its own nature the divinity will manifest itself. This does away with all the struggle for existence. The miserable experiences of life are simply in the way, and can be eliminated entirely. They are not necessary for evolution. Even if they did not exist, we should progress. It is in the very nature of things to manifest themselves. The momentum is not from outside, but comes from inside. Each soul is the sum total of the universal experiences already coiled up there, and of all these experiences, only those will come out which find suitable circumstances. So the external things can only give us the environments. These competitions and struggles and evils that we see are not the effect of the involution or the cause, but they are in the way. If they did not exist, still man would go on and evolve as God, because it is the very nature of that God to come out and manifest himself. To my mind this seems very hopeful, instead of that horrible idea of competition. The more I study history, the more I find that idea to be wrong. Some say that if man did not fight with man, he would not progress. I also used to think so, but I find now that every war has thrown back human progress by 50 years instead of hurrying it forwards. The day will come when men will study history from a different light and find that competition is neither the cause nor the effect, simply a thing on the way, not necessary to evolution at all. The theory of Patanjali is the only theory I think a rational man can accept. How much evil the modern system causes. Every wicked man has a license to be wicked under it. I have seen in this country, America, physicists who say that all criminals ought to be exterminated and that that is the only way in which criminality can be eliminated from society. These environments can hinder, but they are not necessary to progress. The most horrible thing about competition is that one may conquer the environments, but that where one may conquer, thousands are crowded out. So it is evil at best. That cannot be good which helps only one and hinders the majority. Patanjali says that these struggles remain only through our ignorance, and are not necessary, and are not part of the evolution of man. It is just our impatience which creates them. We have not the patience to go and work our way out. For instance, there is a fire in a theater, and only a few escape. The rest in trying to rush out crush one another down. That crush was not necessary for the salvation of the building nor of the 2 or 3 who escaped. If all had gone out slowly, not one would have been hurt. That is the case in life. The doors are open for us, and we can all get out without the competition and struggle, and yet we struggle. The struggle we create through our own ignorance, through impatience, we are in too great a hurry. The highest manifestation of strength is to keep ourselves calm and on our own feet. Buddhism and Vedanta. The Vedanta philosophy is the foundation of Buddhism and everything else in India, but what we call the Advaita philosophy of the modern school has a great many conclusions of the Buddhists. Of course, the Hindus will not admit that that is the orthodox Hindus, because to them the Buddhists are heretics. But there is a conscious attempt to stretch out the whole doctrine to include the heretics also. The Vedanta has no quarrel with Buddhism. The idea of the Vedanta is to harmonize all. With the northern Buddhists we have no quarrel at all. But the Burmese and Siamese and all the southern Buddhists say that there is a phenomenal world, and ask what right we have to create a noumenal world behind this. The answer of the Vedanta is that this is a false statement. The Vedanta never contended that there was a noumenal and a phenomenal world. There is one. Seen through the senses it is phenomenal, but it is really the noumenal all the time. The man who sees the rope does not see the snake. It is either the rope or the snake, but never the two. So the Buddhistic statement of our position, that we believe there are 2 worlds, is entirely false. They have the right to say it is the phenomenal if they like, but no right to contend that other men have not the right to say it is the noumenal. Buddhism does not want to have anything except phenomena. In phenomena alone is desire. It is desire that is creating all this. Modern Vedantists do not hold this at all. We say there is something which has become the will. Will is a manufactured something, a compound, not a simple. There cannot be any will without an external object. We see that the very position that will created this universe is impossible. How could it? Have you ever known will without external stimulus? Desire cannot arise without stimulus, or in modern philosophic language, of nerve stimulus. Will is a sort of reaction of the brain, what the Sankhya philosophers call buddhi. This reaction must be preceded by action, and action presupposes an external universe. When there is no external universe, naturally there will be no will, and yet, according to your theory, it is will that created the universe. Who creates the will? Will is coexistent with the universe. Will is one phenomenon caused by the same impulse which created the universe. But philosophy must not stop there. Will is entirely personal, therefore we cannot go with Schopenhauer at all. Will is a compound, a mixture of the internal and the external. Suppose a man were born without any senses, he would have no will at all. Will requires something from outside, and the brain will get some energy from inside, therefore will is a compound, as much a compound as the wall or anything else. We do not agree with the will theory of these German philosophers at all. Will itself is phenomenal and cannot be the absolute. It is one of the many projections. There is something which is not will, but is manifesting itself as will. That I can understand. But that will is manifesting itself as everything else, I do not understand, seeing that we cannot have any conception of will, as separate from the universe. When that something which is freedom becomes will, it is caused by time, space, and causation. Take Kant's analysis. Will is within time, space, and causation. Then how can it be the absolute? One cannot will without willing in time. If we can stop all thought, then we know that we are beyond thought. We come to this by negation. When every phenomenon has been negatived, whatever remains, that is it. That cannot be expressed, cannot be manifested, because the manifestation will be, again, will. On the Vedanta philosophy. The Vedantist says that a man is neither born nor dies nor goes to heaven, and that reincarnation is really a myth with regard to the soul. The example is given of a book being turned over. It is the book that evolves, not the man. Every soul is omnipresent, so where can it come or go? These births and deaths are changes in nature which we are mistaking for changes in us. Reincarnation is the evolution of nature and the manifestation of the God within. The Vedanta says that each life is built upon the past, and that when we can look back over the whole past we are free. The desire to be free will take the form of a religious disposition from childhood. A few years will, as it were, make all truth clear to one. After leaving this life, and while waiting for the next, a man is still in the phenomenal. We would describe the soul in these words: this soul the sword cannot cut, nor the spear pierce, the fire cannot burn nor water melt it, indestructible, omnipresent is this soul. Therefore weep not for it. If it has been very bad, we believe that it will become good in the time to come. The fundamental principle is that there is eternal freedom for everyone. Everyone must come to it. We have to struggle, impelled by our desire to be free. Every other desire but that to be free is elusive. Every good action, the Vedantist says, is a manifestation of that freedom. I do not believe that there will come a time when all the evil in the world will vanish. How could that be? This stream goes on. Masses of water go out at one end, but masses are coming in at the other end. The Vedanta says that you are pure and perfect, and that there is a state beyond good and evil, and that is your own nature. It is higher even than good. Good is only a lesser differentiation than evil. We have no theory of evil. We call it ignorance. So far as it goes, all dealing with other people, all ethics, is in the phenomenal world. As a most complete statement of truth, we would not think of applying such things as ignorance to God. Of him we say that he is existence, knowledge, and bliss absolute. Every effort of thought and speech will make the absolute phenomenal and break its character. There is one thing to be remembered, that the assertion I am God cannot be made with regard to the sense world. If you say in the sense world that you are God, what is to prevent your doing wrong? So the affirmation of your divinity applies only to the noumenal. If I am God, I am beyond the tendencies of the senses and will not do evil. Morality of course is not the goal of man, but the means through which this freedom is attained. The Vedanta says that yoga is one way that makes men realize this divinity. The Vedanta says this is done by the realization of the freedom within and that everything will give way to that. Morality and ethics will all range themselves in their proper places. All the criticism against the Advaita philosophy can be summed up in this, that it does not conduce to sense enjoyments, and we are glad to admit that. The Vedanta system begins with tremendous pessimism, and ends with real optimism. We deny the sense optimism but assert the real optimism of the supersensuous. That real happiness is not in the senses but above the senses, and it is in every man. The sort of optimism which we see in the world is what will lead to ruin through the senses. Abnegation has the greatest importance in our philosophy. Negation implies affirmation of the real self. The Vedanta is pessimistic so far as it negatives the world of the senses, but it is optimistic in its assertion of the real world. The Vedanta recognizes the reasoning power of man a good deal, although it says there is something higher than intellect, but the road lies through intellect. We need reason to drive out all the old superstitions, and what remains is Vedantism. There is a beautiful Sanskrit poem in which the sage says to himself, "Why weepest thou, my friend? There is no fear nor death for thee. Why weepest thou? There is no misery for thee, for thou art like the infinite blue sky, unchangeable in thy nature. Clouds of all colors come before it, play for a moment, and pass away, it is the same sky. Thou hast only to drive away the clouds. We have to open the gates and clear the way. The water will rush in and fill in by its own nature, because it is there already." Man is a good deal conscious, partly unconscious, and there is a possibility of getting beyond consciousness. It is only when we become men that we can go beyond all reason. The words higher or lower can be used only in the phenomenal world. To say them of the noumenal world is simply contradictory, because there is no differentiation there. Man manifestation is the highest in the phenomenal world. The Vedantist says he is higher than the Devas. The gods will all have to die and will become men again, and in the man body alone they will become perfect. It is true that we create a system, but we have to admit that it is not perfect, because the reality must be beyond all systems. We are ready to compare it with other systems and are ready to show that this is the only rational system that can be, but it is not perfect, because reason is not perfect. It is, however, the only possible rational system that the human mind can conceive. It is true to a certain extent that a system must disseminate itself to be strong. No system has disseminated itself so much as the Vedanta. It is the personal contact that teaches even now. A mass of reading does not make men, those who were real men were made so by personal contact. It is true that there are very few of these real men, but they will increase. Yet you cannot believe that there will come a day when we shall all be philosophers. We do not believe that there will come a time when there will be all happiness and no unhappiness. Now and then we know a moment of supreme bliss, when we ask nothing, give nothing, know nothing but bliss. Then it passes, and we again see the panorama of the universe moving before us, and we know that it is but a mosaic work set upon God, who is the background of all things. The Vedanta teaches that nirvana can be attained here and now, that we do not have to wait for death to reach it. Nirvana is the realization of the self, and after having once known that, if only for an instant, never again can one be deluded by the mirage of personality. Having eyes, we must see the apparent, but all the time we know what it is, we have found out its true nature. It is the screen that hides the self, which is unchanging. The screen opens, and we find the self behind it. All change is in the screen. In the saint the screen is thin, and the reality can almost shine through. In the sinner the screen is thick, and we are liable to lose sight of the truth that the Atman is there, as well as behind the saint's screen. When the screen is wholly removed, we find it really never existed, that we were the Atman and nothing else, even the screen is forgotten. The two phases of this distinction in life are: first, that the man who knows the real self, will not be affected by anything; secondly, that man alone can do good to the world. That man alone will have seen the real motive of doing good to others, because there is only one. It cannot be called egoistic, because that would be differentiation. It is the only selflessness. It is the perception of the universal, not of the individual. Every case of love and sympathy is an assertion of this universal. Not I, but thou. Help another because you are in him and he is in you, is the philosophical way of putting it. The real Vedantist alone will give up his life for a fellow man without any compunction, because he knows he will not die. As long as there is one insect left in the world, he is living; as long as one mouth eats, he eats. So he goes on doing good to others, and is never hindered by the modern ideas of caring for the body. When a man reaches this point of abnegation, he goes beyond the moral struggle, beyond everything. He sees in the most learned priest, in the cow, in the dog, in the most miserable places, neither the learned man, nor the cow, nor the dog, nor the miserable place, but the same divinity manifesting itself in them all. He alone is the happy man, and the man who has acquired that sameness has, even in this life, conquered all existence. God is pure, therefore such a man is said to be living in God. Jesus says, before Abraham was, I am. That means that Jesus and others like him are free spirits, and Jesus of Nazareth took human form, not by the compulsion of his past actions, but just to do good to mankind. It is not that when a man becomes free, he will stop and become a dead lump, but he will be more active than any other being, because every other being acts only under compulsion, he alone through freedom. If we are inseparable from God, have we no individuality? Oh, yes, that is God. Our individuality is God. This is not the individuality you have now, you are coming towards that. Individuality means what cannot be divided. How can you call this individuality? 1 hour you are thinking one way, and the next hour another way, and 2 hours after, another way. Individuality is that which changes not, is beyond all things, changeless. It would be tremendously dangerous for the state to remain in eternity, because then the thief would always remain a thief and the blackguard a blackguard. If a baby died, he would have to remain a baby. The real individuality is that which never changes and will never change, and that is the God within us. Vedantism is an expansive ocean on the surface of which a man of war could be near a catamaran. So in the Vedantic ocean a real yogi can be by the side of an idolater or even an atheist. What is more, in the Vedantic ocean, the Hindu, Mohammedan, Christian, and Parsi are all one, all children of the Almighty God. Law and freedom. The struggle never had meaning for the man who is free. But for us it has a meaning, because it is name and form that creates the world. We have a place for struggle in the Vedanta, but not for fear. All fears will vanish when you begin to assert your own nature. If you think that you are bound, bound you will remain. If you think you are free, free you will be. That sort of freedom which we can feel when we are yet in the phenomenal is a glimpse of the real but not yet the real. I disagree with the idea that freedom is obedience to the laws of nature. I do not understand what it means. According to the history of human progress, it is disobedience to nature that has constituted that progress. It may be said that the conquest of lower laws was through the higher. But even there, the conquering mind was only trying to be free, and as soon as it found that the struggle was also through law, it wanted to conquer that also. So the ideal was freedom in every case. The trees never disobey law. I never saw a cow steal. An oyster never told a lie. Yet they are not greater than man. This life is a tremendous assertion of freedom, and this obedience to law, carried far enough, would make us simply matter either in society, or in politics, or in religion. Too many laws are a sure sign of death. Wherever in any society there are too many laws, it is a sure sign that that society will soon die. If you study the characteristics of India, you will find that no nation possesses so many laws as the Hindus, and national death is the result. But the Hindus had one peculiar idea: they never made any doctrines or dogmas in religion, and the latter has had the greatest growth. Eternal law cannot be freedom, because to say that the eternal is inside law is to limit it. There is no purpose in view with God, because if there were some purpose, he would be nothing better than a man. Why should he need any purpose? If he had any, he would be bound by it. There would be something besides him which was greater. For instance, the carpet weaver makes a piece of carpet. The idea was outside of him, something greater. Now where is the idea to which God would adjust himself? Just as the greatest emperors sometimes play with dolls, so he is playing with this nature, and what we call law is this. We call it law, because we can see only little bits which run smoothly. All our ideas of law are within the little bit. It is nonsense to say that law is infinite, that throughout all time stones will fall. If all reason be based upon experience, who was there to see if stones fell 5 millions of years ago? So law is not constitutional in man. It is a scientific assertion as to man that where we begin, there we end. As a matter of fact, we get gradually outside of law, until we get out altogether, but with the added experience of a whole life. In God and freedom we began, and freedom and God will be the end. These laws are in the middle state through which we have to pass. Our Vedanta is the assertion of freedom always. The very idea of law will frighten the Vedantist, and eternal law is a very dreadful thing for him, because there would be no escape. If there is to be an eternal law binding him all the time, where is the difference between him and a blade of grass? We do not believe in that abstract idea of law. We say that it is freedom that we are to seek, and that freedom is God. It is the same happiness as in everything else, but when man seeks it in something which is finite, he gets only a spark of it. The thief when he steals gets the same happiness as the man who finds it in God, but the thief gets only a little spark with a mass of misery. The real happiness is God. Love is God, freedom is God, and everything that is bondage is not God. Man has freedom already, but he will have to discover it. He has it, but every moment forgets it. That discovering, consciously or unconsciously, is the whole life of everyone. But the difference between the sage and the ignorant man is that one does it consciously and the other unconsciously. Everyone is struggling for freedom from the atom to the star. The ignorant man is satisfied if he can get freedom within a certain limit, if he can get rid of the bondage of hunger or of being thirsty. But that sage feels that there is a stronger bondage which has to be thrown off. He would not consider the freedom of the Red Indian as freedom at all. According to our philosophers, freedom is the goal. Knowledge cannot be the goal, because knowledge is a compound. It is a compound of power and freedom, and it is freedom alone that is desirable. That is what men struggle after. Simply the possession of power would not be knowledge. For instance, a scientist can send an electric shock to a distance of some miles, but nature can send it to an unlimited distance. Why do we not build statues to nature then? It is not law that we want but ability to break law. We want to be outlaws. If you are bound by laws, you will be a lump of clay. Whether you are beyond law or not is not the question, but the thought that we are beyond law, upon that is based the whole history of humanity. For instance, a man lives in a forest, and never has had any education or knowledge. He sees a stone falling down, a natural phenomenon happening, and he thinks it is freedom. He thinks it has a soul, and the central idea in that is freedom. But as soon as he knows that it must fall, he calls it nature dead, mechanical action. I may or may not go into the street. In that is my glory as a man. If I am sure that I must go there, I give myself up and become a machine. Nature with its infinite power is only a machine, freedom alone constitutes sentient life. The Vedanta says that the idea of the man in the forest is the right one, his glimpse is right, but the explanation is wrong. He holds to this nature as freedom and not as governed by law. Only after all this human experience we will come back to think the same, but in a more philosophical sense. For instance, I want to go out into the street. I get the impulse of my will, and then I stop, and in the time that intervenes between the will and going into the street, I am working uniformly. Uniformity of action is what we call law. This uniformity of my actions, I find, is broken into very short periods, and so I do not call my actions under law. I work through freedom. I walk for 5 minutes, but before those 5 minutes of walking, which are uniform, there was the action of the will, which gave the impulse to walk. Therefore man says he is free, because all his actions can be cut up into small periods, and although there is sameness in the small periods, beyond the period there is not the same sameness. In this perception of non-uniformity is the idea of freedom. In nature we see only very large periods of uniformity, but the beginning and end must be free impulses. The impulse of freedom was given just at the beginning, and that has rolled on, but this, compared with our periods, is much longer. We find by analysis on philosophic grounds that we are not free. But there will remain this factor, this consciousness that I am free. What we have to explain is, how that comes. We will find that we have these two impulsions in us. Our reason tells us that all our actions are caused, and at the same time, with every impulse we are asserting our freedom. The solution of the Vedanta is that there is freedom inside, that the soul is really free, but that soul's actions are percolating through body and mind, which are not free. As soon as we react, we become slaves. A man blames me, and I immediately react in the form of anger. A little vibration which he created made me a slave. So we have to demonstrate our freedom. They alone are the sages who see in the highest, most learned man, or the lowest animal, or the worst and most wicked of mankind, neither a man nor a sage nor an animal, but the same God in all of them. Even in this life they have conquered relativity, and have taken a firm stand upon this equality. God is pure, the same to all. Therefore such a sage would be a living God. This is the goal towards which we are going, and every form of worship, every action of mankind, is a method of attaining to it. The man who wants money is striving for freedom to get rid of the bondage of poverty. Every action of man is worship, because the idea is to attain to freedom, and all action, directly or indirectly, tends to that. Only, those actions that deter are to be avoided. The whole universe is worshipping, consciously or unconsciously, only it does not know that even while it is cursing, it is in another form worshipping the same God it is cursing, because those who are cursing are also struggling for freedom. They never think that in reacting from a thing they are making themselves slaves to it. It is hard to kick against the pricks. If we could get rid of the belief in our limitations, it would be possible for us to do everything just now. It is only a question of time. If that is so, add power, and so diminish time. Remember the case of the professor who learned the secret of the development of marble and who made marble in 12 years, while it took nature centuries. The goal and methods of realization. The greatest misfortune to befall the world would be if all mankind were to recognize and accept but one religion, one universal form of worship, one standard of morality. This would be the death blow to all religious and spiritual progress. Instead of trying to hasten this disastrous event by inducing persons, through good or evil methods, to conform to our own highest ideal of truth, we ought rather to endeavor to remove all obstacles which prevent men from developing in accordance with their own highest ideals, and thus make their attempt vain to establish one universal religion. The ultimate goal of all mankind, the aim and end of all religions, is but one reunion with God, or, what amounts to the same, with the divinity which is every man's true nature. But while the aim is one, the method of attaining may vary with the different temperaments of men. Both the goal and the methods employed for reaching it are called yoga, a word derived from the same Sanskrit root as the English yoke, meaning to join us to our reality, God. There are various such yogas, or methods of union, but the chief ones are karma yoga, bhakti yoga, raja yoga, and jnana yoga. Every man must develop according to his own nature. As every science has its methods, so has every religion. The methods of attaining the end of religion are called yoga by us, and the different forms of yoga that we teach, are adapted to the different natures and temperaments of men. We classify them in the following way, under 4 heads. 1. Karma yoga, the manner in which a man realizes his own divinity through works and duty. 2. Bhakti yoga, the realization of the divinity through devotion to, and love of, a personal God. 3. Raja yoga, the realization of the divinity through the control of mind. 4. Jnana yoga, the realization of a man's own divinity through knowledge. These are all different roads leading to the same center God. Indeed, the varieties of religious belief are an advantage, since all faiths are good, so far as they encourage man to lead a religious life. The more sects there are, the more opportunities there are for making successful appeals to the divine instinct in all men. Worldwide unity. Speaking of the worldwide unity, before the Oak Beach Christian Unity, Swami Vivekananda said, "All religions are, at the bottom, alike." This is so, although the Christian Church, like the Pharisee in the parable, thanks God that it alone is right and thinks that all other religions are wrong and in need of Christian light. Christianity must become tolerant before the world will be willing to unite with the Christian Church in a common charity. God has not left himself without a witness in any heart, and men, especially men who follow Jesus Christ, should be willing to admit this. In fact, Jesus Christ was willing to admit every good man to the family of God. It is not the man who believes a certain something, but the man who does the will of the Father in heaven, who is right. On this basis, being right and doing right, the whole world can unite. The aim of Raja Yoga. Yoga has essentially to do with the meditative side of religion, rather than the ethical side, though, of necessity, a little of the latter has to be considered. Men and women are growing to desire more than mere revelation, so-called. They want facts in their own consciousness. Only through experience can there be any reality in religion. Spiritual facts are to be gathered mostly from the superconscious state of mind. Let us put ourselves into the same condition as did those who claim to have had special experiences, then if we have similar experiences, they become facts for us. We can see all that another has seen. A thing that happened once can happen again, nay, must, under the same circumstances. Raja Yoga teaches us how to reach the superconscious state. All the great religions recognize the state in some form, but in India, special attention is paid to this side of religion. In the beginning, some mechanical means may help us to acquire this state, but mechanical means alone can never accomplish much. Certain positions, certain modes of breathing, help to harmonize and concentrate the mind, but with these must go purity and strong desire for God, or realization. The attempt to sit down and fix the mind on one idea and hold it there will prove to most people that there is some need for help to enable them to do this successfully. The mind has to be gradually and systematically brought under control. The will has to be strengthened by slow, continuous, and persevering drill. This is no child's play, no fad to be tried one day and discarded the next. It is a life's work, and the end to be attained is well worth all that it can cost us to reach it, being nothing less than the realization of our absolute oneness with the divine. Surely, with this end in view, and with the knowledge that we can certainly succeed, no price can be too great to pay. A discussion. This discussion followed the lecture on the Vedanta philosophy delivered by the Swami at the Graduate Philosophical Society of Harvard University, USA, on March 25, 1896. Volume I. Q. I should like to know something about the present activity of philosophic thought in India. To what extent are these questions discussed? A. As I have said, the majority of the Indian people are practically dualists, and the minority are monists. The main subject of discussion is Maya and Jiva. When I came to this country, I found that the laborers were informed of the present condition of politics, but when I asked them, what is religion, and what are the doctrines of this and that particular sect? They said, we do not know, we go to church. In India, if I go to a peasant and ask him, who governs you? He says, I do not know, I pay my taxes. But if I ask him what is his religion, he says, I am a dualist, and is ready to give you the details about Maya and Jiva. He cannot read or write, but he has learned all this from the monks and is very fond of discussing it. After the day's work, the peasants sit under a tree and discuss these questions. Q. What does orthodoxy mean with the Hindus? A. In modern times it simply means obeying certain caste laws as to eating, drinking, and marriage. After that the Hindu can believe in any system he likes. There was never an organized church in India, so there was never a body of men to formulate doctrines of orthodoxy. In a general way, we say that those who believe in the Vedas are orthodox, but in reality we find that many of the dualistic sects believe more in the Puranas than in the Vedas alone. Q. What influence had your Hindu philosophy on the Stoic philosophy of the Greeks? A. It is very probable that it had some influence on it through the Alexandrians. There is some suspicion of Pythagoras being influenced by the Sankhya thought. Anyway, we think the Sankhya philosophy is the first attempt to harmonize the philosophy of the Vedas through reason. We find Kapila mentioned even in the Vedas, he who supports through knowledge, the firstborn sage Kapila. Q. What is the antagonism of this thought with Western science? A. No antagonism at all. We are in harmony with it. Our theory of evolution and of Akasha and Prana is exactly what your modern philosophies have. Your belief in evolution is among our yogis and in the Sankhya philosophy. For instance, Patanjali speaks of one species being changed into another by the infilling of nature, only he differs from you in the explanation. His explanation of this evolution is spiritual. He says that just as when a farmer wants to water his field from the canals that pass near, he has only to lift up gates, so each man is the infinite already, only these bars and bolts and different circumstances shut him in, but as soon as they are removed, he rushes out and expresses himself. In the animal, the man was held in abeyance, but as soon as good circumstances came, he was manifested as man. And again, as soon as fitting circumstances came, the God in man manifested itself. So we have very little to quarrel with in the new theories. For instance, the theory of the Sankhya as to perception is very little different from modern physiology. Q. But your method is different? A. Yes. We claim that concentrating the powers of the mind is the only way to knowledge. In external science, concentration of mind is putting it on something external, and in internal science, it is drawing towards oneself. We call this concentration of mind yoga. Q. In the state of concentration, does the truth of these principles become evident? A. The yogis claim a good deal. They claim that by concentration of the mind every truth in the universe becomes evident to the mind, both external and internal truth. Q. What does the Advaitist think of cosmology? A. The Advaitist would say that all this cosmology and everything else are only in Maya, in the phenomenal world. In truth they do not exist. But as long as we are bound, we have to see these visions. Within these visions things come in a certain regular order. Beyond them there is no law and order, but freedom. Q. Is the Advaita antagonistic to dualism? A. The Upanishads not being in a systematist form, it was easy for philosophers to take up texts when they liked to form a system. The Upanishads had always to be taken, else there would be no basis. Yet we find all the different schools of thought in the Upanishads. Our solution is that the Advaita is not antagonistic to the Dvaita, dualism. We say the latter is only one of 3 steps. Religion always takes 3 steps. The first is dualism. Then man gets to a higher state, partial non-dualism. And at last he finds he is one with the universe. Therefore the 3 do not contradict but fulfill. Q. Why does Maya or ignorance exist? A. Why cannot be asked beyond the limit of causation. It can only be asked within Maya. We say we will answer the question when it is logically formulated. Before that we have no right to answer. Q. Does the personal God belong to Maya? A. Yes, but the personal God is the same absolute seen through Maya. That absolute under the control of nature is what is called the human soul, and that which is controlling nature is Ishvara, or the personal God. If a man starts from here to see the sun, he will see at first a little sun, but as he proceeds he will see it bigger and bigger, until he reaches the real one. At each stage of his progress he was seeing apparently a different sun, yet we are sure it was the same sun he was seeing. So all these things are but visions of the Absolute, and as such they are true. Not one is a false vision, but we can only say they were lower stages. Q. What is the special process by which one will come to know the Absolute? A. We say there are two processes. One is the positive, and the other, the negative. The positive is that through which the whole universe is going, that of love. If this circle of love is increased indefinitely, we reach the one universal love. The other is the needy, not this stopping every wave in the mind which tries to draw it out, and at last the mind dies, as it were, and the real discloses itself. We call that samadhi, or superconsciousness. Q. That would be, then, merging the subject in the object. A. Merging the object in the subject, not merging the subject in the object. Really, this world dies, and I remain. I am the only one that remains. Q. Some of our philosophers in Germany have thought that the whole doctrine of bhakti, love for the divine, in India was very likely the result of Occidental influence. A. I do not take any stock in that. The assumption was ephemeral. The bhakti of India is not like the Western bhakti. The central idea of ours is that there is no thought of fear. It is always, love God. There is no worship through fear, but always through love, from beginning to end. In the second place, the assumption is quite unnecessary. Bhakti is spoken of in the oldest of the Upanishads, which is much older than the Christian Bible. The germs of bhakti are even in the Samhita, the Vedic hymns. The word bhakti is not a Western word. It was suggested by the word shraddha. Q. What is the Indian idea of the Christian faith? A. That it is very good. The Vedanta will take in everyone. We have a peculiar idea in India. Suppose I had a child. I should not teach him any religion, I should teach him breathings, the practice of concentrating the mind, and just one line of prayer, not prayer in your sense, but simply something like this: I meditate on him who is the creator of this universe, may he enlighten my mind. That way he would be educated, and then go about hearing different philosophers and teachers. He would select one who, he thought, would suit him best, and this man would become his guru or teacher, and he would become a shishya or disciple. He would say to that man, this form of philosophy which you preach is the best, so teach me. Our fundamental idea is that your doctrine cannot be mine, or mine yours. Each one must have his own way. My daughter may have one method, and my son another, and I again another. So each one has an ishta or chosen way, and we keep it to ourselves. It is between me and my teacher, because we do not want to create a fight. It will not help anyone to tell it to others, because each one will have to find his own way. So only general philosophy and general methods can be taught universally. For instance, giving a ludicrous example, it may help me to stand on one leg. It would be ludicrous to you if I said everyone must do that, but it may suit me. It is quite possible for me to be a dualist and for my wife to be a monist, and so on. One of my sons may worship Christ or Buddha or Mohammed, so long as he obeys the caste laws. That is his own ishta. Q. Do all Hindus believe in caste? A. They are forced to. They may not believe, but they have to obey. Q. Are these exercises in breathing and concentration universally practiced? A. Yes, only some practice only a little, just to satisfy the requirements of their religion. The temples in India are not like the churches here. They may all vanish tomorrow, and will not be missed. A temple is built by a man who wants to go to heaven, or to get a son, or something of that sort. So he builds a large temple and employs a few priests to hold services there. I need not go there at all, because all my worship is in the home. In every house is a special room set apart, which is called the chapel. The first duty of the child, after his initiation, is to take a bath, and then to worship, and his worship consists of this breathing and meditating and repeating of a certain name. And another thing is to hold the body straight. We believe that the mind has every power over the body to keep it healthy. After one has done this, then another comes and takes his seat, and each one does it in silence. Sometimes there are 3 or 4 in the same room, but each one may have a different method. This worship is repeated at least twice a day. Q. This state of oneness that you speak of, is it an ideal or something actually attained? A. We say it is within actuality, we say we realize that state. If it were only in talk, it would be nothing. The Vedas teach 3 things: this self is first to be heard, then to be reasoned, and then to be meditated upon. When a man first hears it, he must reason on it, so that he does not believe it ignorantly, but knowingly, and after reasoning what it is, he must meditate upon it, and then realize it. And that is religion. Belief is no part of religion. We say religion is a superconscious state. Q. If you ever reach that state of superconsciousness, can you ever tell about it? A. No, but we know it by its fruits. An idiot, when he goes to sleep, comes out of sleep an idiot or even worse. But another man goes into the state of meditation, and when he comes out he is a philosopher, a sage, a great man. That shows the difference between these 2 states. Q. I should like to ask, in continuation of Professor S. question, whether you know of any people who have made any study of the principles of self-hypnotism, which they undoubtedly practiced to a great extent in ancient India, and what has been recently stated and practiced in that thing. Of course you do not have it so much in modern India. A. What you call hypnotism in the West is only a part of the real thing. The Hindus call it self-hypnotization. They say you are hypnotized already, and that you should get out of it and dehypnotize yourself. There the sun cannot illume, nor the moon, nor the stars, the flash of lightning cannot illume that, what to speak of this mortal fire? That shining, everything else shines, Katha Upanishad, 2:2-15. That is not hypnotization, but dehypnotization. We say that every other religion that preaches these things as real is practicing a form of hypnotism. It is the Advaitist alone that does not care to be hypnotized. His is the only system that more or less understands that hypnotism comes with every form of dualism. But the Advaitist says, throw away even the Vedas, throw away even the personal God, throw away even the universe, throw away even your own body and mind, and let nothing remain, in order to get rid of hypnotism perfectly. From where the mind comes back with speech, being unable to reach, knowing the bliss of Brahman, no more is fear. That is dehypnotization. I have neither vice nor virtue, nor misery, nor happiness, I care neither for the Vedas nor sacrifices nor ceremonies, I am neither food nor eater, for I am existence absolute, knowledge absolute, bliss absolute, I am He, I am He. We know all about hypnotism. We have a psychology which the West is just beginning to know, but not yet adequately, I am sorry to say. Q. What do you call the astral body? A. The astral body is what we call the linga sharira. When this body dies, how can it come to take another body? Force cannot remain without matter. So a little part of the fine matter remains, through which the internal organs make another body, for each one is making his own body, it is the mind that makes the body. If I become a sage, my brain gets changed into a sage's brain, and the yogis say that even in this life a yogi can change his body into a god body. The yogis show many wonderful things. 1 ounce of practice is worth 1,000 pounds of theory. So I have no right to say that because I have not seen this or that thing done, it is false. Their books say that with practice you can get all sorts of results that are most wonderful. Small results can be obtained in a short time by regular practice, so that one may know that there is no humbug about it, no charlatanism. And these yogis explain the very wonderful things mentioned in all scriptures in a scientific way. The question is, how these records of miracles entered into every nation. The man, who says that they are all false and need no explanation, is not rational. You have no right to deny them until you can prove them false. You must prove that they are without any foundation, and only then have you the right to stand up and deny them. But you have not done that. On the other hand, the yogis say they are not miracles, and they claim that they can do them even today. Many wonderful things are done in India today. But none of them are done by miracles. There are many books on the subject. Again, if nothing else has been done in that line except a scientific approach towards psychology, that credit must be given to the yogis. Q. Can you say in the concrete what the manifestations are which the yogi can show? A. The yogi wants no faith or belief in his science but that which is given to any other science, just enough gentlemanly faith to come and make the experiment. The ideal of the yogi is tremendous. I have seen the lower things that can be done by the power of the mind, and therefore, I have no right to disbelieve that the highest things can be done. The ideal of the yogi is eternal peace and love through omniscience and omnipotence. I know a yogi who was bitten by a cobra, and who fell down on the ground. In the evening he revived again, and when asked what happened, he said, "A messenger came from my beloved." All hatred and anger and jealousy have been burnt out of this man. Nothing can make him react, he is infinite love all the time, and he is omnipotent in his power of love. That is the real yogi. And this manifesting different things is accidental on the way. That is not what he wants to attain. The yogi says, every man is a slave except the yogi. He is a slave of food, to air, to his wife, to his children, to a dollar, slave to a nation, slave to name and fame, and to 1,000 things in this world. The man who is not controlled by any one of these bondages is alone a real man, a real yogi. They have conquered relative existence in this life who are firm fixed in sameness. God is pure and the same to all. Therefore such are said to be living in God. Gita, v19. Q. Do the yogis attach any importance to caste? A. No, caste is only the training school for undeveloped minds. Q. Is there no connection between this idea of superconsciousness and the heat of India? A. I do not think so, because all this philosophy was thought out 15,000 feet above the level of the sea, among the Himalayas, in an almost Arctic temperature. Q. Is it practicable to attain success in a cold climate? A. It is practicable, and the only thing that is practicable in this world. We say you are a born Vedantist, each one of you. You are declaring your oneness with everything each moment you live. Every time that your heart goes out towards the world, you are a true Vedantist, only you do not know it. You are moral without knowing why, and the Vedanta is the philosophy which analyzed and taught man to be moral consciously. It is the essence of all religions. Q. Should you say that there is an unsocial principle in our Western people, which makes us so pluralistic, and that Eastern people are more sympathetic than we are? A. I think the Western people are more cruel, and the Eastern people have more mercy towards all beings. But that is simply because your civilization is very much more recent. It takes time to make a thing come under the influence of mercy. You have a great deal of power, and the power of control of the mind has especially been very little practiced. It will take time to make you gentle and good. This feeling tingles in every drop of blood in India. If I go to the villages to teach the people politics, they will not understand, but if I go to teach them Vedanta, they will say, now, Swami, you are all right. That Vairagya, non-attachment, is everywhere in India, even today. We are very much degenerated now, but kings will give up their thrones and go about the country without anything. In some places the common village girl with her spinning wheel says, do not talk to me of dualism, my spinning wheel says Saham, Saham I am he, I am he. Go and talk to these people, and ask them why it is that they speak so and yet kneel before that stone. They will say that with you religion means dogma, but with them realization. I will be a Vedantist, one of them will say, only when all this has vanished, and I have seen the reality. Until then there is no difference between me and the ignorant. So I am using these stones and am going to temples, and so on, to come to realization. I have heard, but I want to see and realize. Different methods of speech, different manners of explaining the meaning of the scriptures, these are only for the enjoyment of the learned, not for freedom, Shankara. It is realization which leads us to that freedom. Q. Is this spiritual freedom among the people consistent with attention to caste? A. Certainly not. They say there should be no caste. Even those who are in caste say it is not a very perfect institution. But they say, when you find us another and a better one, we will give it up. They say, what will you give us instead? Where is there no caste? In your nation you are struggling all the time to make a caste. As soon as a man gets a bag of dollars, he says, I am one of the 400. We alone have succeeded in making a permanent caste. Other nations are struggling and do not succeed. We have superstitions and evils enough. Would taking the superstitions and evils from your country mend matters? It is owing to caste that 300 millions of people can find a piece of bread to eat yet. It is an imperfect institution, no doubt. But if it had not been for caste, you would have had no Sanskrit books to study. This caste made walls, around which all sorts of invasions rolled and surged, but found it impossible to break through. That necessity has not gone yet, so caste remains. The caste we have now is not that of 700 years ago. Every blow has riveted it. Do you realize that India is the only country that never went outside of itself to conquer? The great Emperor Asoka insisted that none of his descendants should go to conquer. If people want to send us teachers, let them help, but not injure. Why should all these people come to conquer the Hindus? Did they do any injury to any nation? What little good they could do, they did for the world. They taught it science, philosophy, religion, and civilized the savage hordes of the earth. And this is the return: only murder and tyranny, and calling them heathen rascals. Look at the books written on India by Western people and at the stories of many travelers who go there. In retaliation for what injuries are these hurled at them? Q. What is the Vedantic idea of civilization? A. You are philosophers, and you do not think that a bag of gold makes the difference between man and man. What is the value of all these machines and sciences? They have only one result: they spread knowledge. You have not solved the problem of want, but only made it keener. Machines do not solve the poverty question, they simply make men struggle the more. Competition gets keener. What value has nature in itself? Why do you go and build a monument to a man who sends electricity through a wire? Does not nature do that millions of times over? Is not everything already existing in nature? What is the value of your getting it? It is already there. The only value is that it makes this development. This universe is simply a gymnasium in which the soul is taking exercise, and after these exercises we become gods. So the value of everything is to be decided by how far it is a manifestation of God. Civilization is the manifestation of that divinity in man. Q. Have the Buddhists any caste laws? A. The Buddhists never had much caste, and there are very few Buddhists in India. Buddha was a social reformer. Yet in Buddhistic countries I find that there have been strong attempts to manufacture caste, only they have failed. The Buddhists' caste is practically nothing, but they take pride in it in their own minds. Buddha was one of the sannyasins of the Vedanta. He started a new sect, just as others are started even today. The ideas which now are called Buddhism were not his. They were much more ancient. He was a great man who gave the ideas power. The unique element in Buddhism was its social element. Brahmins and Kshatriyas have always been our teachers, and most of the Upanishads were written by Kshatriyas, while the ritualistic portions of the Vedas came from the Brahmins. Most of our great teachers throughout India have been Kshatriyas, and were always universal in their teachings, whilst the Brahmana prophets with two exceptions were very exclusive. Rama, Krishna, and Buddha worshipped as incarnations of God were Kshatriyas. Q. Are sects, ceremonies, and scriptures helps to realization? A. When a man realizes, he gives up everything. The various sects and ceremonies and books, so far as they are the means of arriving at that point, are all right. But when they fail in that, we must change them. The knowing one must not despise the condition of those who are ignorant, nor should the knowing one destroy the faith of the ignorant in their own particular method, but by proper action lead them and show them the path to comes to where he stands. Gita 3:26. Q. How does the Vedanta explain individuality and ethics? A. The real individual is the absolute. This personalization is through Maya. It is only apparent, in reality it is always the absolute. In reality there is one, but in Maya it is appearing as many. In Maya there is this variation. Yet even in this Maya there is always the tendency to get back to the one, as expressed in all ethics and all morality of every nation, because it is the constitutional necessity of the soul. It is finding its oneness, and this struggle to find this oneness is what we call ethics and morality. Therefore we must always practice them. Q. Is not the greater part of ethics taken up with the relation between individuals? A. That is all it is. The absolute does not come within Maya. Q. You say the individual is the absolute, and I was going to ask you whether the individual has knowledge. A. The state of manifestation is individuality, and the light in that state is what we call knowledge. To use, therefore, this term knowledge for the light of the absolute is not precise, as the absolute state transcends relative knowledge. Q. Does it include it? A. Yes, in this sense. Just as a piece of gold can be changed into all sorts of coins, so with this. The state can be broken up into all sorts of knowledge. It is the state of superconsciousness, and includes both consciousness and unconsciousness. The man who attains that state has all that we call knowledge. When he wants to realize that consciousness of knowledge, he has to go a step lower. Knowledge is a lower state, it is only in Maya that we can have knowledge. 2. At the 20th Century Club of Boston, USA. Q. Did Vedanta exert any influence over Mohammedanism? A. This Vedantic spirit of religious liberality has very much affected Mohammedanism. Mohammedanism in India is quite a different thing from that in any other country. It is only when Mohammedans come from other countries and preach to their co-religionists in India about living with men who are not of their faith that a Mohammedan mob is aroused and fights. Q. Does Vedanta recognize caste? A. The caste system is opposed to the religion of the Vedanta. Caste is a social custom, and all our great preachers have tried to break it down. From Buddhism downwards, every sect has preached against caste, and every time it has only riveted the chains. Caste is simply the outgrowth of the political institutions of India, it is a hereditary trade guild. Trade competition with Europe has broken caste more than any teaching. Q. What is the peculiarity of the Vedas? A. One peculiarity of the Vedas is that they are the only scriptures that again and again declare that you must go beyond them. The Vedas say that they were written just for the child mind, and when you have grown, you must go beyond them. Q. Do you hold the individual soul to be eternally real? A. The individual soul consists of a man's thoughts, and they are changing every moment. Therefore, it cannot be eternally real. It is real only in the phenomenal. The individual consists of memory and thought, how can that be real? Q. Why did Buddhism as a religion decline in India? A. Buddhism did not really decline in India, it was only a gigantic social movement. Before Buddha great numbers of animals were killed for sacrifice and other reasons, and people drank wine and ate meat in large quantities. Since Buddha's teaching, drunkenness has almost disappeared, and the killing of animals has almost gone. 3. At the Brooklyn Ethical Society, Brooklyn, USA. Q. How can you reconcile your optimistic views with the existence of evil, with the universal prevalence of sorrow and pain? A. I can only answer the question if the existence of evil be first proved, but this the Vedantic religion does not admit. Eternal pain unmixed with pleasure would be a positive evil, but temporal pain and sorrow, if they have contributed an element of tenderness and nobility tending towards eternal bliss, are not evils. On the contrary, they may be supreme good. We cannot assert that anything is evil until we have traced its sequence into the realm of eternity. Devil worship is not a part of the Hindu religion. The human race is in process of development, all have not reached the same altitude. Therefore some are nobler and purer in their earthly lives than others. Everyone has an opportunity within the limits of the sphere of his present development of making himself better. We cannot unmake ourselves, we cannot destroy or impair the vital force within us, but we have the freedom to give it different directions. Q. Is not the reality of cosmic matter simply the imagining of our own minds? A. In my opinion, the external world is certainly an entity and has an existence outside of our mental conceptions. All creation is moving onwards and upwards, obedient to the great law of spirit evolution, which is different from the evolution of matter. The latter is symbolical of, but does not explain, the process of the former. We are not individuals now, in our present earthly environment. We shall not have reached individuality until we shall have ascended to the higher state, when the divine spirit within us will have a perfect medium for the expression of its attributes. Q. What is your explanation of the problem presented to Christ, as to whether it was the infant itself or its parents that had sinned, that it was born blind? A. While the question of sin does not enter into the problem, I am convinced that the blindness was due to some act on the part of the spirit of the child in a previous incarnation. In my opinion, such problems are only explicable on the hypothesis of a prior earthly existence. Q. Do our spirits pass at death into a state of happiness? A. Death is only a change of condition, time and space are in you, you are not in time and space. It is enough to know that as we make our lives purer and nobler, either in the seen or the unseen world, the nearer we approach God, who is the center of all spiritual beauty and eternal joy. Q. What is the Hindu theory of the transmigration of souls? A. It is on the same basis as the theory of conservation is to the scientist. This theory was first produced by a philosopher of my country. The ancient sages did not believe in a creation. A creation implies producing something out of nothing. That is impossible. There was no beginning of creation as there was no beginning of time. God and creation are as two lines without end, without beginning, and parallel. Our theory of creation is it is, it was, and is to be. All punishment is but reaction. People of the West should learn one thing from India, and that is toleration. All the religions are good, since the essentials are the same. Q. Why are the women of India not much elevated? A. It is in a great degree owing to the barbarous invaders through different ages, it is partly due to the people of India themselves. When it was pointed out to Swamiji in America that Hinduism is not a proselytizing religion, he replied, I have a message to the West as Buddha had a message to the East. Q. Do you intend to introduce the practices and rituals of the Hindu religion into this country, America? A. I am preaching simply philosophy. Q. Do you not think if the fear of future hellfire were taken from man there would be no controlling him? A. No. On the contrary, I think he is made far better through love and hope than through fear. 4. Selections from the Math Diary. Translated from Bengali. Q. Whom can we call a guru? A. He who can tell your past and future is your guru. Q. How can one have bhakti? A. There is bhakti within you, only a veil of lust and wealth covers it, and as soon as that is removed bhakti will manifest by itself. Q. What is the true meaning of the assertion that we should depend on ourselves? A. Here self means the eternal self. But even dependence on the non-eternal self may lead gradually to the right goal, as the individual self is really the eternal self under delusion. Q. If unity is the only reality, how could duality which is perceived by all every moment have arisen? A. Perception is never dual, it is only the representation of perception that involves duality. If perception were dual, the known could have existed independently of the knower, and vice versa. Q. How is harmonious development of character to be best effected? A. By association with persons whose character has been so developed. Q. What should be our attitude to the Vedas? A. The Vedas, i.e. only those portions of them which agree with reason, are to be accepted as authority. Other Shastras, such as the Puranas etc., are only to be accepted so far as they do not go against the Vedas. All the religious thoughts that have come subsequent to the Vedas, in the world, in whatever part of it have been derived from the Vedas. Q. Is the division of time into 4 yugas astronomical or arbitrary calculation? A. There is no mention of such divisions in the Vedas. They are arbitrary assumptions of Puranika times. Q. Is the relation between concepts and words necessary and immutable, or accidental and conventional? A. The point is exceedingly debatable. It seems that there is a necessary relation, but not absolutely so, as appears from the diversity of language. There may be some subtle relation which we are not yet able to detect. Q. What should be the principle to be followed in working within India? A. First of all, men should be taught to be practical and physically strong. A dozen of such lions will conquer the world, and not millions of sheep can do so. Secondly, men should not be taught to imitate a personal ideal, however great. Then Swamiji went on to speak of the corruptions of some of the Hindu symbols. He distinguished between the path of knowledge and the path of devotion. The former belonged properly to the Aryas, and therefore was so strict in the selection of adhikaras, qualified aspirants, and the latter coming from the south, or non-Aryan sources, made no such distinction. Q. What part will the Ramakrishna mission take in the regenerating work of India? A. From this math will go out men of character who will deluge the world with spirituality. This will be followed by revivals in other lines. Thus Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas will be produced. The Shudra caste will exist no longer, their work being done by machinery. The present want of India is the Kshatriya force. Q. Is retrograde reincarnation from the human stage possible? A. Yes. Reincarnation depends on karma. If a man accumulates karma akin to the beastly nature, he will be drawn thereto. In one of the question classes, 1898, Swamiji traced image worship to Buddhistic sources. First, there was the Chaitya, second, the Stupa, and then came the temple of Buddha. Along with it arose the temples of the Hindu deities. Q. Does the Kundalini really exist in the physical body? A. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that the so-called lotuses of the yogi do not really exist in the human body, but that they are created within oneself by yoga powers. Q. Can a man attain mukti by image worship? A. Image worship cannot directly give mukti, it may be an indirect cause, a help on the way. Image worship should not be condemned, for, with many, it prepares the mind for the realization of the Advaita which alone makes man perfect. Q. What should be our highest ideal of character? A. Renunciation. Q. How did Buddhism leave the legacy of corruption in India? A. The Buddhists tried to make everyone in India a monk or a nun. We cannot expect that from everyone. This led to gradual relaxation among monks and nuns. It was also caused by their imitating Tibetan and other barbarous customs in the name of religion. They went to preach in those places and assimilated their corruptions, and then introduced them into India. Q. Is Maya without beginning and end? A. Maya is eternal both ways, taken universally, as genus, but it is non-eternal individually. Q. Brahman and Maya cannot be cognized simultaneously. How could the absolute reality of either be proved as arising out of the one or the other? A. It could be proved only by realization. When one realizes Brahman, for him Maya exists no longer, just as once the identity of the rope is found out, the illusion of the serpent comes no more. Q. What is Maya? A. There is only one thing, call it by any name, matter, or spirit. It is difficult or rather impossible to think the one independent of the other. This is Maya, or ignorance. Q. What is mukti, liberation? A. Mukti means entire freedom from the bondages of good and evil. A golden chain is as much a chain as an iron one. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that, to pick out one thorn which has stuck into the foot, another thorn is requisitioned, and when the thorn is taken out, both are thrown away. So the bad tendencies are to be counteracted by the good ones, but after that, the good tendencies have also to be conquered. Q. Can salvation, mukti, be obtained without the grace of God? A. Salvation has nothing to do with God. Freedom already is. Q. What is the proof of the self in us not being the product of the body, etc.? A. The ego, like its correlative non-ego, is the product of the body, mind, etc. The only proof of the existence of the real self is realization. Q. Who is a true Jnani, and who is a true Bhakta? A. The true Jnani is he who has the deepest love within his heart and at the same time is a practical seer of Advaita in his outward relations. And the true Bhakta, lover, is he who, realizing his own soul as identified with the universal soul, and thus possessed of the true Jnana within, feels for and loves everyone. Of Jnana and Bhakti, he who advocates one and denounces the other cannot be either a Jnani or a Bhakta, but he is a thief and a cheat. Q. Why should a man serve Ishvara? A. If you once admit that there is such a thing as Ishvara, God, you have numberless occasions to serve him. Service of the Lord means, according to all the scriptural authorities, remembrance, smarana. If you believe in the existence of God, you will be reminded of him at every step of your life. Q. Is Mayavada different from Advaitavada? A. No. They are identical. There is absolutely no other explanation of Advaitavada except Mayavada. Q. How is it possible for God who is infinite to be limited in the form of a man, as an avatara? A. It is true that God is infinite, but not in the sense in which you comprehend it. You have confounded your idea of infinity with the materialistic idea of vastness. When you say that God cannot take the form of a man, you understand that a very, very large substance or form, as if material in nature, cannot be compressed into a very, very small compass. God's infinitude refers to the unlimitedness of a purely spiritual entity, and as such, does not suffer in the least by expressing itself in a human form. Q. Some say, first of all become a siddha, one who has realized the truth, and then you have the right to karma, or work for others, while others say that one should work for others even from the beginning. How can both these views be reconciled? A. You are confusing one thing with the other. Karma means either service to humanity or preaching. To real preaching, no doubt, none has the right except the Siddha Purusha, i.e. one who has realized the truth. But to service everyone has the right, and not only so, but everyone is under obligation to serve others, so long as he is accepting service from others. V. Yoga, Vairagya, Tapasya, love. Q. Does yoga serve to keep the body in its full health and vitality? A. It does. It staves off disease. As objectification of one's own body is difficult, it is very effective in regard to others. Fruit and milk are the best food for yogis. Q. Is the attainment of bliss synchronous with that of Vairagya? A. The first step in Vairagya is very painful. When perfected, it yields supreme bliss. Q. What is tapasya? A. Tapasya is threefold: of the body, of speech, and of mind. The first is service of others, the second truthfulness, and third, control and concentration. Q. Why do we not see that the same consciousness pervades the ant as well as the perfected sage? A. Realizing the unity of this manifestation is a question of time only. Q. Is preaching possible without gaining perfection? A. No. May the Lord grant that all the sannyasin disciples of my master and of myself be perfected, so that they may be fit for missionary work. Q. Is the Divine Majesty expressed in the universal form of Sri Krishna in the Gita superior to the expression of love unattended with other attributes, embodied in the form of Sri Krishna, for instance, in his relation with the gopis? A. The feeling of love, unattended with the idea of divinity, in respect to the person loved, is assuredly inferior to the expression of Divine Majesty. If it were not so, all lovers of the flesh would have obtained freedom. 6. In answer to Nivedita. In answer to a few questions put by Sister Nivedita, Swamiji jotted down the replies on May 24, 1900 at San Francisco. Q. I cannot remember what parts Prithvi Rai and Chand disguised themselves to play, when they determined to attend the Svayavara at Kanawai. A. Both went as minstrels. Q. Also did Prithvi Rai determine to marry Samayukta partly because she was the daughter of his rival and partly for the fame of her great beauty? Did he then send a woman servant to obtain the post of her maid? And did this old nurse set herself to make the princess fall in love with Prithvi Rai? A. They had fallen in love with each other, hearing deeds and beauty and seeing portraits. Falling in love through portraits is an old Indian game. Q. How did Krishna come to be brought up amongst the shepherds? A. His father had to flee with the baby to save it from the tyrant Kamsa, who ordered all the babes, male, from that year to be killed, as, through prophecy, he was afraid one of them would be Krishna and dethrone him. He kept Krishna's father and mother in prison, who were his cousins, for fear of that prophecy. Q. How did this part of his life terminate? A. He came with his brother Baladeva and Nanda, his foster father, invited by the tyrant to a festival. The tyrant had plotted his destruction. He killed the tyrant and instead of taking the throne placed the nearest heir on it. Himself he never took any fruit of action. Q. Can you give me any dramatic incident of this period? A. This period is full of miracles. He as a baby was once naughty and the cowherd mother tried to tie him with her churning string and found she could not bind him with all the strings she had. Then her eyes opened and she saw that she was going to bind him who had the whole universe in his body. She began to pray and tremble. Immediately the Lord touched her with his Maya and she saw only the child. Brahma, the chief of gods, disbelieving that the Lord had become a cowherd, stole one day all the cows and cowherd boys and put them to sleep in a cave. When he came back, he found the same boys and cows round Krishna. Again he stole the new lot and hid them away. He came back and saw there the same again. Then his eyes opened and began to see numerous worlds and heavens and Brahmans by the thousands, one greater than the preceding, in the body of the Lord. He danced on the serpent Kaliya who had been poisoning the water of the Yamuna, and he held up the Mount Govardhana in defiance of Indra whose worship he had forbidden and who in revenge wanted to kill all the people of Vraja by deluge of rain. They were all sheltered by Krishna under the hill Govardhana which he upheld with a finger on their head. He from his childhood was against snake worship and Indra worship. Indra worship is a Vedic ritual. Throughout the Gita he is not favorable to Vedic ritual. This is the period of his love to gopis. He was 11 years of age. 7. Guru, Avatara, Yoga, Japa, Seva. Q. How can Vedanta be realized? A. By hearing, reflection, and meditation. Hearing must take place from a Sadguru. Even if one is not a regular disciple, but is a fit aspirant and hears the Sadguru's words, he is liberated. Q. Who is a Sadguru? A. A Sadguru is one on whom the spiritual power has descended by Guru Parampara, or an unbroken chain of discipleship. To play the role of a spiritual teacher is a very difficult thing. One has to take on oneself the sins of others. There is every chance of a fall in less advanced men. If merely physical pain ensues, then he should consider himself fortunate. Q. Cannot the spiritual teacher make the aspirant fit? A. An avatara can. Not an ordinary guru. Q. Is there no easy way to liberation? A. There is no royal road to geometry except for those who have been fortunate enough to come in contact with an avatara. Paramahansadeva used to say, one who is having his last birth shall somehow or other see me. Q. Is not yoga an easy path to that? A. Jokingly, you have said well, I see. Yoga an easy path. If your mind be not pure and you try to follow yoga, you will perhaps attain some supernatural power, but that will be a hindrance. Therefore purity of mind is the first thing necessary. Q. How can this be attained? A. By good work. Good work is of two kinds, positive and negative. Do not steal, that is a negative mandate, and do good to others is a positive one. Q. Should not doing good to others be performed in a higher stage, for if performed in a lower stage, it may bind one to the world? A. It should be performed in the first stage. One who has any desire